reincarnated as the doomed villainess in a dating sim game with a store summoning skill. Volume 1, Fayuhara Patora, translated by Ren, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. On the surface where people live, there exists the heavenly realm, situated between the highest god's domain and the divine world. This is a world where mid-level and lower-level gods, as well as their subordinates, reside, and it also serves as a workplace for the gods. In the heavenly realm, gods and their subordinates are responsible for managing various worlds, selecting and purifying souls, and administering judgment. The gods perform their assigned duties in this realm, and the angels, divine beasts, and spirits, who are of various ranks, work as their hands and feet. Moreover, the heavenly realm is a place of training for those who have just become gods. To learn how to manage worlds, new gods receive guidance from senior gods, striving day and night to become fully fledged gods. In a corner of the heavenly realm, surrounded by a sea of clouds, one such new goddess, with a serious expression, gazed at the water mirror reflecting the world below. This is... What's wrong, Linz? A goddess with short silver hair, wearing a headband, was addressed by another goddess, who had long, beautiful cherry blossom-colored hair. Both were new gods who had only become deities about 1,000 years ago. Although 1,000 years had passed, time in the heavenly realm did not flow in the same way as it did on the surface. The gods exist beyond time, simultaneously present in the past, present, and future, unbound by its constraints. While they must follow certain rules, they are, for the most part, free to exist across all eras. Theirs seems to be a soul that got mixed into the world we created the other day. Mixed in? But wait, could it be that the world barrier wasn't set up? The cherry blossom-haired goddess name, Sakura, asked. Linz nodded in agreement to the question. The world barrier is a net or filter that prevents foreign elements from entering a world. Without this barrier, beings from other worlds could slip in, or those with the ability to cross worlds might invade. Even with the barrier, things can still sneak in, but the difference in safety is substantial when it's present. I must have forgotten. I thought someone else had set it up. I also thought Rin had done it. I immediately set up the barrier myself, so there's no need to worry about that. But this soul that got mixed in is. In the water mirror, a young girl appeared. She had the same cherry blossom-colored hair as Sakura, and she looked to be around 2 or 3 years old, still in the form of a toddler, wearing tattered clothes and grinding grass diligently. This child's soul is. Yeah, looks like she was drawn in from Earth. From Earth. Sakura raised her voice in surprise. Earth is one of the worlds directly managed by the Supreme God, the World God, and it is a world with significant connections to both of them. Why would that happen? Originally, this world was created using Earth as a reference. It must have been easier for her to adapt. But the time period she arrived from is exactly when we interfered. Could it really be our fault? Linz nodded slightly at Sakura's words. It's not just that. Take a good look at this child. This child, is she that villainous? Sakura, who had been staring at the young girl in the water mirror, who appeared to be just over 3 years old, gasped in surprise. What should we do? First, let's inform everyone and discuss it. We can't interfere too much, but I think we can offer some small assistance. That sounds good. If we leave her like this, there's no doubt she'll die. That would be an unfortunate awakening. Sakura nodded slightly at Lin's words. Even though no one would be punished if the child died, it was something neither of them could accept. Having witnessed others die due to divine mistakes, they had resolved to take responsibility for their own errors. Numerous hardships would likely fall upon her. They hoped she could overcome them and grasp a future for herself. Should we tell our husband? Let's keep it a secret. Okay. They decided to solve this problem on their own. After all, their husband were not their direct superior, and he had no right to intervene. They might be scolded as family, but that was all. It wasn't about covering it up. If they reported it to the other senior gods, they would likely just leave it alone, and if the girl died easily, returning to the cycle of reincarnation, that would be the end of it. As gods, that might be the correct approach, but it was something they couldn't accept. They had made up their minds to save her no matter what. Even if their mistake had dragged her into a twisted fate, they would not abandon her, just like the world god, who watched over and protected the world, never forsaking those caught in unfair destinies. To her, the fate reflected in the water mirror seemed unreasonable. However, 9 goddesses would stand by her side. The new goddesses sincerely wished for her to break free from her unjust fate and survive in this world. Thus, the story began to unfold, whether the villainess desired it or not. Chapter 1, Duke Messenger. My name is Sakura, not Sakura though. My full name is Sakurail, though that's just a guess. I am a girl with hair that is a pale cherry blossom color, almost white, and eyes of jade green. I'm currently 6 years old. Well, probably, but I'm not completely sure. Strangely, I have memories of my past life. In my past life, I was a design student attending a vocational school in a different world from this one. I lived alone, away from my parents. The friends around me were a bit, well, they were a rather intense bunch, but I spent my days enjoying myself. One day, I was hurrying to school after an all-nighter finishing my graduation project, and I was suddenly caught in a traffic accident and apparently died quite easily. I first remembered these memories when I was 3 years old. It was when I was struck on the head by a man, who seemed to be my father, in an alley of a slum. The sudden fear of being hit made me run away without understanding what was happening. But I was only 3 years old at the time, and no matter how much I ran, the man chased me persistently while shouting something. It was nothing but terror. It was late at night, and I didn't know where I was. Cornered at the end of a dead-end street, I thought I'd be hit again. But just then, the man stumbled and tripped over an empty sake bottle, hitting the back of his head on a stone staircase, and died instantly. I was in a panic as my past life memories resurfaced, and the man, who appeared to be my father, died right in front of me. Who could blame me for running away from that scene? Did I abandon my father? Frankly, I have no memory of him at all, so I feel nothing, and I didn't want to think of someone who would persistently beat a child as a father. Even if he had lived, I think I would have fled eventually. Now, although I managed to escape the scene, the problem was that I had almost no memories prior to the age of 3, except for my name. Perhaps I had been struck too much for my brain to handle. At first, I thought maybe I had taken over someone else's body, but I am certain that this body is truly my own. I believe the blows caused me to lose my memories up to that point, and instead, the memories from my past life resurfaced. Whether that's a good or bad thing, I'm still not sure. However, this name of mine, I've heard it somewhere before in my past life, but I still can't recall where. It seems like there is some confusion with my memories. Even when I think about my past self, it feels distant, as though it happened to someone else. I didn't feel sadness or regret about dying in an accident, but rather, all I felt was the overwhelming uncertainty of what to do from now on. After all, I didn't know anything, and this wasn't even Earth. When I looked up at the night sky and saw 2 moons floating above, my heart sank at the realization of that fact. In any case, at the age of 3, I was forced to live on my own. If the old woman who was an herbalist hadn't picked me up, I would have definitely died. Normally, you wouldn't follow a stranger, but I was that desperate. A child from the slum with no guardian couldn't possibly survive on their own. Without someone to care for me, death was all but inevitable. In the end, I now think that decision was the right one. The old woman was a wandering herbalist, traveling from one slum to another, selling medicine. She didn't speak much, but she seemed to be skilled at her craft, as everyone in the slums where she visited would buy her potions. This world had magic, and she used it to mix potions, making her a potion master. She wasn't a top-tier alchemist, but I think she was fairly skilled. If she had befriended some nobles or merchants, she could have made more money, but the old woman lived in hiding for some reason, avoiding attention. I didn't know why, but there had to be a reason. Even at my young age, I helped her with gathering ingredients and mixing potions, and I grew up under her care. Though grew up is a bit of an exaggeration. The nutrition was barely enough, and I was skinny and small for my age. Still, it was better than not eating at all. Even the low-quality potions could be sold for some money, so we managed to get by. In some of the other slums, many children had died. I was lucky. I thought so, but I stood alone in the empty shack. Just a few days ago, the old herbalist who had taken care of me passed away. In the morning, when she didn't wake up no matter how long I waited, I went to check her bed and found that she had already grown cold. She hadn't seemed to suffer, and her face was peaceful in death. Though we didn't have much conversation, she never abandoned me and raised me for 3 years, so her death brought me to tears. I had wanted to repay her in some way. However, while I was grieving, a man claiming to be her son barged in rudely and took everything in the house that could be of any value. He took all the medicines she had prepared, the catalyst materials, and even the mixing tools. This house was one she had built new so that we could live together. Well, I suppose you could call it a house, but it was more of a shabby shack. I was furious that her son was rummaging through it, but I wasn't her daughter, nor was I an adopted child. I was, essentially, a housemate or a freeloader. I couldn't stop her son, who was wielding his legal rights. The other residents around us also frowned, but since it wasn't illegal for a child to inherit their parents' belongings, they simply watched in silence. It seemed like he didn't intend to take even the shack itself, as he loaded up a shabby cart with his spoils and disappeared in front of me, without even taking his mother's body, which was in the coffin. I couldn't believe he had the nerve to call himself a son. I had never heard anything about him from the old woman. They were probably estranged. I could understand that given the kind of person he seemed to be. This town was the old woman's hometown, and one of her acquaintances, who had come to check on her, told me how worthless that son was. I should have at least slapped him once. The magic potions he took were difficult to manage. I don't think that man, with no knowledge, would be able to make them last even 2 days. The potions would probably rot and turn murky, selling for barely a penny. Serves him right. What should I do now? I peeled off a part of the floor where the evening sun was shining and took out a small pouch I had hidden. It was my secret savings. Over the 3 years, I had sold the potions I made beside the old woman and saved up a little bit of money. It wasn't much, but it was enough to get by for a few days. But then, what should I do after that? The people in the slums can barely survive themselves, so they wouldn't be able to take care of me. I don't have any close acquaintances. That means I'll have to make money on my own. The old woman believed in me, but I wonder if my potions will sell without any connections. Ah, wait, he took all the materials and mixing tools, didn't he? I can't make any proper potions without those. I'm stuck, aren't I? Just as I was pondering, I noticed some commotion outside. What's going on? Did that idiot son come back? As I tilted my head in confusion, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang, and a knight with red hair rushed in. What's going on? Who is this person barging in like this? Excuse me, I heard there is a girl named Sakura here, so I came looking for her. Oh. I am Sakura, but what's going on? The knight, his eyes sparkling as he looked at me, suddenly showed a joyful expression, but I was completely taken aback. What's going on? I haven't even resorted to stealing or anything yet. Excuse me. The red-haired knight, about 20 years old, barged into the room and suddenly grabbed my right arm, pulling up the sleeve of my worn clothes. On my upper arm, there was a bruise that looked like cherry blossoms. I think this is the reason I was named Sakurail. It seems that Sakura is the same here in this world, and Riel means flower. So I think my name might be something like Sakura Flower in Japanese. No doubt about it. I've finally found you, Sakurail-sama. Excuse me. Sakurail-sama? Wait, what does that mean? The red-haired knight, who was holding my hand tightly and not letting go, started pulling me along. Yes. Sakurail-sama, wait, what? What does that even mean? The red-haired knight, still holding my hand in a vice grip, began to pull me along. Come, let us hurry to the Duke's manor. Quickly, quickly. Wow, wait, hold on. No need to worry. From now on, we will be by your side, and oof. Before he could finish, the red-haired knight's skull met the hilt of a sword with a loud thud. Another knight, a woman who had appeared out of nowhere, had struck him from behind. You idiot, you're scaring Sakurail-sama. Calm down, will you? The red-haired knight fell to the floor, clutching his head and writhing in pain. The sound of the impact was oddly satisfying, though I wouldn't admit it. The female knight crouched down in front of me. She had long chestnut hair tied in a ponytail and striking emerald eyes. Judging by her armor, which was identical to the red-haired knight's, they were likely from the same order. Pardon the introduction, Sakurail-sama. My name is Tanya Celesta, a knight in service to the Duke of Philharmony. The fool rolling around over there is Ewan Polka, also a knight of Philharmony. Duke Philharmony? Wait, that's a noble family, right? One connected to the royal lineage. What are knights from such a prestigious house doing here in the slums? We've been searching for you, my lady. You are the daughter of the Duke of Philharmony, who was abducted from your parents 3 years ago. What? Daughter of the Duke? Did I mishear her? Or maybe I'm just losing it? I understand this may be difficult to process. However, your hair, your eyes, and the mark on your arm, there is no doubt. You are Sacarail La Philharmonie, the Duke's daughter. To have survived these 3 years, the Duke and Duchess will be overjoyed. A single tear rolled down Tanya's cheek. I didn't know how to respond to that. The Duke's daughter, me. I don't remember anything from before I was 3 years old, so for all I know, it could be true. I will explain everything in detail in the carriage. Will you come with us? For a moment, the thought crossed my mind, what if they were kidnappers? But no kidnapper would go through all this trouble to take an orphan. It seemed too elaborate for that. I couldn't be sure if what they were saying was true, but honestly, what did I have to lose by going with them? Things couldn't get much worse. This part of the slums was so remote that hardly anyone ever came here. I had no family, no close acquaintances. If I disappeared, no one would notice or care. That said, there was one thing I needed to do first. I want to give the old woman a proper burial. We've already heard about her from the locals. She was the one who raised you. Under the Duke's name, we will ensure she is given a proper funeral. Not long after, several men, likely Tanya's subordinates, arrived quietly to carry the old woman's coffin to the cemetery at the local church. Tanya handed the priest a hefty donation and entrusted him with the care of the grave. With that, there was nothing left to tie me here. After saying my final goodbye to the old woman, I climbed into the surprisingly modest carriage alongside Tanya. As for the red-haired knight, Ewan, he was made to ride in a separate carriage since I was frightened of him. Honestly, I wasn't so much frightened as I was just overwhelmed by him. We're setting off, Tanya said. And so, with a mix of anxiety about what lay ahead, I began my journey. The Duke's carriage rolled into the gathering dusk, carrying me toward an uncertain future. Chapter 2, Reunion with My Parents. What? Does that mean that man was a kidnapper? Yes, that's right. It's regrettable that we couldn't bring him to justice with our own hands. According to what Tanya told me inside the carriage, the man who had struck me 3 years ago wasn't my father or anyone related to me. In fact, he was the one who had kidnapped me. 3 years ago, I was taken by my parents to visit my maternal grandfather's estate. It was there that I was kidnapped. One of the maids working at my grandfather's house had been the kidnapper's mistress and had helped him with the crime. After being handed over to the man by the maid, I was forced into shabby clothes to avoid drawing attention, and then taken to the slums. It was there that I was struck, and that's when I regained the memories of my previous life. We received a ransom note and went to the designated meeting point, but even after several hours past the scheduled time, there was no sign of the kidnapper. Eventually, the maid's involvement was uncovered, and when we rushed to the slums to apprehend the man, we found he was already dead in the street. After that, we lost all trace of you, Sacarail Sama. I remember, after that, the old apothecary woman found me, and I was quickly taken out of the country. I spent a year wandering from place to place. It made sense that I couldn't be found, as I had been in a foreign country. Later, when I returned to this country, I didn't go back to the city where I was kidnapped, but instead ended up in that remote town. I never imagined I had already left the country. In fact, my disappearance had been kept a secret from the public. The search for me in my grandfather's city had been extensive, but it was all done covertly. The daughter of a duke, a family tied to the royal bloodline, had been kidnapped. That would cause a scandal for sure. There must have been political enemies, and revealing such a thing could have brought more danger to me. I understood the desire to keep it a secret. Large cities typically have strict procedures when entering, but leaving is usually more lax, unless there's a special order. Unfortunately, the timing was off, and we had already left without being found. I had been exhausted and lying in the covered cart the entire time, so the gatekeepers at my grandfather's estate may have overlooked us. Wait, does that mean if I had just stayed there after the man died, help would have arrived soon enough? Because I ran, I ended up spending 3 years in the slums. If I hadn't escaped from the man in the first place, maybe I could have been saved and returned home safely. Ugh, what was I thinking? No, there's no point in dwelling on what-ifs. The important thing now is what happens next. I don't have any memories before my time in the slums. It seems so, however. You may remember something once you meet your parents. Please try not to worry. The carriage continued on its way to the capital. It would take about 5 days to get from the remote town I had been living in to the royal capital. I never imagined I'd be heading to the capital. One of the knights had already ridden ahead to notify the Duke and Duchess of Philharmony. They were eager to inform them as quickly as possible. I see, so I'm a duke's daughter now. I can't quite wrap my head around it. In my past life, I was just a commoner, a poor student. While I was caught up in my thoughts, my attendants were making sure my clothes and hair were properly arranged before we reached the capital. When I looked in the mirror, I was shocked. I never thought I'd be in a situation where I'd say, "Is this really me?" Sigh, when I'm dressed up, I almost look like a duke's daughter. So this is what they mean by you can dress up a donkey, but it's still a donkey. But this face, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Not in the mirror, but maybe somewhere in my past life. Where was it? Well, never mind. And then, 5 days later, the carriage finally entered the royal capital and headed toward the Philharmony Duke's estate. The capital was huge, and everything I saw felt new and unfamiliar, but my emotions weren't focused on the city. My nerves were on edge. I'm starting to feel nervous. Is this really okay? I don't have any memories of my parents at all. Even though I was only 3, I believe my personality should have been formed by then. Will they think I'm a completely different person because my character has changed so much? No, wait, my memories from before I was 3 are gone, and my previous life's memories resurfaced, so I'm essentially a different person now. It's okay. You are definitely Sakurail-sama, without a doubt. Look, we've arrived. The carriage comes to a quiet stop. Tanya gently pulls me out of the carriage, and in front of me is an unbelievably large mansion. It's huge, as expected of a duke's house. There's even a garden with a fountain. Over there looks like a rose garden. I wonder how many square meters this property covers. As I'm lost in such pointless thoughts, someone suddenly starts running towards us from the front entrance. It's a woman. Oh, she tripped. As I'm flustered seeing the woman fall, she quickly stands up, runs towards me with all her might, and immediately embraces me tightly. Ah, Sakurail, you're alive. I immediately realized, this woman must be my mother. She looks much younger than I expected, in her early 20s, but since I'm 6 years old, I suppose it's not impossible. With her face all blotchy from tears, my mother lifts her face and gently cradles mine in both of her hands. Let me see your face properly. Heh, you haven't changed. Do you remember me? I'm your mother. I'm sorry. I don't remember anything from before I was 3. I've heard, it must have been difficult for you. But you are definitely my daughter, Sakurail la Philharmonie. With that definitive statement, my mother smiles through her tears again. She has the same pale pink hair as mine. Her eyes are blue, so they're different, but I can tell that I definitely share her blood. Hey, Ashley. It's not just you, this child is my daughter too, you know? You can't keep her all to yourself. Why? Suddenly, a large hand reaches out from the side and lifts me up. Standing before me is a man, also tear-streaked, just like my mother. Well, looks like you've gotten heavier. This is going to be tough on my arms. Haha, I'll have to start training a little more. With long blonde hair and the same jade-colored eyes as mine, this handsome man in his early 20s lifts me up. Could this be my father? He's so young. Our daughter has come back to us. Goddesses of creation, thank you. I'm speechless as the man, whom I assume is my father, embraces me. For some reason, tears begin to well up in my eyes as well. It's because I can feel the deep, unwavering hope and longing my parents had while they searched for me, never giving up even in their despair. I feel guilty, though, as these are objective tears, just like the ones shed during a touching movie or drama. However, I do understand that these 2 people care for me deeply, and I must never put them through such anguish again. As the 3 of us are reunited, the surrounding maids, the elderly butler, the knights, and even the other servants are all in tears as well. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I bury my face in my father's shoulder. Section. What about Sakurail? She's asleep. She looks so adorable while sleeping. I could have just stared at her forever. Ashley, who had returned to the living room, smiles happily. Her husband, Cloud Lee Philharmony, the head of the Philharmony ducal family, gazed at his wife's heartfelt smile, seeing it for the first time in 3 years, as if it were dazzling. As if to escape that radiance, Cloud's gaze shifted to Tanya and Ewan, who were standing by his side. "So, you've properly seen the apothecary's wife's burial." "Yes, I've requested the priest to take care of the grave on behalf of the duchy. She will surely travel peacefully to the heavens." "Good, she was the one who protected and raised our daughter up to this day. Normally, we would offer our respects to her family as well, but her son seems to be nothing but a worthless scoundrel. We'll have no further dealings with them." "Understood. The point being, even if the apothecary's son were to come and demand some kind of reward, claiming his mother had been the benefactor of a duke's daughter, they would not entertain such demands. On the surface, Sackarail has been said to have been ill and receiving treatment on the estate for the past 3 years. There is no mention of her having been abducted. No one would believe the claims of some common scoundrel who abandoned his own mother's body. Still, to think she has no memory of anything before 3 years ago. It seems that Sackarail-sama was repeatedly struck on the head by the man who kidnapped her. The shock of it caused her memory loss. That bastard! Cloud's anger flares, but the kidnapper is already dead. The maid who helped him was executed as well. There is no one left for Cloud to direct his anger toward. As Cloud clenches his fists, Ashley gently places her hand on top of his. "Let's be happy that she's returned safely, my dear. We must love her for 3 years, no, even more than that." "Yeah, you're right. From now on, we have to make her happy." With his wife's gentle words, Cloud regains his composure. Yes, this is just the beginning. To restore those peaceful days, he knows he must put in even more effort. "Have you informed your father?" "Yes, I've sent word by courier. He should be here in a few days." The person who regretted Sackarail's kidnapping the most was Ashley's father, and Sackarail's grandfather, Zarbak on Einsatz, the Baron of the Einsatz borderlands. After all, it was during a visit to his estate that his granddaughter was abducted, and it was by the very maid he had hired. The Philharmonie Duke and his wife had been repeatedly apologized to by the Baron of Einsatz. Once known as the Lion of the Imperial Nation, and feared on the battlefield, the man had aged rapidly, perhaps due to the immense strain. But now that his daughter has safely returned, Cloud hopes that the old man's guilt will be alleviated. "I'll have to inform my brother and mother as well. I should send a messenger immediately. Surely they will be overjoyed." Cloud Philharmonie, the Duke, is also a royal prince. His older brother, Windem Lee Symphonia, is the emperor of the Symphonia Empire. Since Sackarail's kidnapping, his brother had provided both visible and invisible assistance for his niece. Cloud is certain his brother will be overjoyed at the news. There is much to be done starting tomorrow. For now, they will watch over Sackarail's health, and afterward, she must undergo the revelation rite to receive her gift. Normally, the revelation rite is performed around the age of 3, but Sackarail had been kidnapped before she could receive it. Given that she had been living in the slums, it's likely she had never undergone the revelation rite. This means she's already 3 years behind other children. The revelation rite can only be performed before the age of 7. There is still plenty of time to catch up. Cloud reassures himself that there is no problem. "I hope she receives a good gift." Cloud cannot help but pray to the heavens for his daughter, who must have endured so much suffering. Section. I remembered. With a sudden motion, I threw off the blanket and returned from the dream world. The room bathed in moonlight was not a small 6-tatami apartment, nor a familiar makeshift hut, but the room of a young lady from a ducal family, Sackarail La Philharmonie. I leaped off the unnecessarily large bed, and standing in front of the vanity in the dim light, I carefully examined my reflection. Though not in ringlets, the resemblance was unmistakable. There was no doubt about it. Philharmonie family, Symphonia Empire, and Sackarail. This is the world of the otome game, Starlight Symphony, isn't it? In the mirror, a child who resembled Sackarail La Philharmonie, one of the villainous daughters in the otome game Starlight Symphony, stood frozen, staring blankly. Chapter 3, The Game World, Starlight Symphony, a romance simulation game developed and released by Renfell Corporation. Set in a world of swords and magic, the story follows the protagonist as she attends an academy, experiencing love, adventures, and mysteries. It's a classic otome game. In Starlight Symphony, one of the antagonists is Sacarael la Philharmonie, a duke's daughter who harasses the protagonist in various ways. And that's me. Why? My lady. What's wrong? The door suddenly opened, and a flustered maid rushed into the room. Of course, if a duke's daughter is screaming by herself, it's only natural to be worried. Sorry, and nothing. I just had a bad dream. I really hope I wake up from this dream soon. It's been going on for 3 years. Even for a long series, this is way too long. I see, don't worry. There's no one here who would try to harm you. Please rest easy. The maid smiled at me with an expression that seemed to mix laughter and tears. Wait, is she misunderstanding something? It's not like I was having nightmares about my past sufferings. Well, I managed to dodge that situation, so I quietly returned to bed. In the dim light of the room, I stared up at the bed's canopy and tried to recall my memories of my past life. The first time I played Starlight Symphony was when I was in middle school. I wasn't particularly interested in it, but my cousin recommended it to me, so I decided to give it a try. Surprisingly, I found it pretty enjoyable and ended up finishing it. My memory's a bit hazy, but I'm sure that Sacarael was one of the villainous daughters. There's no doubt about that. She was the fiancée of the prince, one of the main love interests, and she couldn't stand how the protagonist got closer to him. As a result, she harassed the protagonist in various ways. Eventually, she tried to have the protagonist killed, but in the end, she caused her own downfall. I can't recall the exact details, but I remember it was pretty swift. What kind of death was it again? No way am I going to die. I have to avoid it at all costs. Wait a minute, actually. If I just don't become the villainous daughter, wouldn't that solve everything? If I don't harass the heroine, there's no way I'll end up self-destructing. No, even before that, if I just don't become the prince's fiancée, I won't have to oppose the heroine, right? I'm not really into that prince anyway. Maybe I should just help the heroine out. If that avoids the bad ending, then I'll consider it a win. But it might depend on which route the heroine ends up on. In the prince's route, I'm the villainous daughter. However, in Starlight Symphony, there are 4 other love interests besides the prince. In each of their routes, there's a villainous character who causes trouble for the protagonist or acts as a trial. But well, that's not important right now. The real issue is that no matter which route the heroine follows, Sacarael will appear and meet a tragic end. Before the route branches, she's a common antagonist in all paths. I remember there were a few different endings for me. Getting caught in a battle, self-destruction, exile, becoming a cripple, and even the downfall of my family. The downfall of my family was because I got involved in a crime. Well, exile and family ruin don't involve death, but I'd never want to make my kind parents sad. Anyway, it's better if I stay away from the love interests, and the protagonist heroine as well. I'm pretty sure the heroine is the daughter of a baron from a rural territory. When she turns 16, she heads to the capital to enroll in the academy. The academy is located on an island floating in the sky, and the only way to travel there from the ground is through a teleportation gate at the church in the capital. On the day before heading to the academy through the teleportation gate, she runs into the prince, who is out incognito and hiding his identity while visiting the city, haha. It's the classic setup. The heroine possesses a gift called the Holy Miracle, which is basically super powerful holy magic. A gift is a talent or ability that people in the world of Starlight Symphony receive from the gods. Everyone gets one. But it's not something that can be learned by just anyone like regular magic. When someone undergoes the revelation ceremony at a church in their childhood, they receive their gift from one of the gods. In other words, everyone who undergoes the ceremony has some kind of special skill. Whether it's useful or not, though, is another story. Wait, I didn't get one, did I? I think Sacarael had a gift called beast summoning, which allowed her to summon powerful creatures. That was such a hassle. You have to prepare special paralysis potions to deal with the summoned beasts, or you're done for. Well, this time around, I won't need any paralysis potions since it's my gift. It's actually pretty great to be able to summon beasts. I could summon wolves or lions and have a fluffy time. And then, lost in thought about what the future might hold, I slowly drifted back into the dream world. Section: Good morning, Sacarael. Did you sleep well? Yes, I slept soundly until morning. Did you have any trouble? If anything happens, be sure to tell your mother right away. I'm fine, thank you. I exchanged greetings with my father and mother, who were smiling warmly at me. I'm still a little nervous. Actually, it's a bit embarrassing since I cried so much yesterday. With my mother's hand guiding me, I went to the dining hall and sat down at the table. The table was long, really long. There are only 3 of us sitting here, yet there's this many seats. I couldn't help but voice my confusion. Apparently, when hosting parties or banquets, they need this many seats. I wonder how many people they're inviting. The breakfast that was served was worlds apart from the food I used to have in the slums of the poor district. I think this is the first time I've tasted proper meat since my reincarnation. Back in the slums, it was just potato and bean soup every day. But since I know what food tasted like in my previous life, I can't help but feel a bit dissatisfied. The bread is surprisingly hard, the meat is just seasoned with salt and pepper, and the salad is drenched in greasy dressing. The fruit is delicious, though. The soup is okay, too. For an upper noble family like the Dukes, this feels rather simple, but it seems like my parents aren't the type to lay out an overwhelming amount of food. I agree with them there. If the people from the slums found out, they'd probably start a revolt. It's like heaven compared to the slum meals, but maybe the food culture in this world isn't very developed. There were some delicious-looking foods in the game, though. I'm starting to crave food again after eating something halfway decent. I want rice. I want ramen. I want sweets. How is it, Sakuril? Is it delicious? Yes. It's delicious. I couldn't say I was unsatisfied, so I smiled back at my mother. Sakuril, you're a little too thin. Don't hesitate to eat more. I'm definitely a bit malnourished, but you want me to eat even more. Duke, this is some serious food education you're giving me. It still feels a bit tough. Oh, I've got an idea. Would you call me Papa? Oh, I'd like to be called Mama. Well, calling you Papa and Mama is a bit. Despite being nutritionally deficient and still quite short, I'm 6 years old. At this age in this world, it's rare for children to still call their parents Papa or Mama. Plus, I'm an adult on the inside. I was trying to explain that I was embarrassed to call them that, but they didn't seem to understand, and they looked rather disappointed. Maybe they thought I wasn't seeing them as parents. That's not it. That's not what I meant. Is it all right if I call you Father and Mother? I was about to call them Father and Mother, because after all, I'm a Duke's daughter, and it would be more proper. When I hesitantly said the words, both of them, who had been looking downhearted, perked up in an instant. Of course, from now on, we want you to call us that. Yes, that's right. Understood. Father, Mother, W8. Before I could finish, my mother, sitting on my right, pulled me into a tight hug. I can't eat like this. Looking on, Sebastian, the butler of the Philharmonie family, an elderly man who has served the family since my father was a child, was shedding tears of joy. Seriously, someone help me. Sebastian had been crying when I first arrived here too. Oh, by the way, Sakuril, do you know about gifts? Yes, I know. They're the gifts given by the gods, right? Duke, Father brought up the topic I was thinking about before going to sleep last night. Once your health improves, I was thinking of taking you to the church to receive the divine revelation ceremony. Yes, I'm fine, I can go today. Suddenly, I blurted out my response and both of them froze. Oh, sorry about that. But if I can get a gift, it's better to do it sooner rather than later. One of the flags for my downfall involves being caught up in a battle and dying. If I can get the beast summoning gift and grow stronger, I might be able to avoid that route. Of course, I'm desperate. W8, is your health really okay? Yes, I'm super healthy, so I want to go to the church. I see. Well then, how about the 3 of us go to church? Yay. Without thinking, I raised both hands in excitement. Realizing how childish that was, I shrank a little in embarrassment, but they smiled at my age-appropriate reaction. Well, it is summoning magic, after all. It's only natural to get excited. As I looked at them, I couldn't help but ask something that had been on my mind. By the way, what gifts do Father and Mother have? To receive the divine revelation ceremony, a large donation is required, but as nobles, they must surely have gifts. I assumed they did. Since Sakuril's parents never appeared in the game, I have no idea. Oh, that's right, you wouldn't remember. Mine is object restoration. Object. Judging by his tone, it seemed like 3-year-old me had known about Father's gift. I felt a little sorry seeing a hint of sadness in his expression. Father casually picked up the plate he had finished eating from and slammed it on the corner of the table, shattering it. I was shocked by Father's sudden odd behavior, but Mother, who was standing behind him, reassured me, saying it was okay. Object restoration. Father placed his hand over the broken pieces of the plate, and it was as though the pieces were rewinding in a video. Before I knew it, the plate was fully restored, whole again. Magic. Amazing. That's amazing. Can you fix anything with that? Not everything. There are some things I can't fix. First, I can't restore living things. If too much time has passed, I can't fix it. Also, complex or very large things are a no-go. Though, if I work on it little by little, I could probably fix it. It seems that Father's gift has various conditions. Even so, this ability seems really useful. If he ran a repair shop, he could make a huge profit, but of course, we're a duke's family. We don't need to do something like that. What about Mother? Me, I have time advancement. I can force time to move forward. I can't use it on living things and the range is limited, but I received this gift from the goddess of space-time, Toki, just like Cloud-sama. I use it for things like aging wine. Oh, so one has the ability to reverse time and the other can accelerate it. What a perfect match for a couple. Gifts are quite useful things. It's said that depending on which gift you receive, your life can be drastically shaped, so much so that it almost decides the course of your future. However, powerful gifts come with their own risks, and if you perform actions that go against the gods who bestowed them upon you, the gift will disappear, and it will never return. Many people misuse their gifts, but the gods who grant these powers are often described as being generous, or perhaps careless, or even irresponsible. Someone should really tell them to manage things better. I hope you receive a wonderful gift too, Sakurail. Yes. I nodded firmly in response to Mother's words. Well, I already know which gift I will receive. However, I froze when I heard the next words from Father. The divine revelation ceremony should have been performed when you were 3, but it's been delayed this much. Gifts received later in life tend to be extreme, so I'm a little worried. What did you say, Chapter 4? Divine revelation ceremony. Father, what do you mean by that? Gifts received later in life tend to be extreme. Does that apply to me? What's with that ominous wording? The divine revelation ceremony can only be performed until the age of 7. For some reason, when people receive the ceremony closer to the age limit, they often receive rarer gifts. If they're rare, wouldn't that be better? I mean, it's a rare ability, right? Isn't it better to have something unique, something no one else has? I've worked hard for 7 years without a gift, so it feels like I should be rewarded. Just because it's rare doesn't mean it's powerful. No, you can receive powerful gifts, but the failures are more common. Failures? Ah, I misspoke. What I mean are gifts that are unique but not very useful. For example, never getting wet in the rain, or only being able to bend spoons. They're often very limited abilities. Never getting wet in the rain. Does that mean you don't need an umbrella? It's convenient, but only for rain, not for water. What if it falls to the ground and becomes a puddle? I'm not sure how useful that would be. How would you even use that ability? In Earth's world, it might work as a party trick, but here. On the other hand, if gifts are granted to someone too young, like immediately after birth, they might cause the gift to run wild, potentially endangering the child's life. According to the Church's long years of data, the ideal age for receiving a gift is 4. That age is said to balance being strong enough while still being useful, and there's a high chance of receiving something usable. However, the risk is that it might overlap with others' gifts more often. Enhancement of the senses and physical enhancement seem to be fairly usable gifts, but apparently, quite a few people end up with those. There are various gods who bestow gifts. Some gods are generous and give them to many, while others rarely do so. But that doesn't necessarily mean the gift will be powerful or usable. The heroine's gift of holy miracle, which can dispel evil and heal people, is a gift from the holy goddess Holy. This gift is incredibly powerful, with abilities like purification, exorcism, summoning, and healing. It's a truly versatile gift. Could the heroine have received her gift late in life as well? Though, the heroine, when she first entered the academy, couldn't use this gift well and was treated as an inferior student. Despite having such a grand gift, she was bullied for being useless. Yeah, I was the villainous daughter who bullied her, but I won't do that this time. I'm 6 years old, so will I be all right? Why, you'll be fine. Even if it's limited, there are still many powerful ones. I'm sure you'll be able to master it, Sacarael. A little anxious, my father encouraged me with some reassuring words. Beast summoning is likely a rare gift. I'm sure that in the game, Sacarael also received her ceremony later than most. Yes, I'm sure that's it. Apparently, some noble parents deliberately delay the ceremony in hopes of getting a more powerful gift. But would my parents take such a gamble with their child? Or did Sacarael herself ask for such a selfish request? With some lingering uncertainty, I was made to change clothes, and along with my parents, we headed for the church. The streets were eerily quiet, unlike the bustling main streets of the imperial capital. Of course, the area where the Philharmonie Duke's family lives is classified as the first district, home to the upper nobility. The imperial capital is said to be divided into 4 concentric districts, with the castle at the center. The first district, where the upper nobility lives, is surrounded by the second district, where lower nobility and wealthy merchants live, the third district with regular merchants and moderately wealthy citizens, and the fourth district where commoners reside. In the first district, where most of the nobility use carriages, there are very few people walking. If anyone is walking, it's likely not a noble, but a servant of one. There are checkpoints when moving between districts, so each district has its own church. Naturally, we were headed to the main church of the first district. This is the primary church of the country, while the other churches are more like branches of a bank. As we approached the church, I saw that it resembled the Cologne Cathedral in Germany, a magnificent white stone building. Wait, did the background artist just copy-paste this? No, it's a fine building, but still. This church doesn't worship a single god but many gods, it seems. As expected, since gifts are divine blessings, it makes sense that most people would offer their faith to the god who granted them their gift. After all, no one would want to lose the gift they've received. For this reason, the church isn't called XX Church, but simply the church. It's the church of the gods. The people working here serve various gods, too. The priest who guided us said he worships the god of appraisal, Apraia. We were then led to a small, all-white room with only a pedestal at the center. Is this where the divine revelation ceremony takes place? Please turn the divine revelation wheel over there. From it, a sphere imbued with the power of a god will be drawn, and it will grant you a blessing. The priest pointed to an apparatus sitting atop the pedestal. Wait, this really looks like one of those lottery draw machines. The ones that go clink clink. I didn't know the divine revelation ceremony was like this. I never saw this in the game. This world has a weird mix of Japan-like elements. Could it be because it's a game world? If a golden ball comes out, will there be a bell ringing and someone shouting, "Winner"? Now, just give it a good spin. Feeling a bit conflicted, I did as the priest instructed and turned the divine revelation wheel. Here it comes, beast summoning, a fluffy paradise. With a clink, something inside shifted, and a silver ball fell onto the pedestal's square dish. Oh, this color. This is the gift of the goddess of summoning, Samania. Yes, I got it, beast summoning. The silver ball gently floated up and seemed to be drawn into my chest. For a brief moment, I felt a warmth deep inside me. Is this what it feels like to receive a gift? Once the warmth subsided, a small round emblem appeared on the back of my right hand. It was the emblem of Samania, the goddess of summoning. Now, let's head to the trial room. This way, please. The trial room. As I tilted my head in confusion, my father and mother explained. Until you use a gift for the first time, even the person receiving it doesn't know exactly what it will do. However, some gifts can be dangerous. So, we perform the first use in a place surrounded by multiple barriers to ensure safety. Since Sacarael received the gift of the goddess of summoning, she'll probably summon something. To be safe, we'll do it in a secure location. I see. The divine revelation ceremony is usually performed when children are around 3 years old. Since they don't fully understand, there's always the possibility that the gift could go out of control. Having safety measures in place is definitely necessary. In rural areas, there isn't a trial room, and the ceremony is typically done outside in a place where any damage won't spread. Led by the priest, we arrived at a facility next to the church. It was a vast, all-white space, even larger than a gymnasium. The ceiling was high, and dragon statues holding crystal orbs stood in each corner. In the center of the floor was a magic circle about 3 meters in radius, engraved in gold leaf, and I was instructed to step into its center. The priest and my parents stood outside, near the dragon statues. Please do not step outside the magic circle until safety has been confirmed. It will protect you. So as long as I'm within the magic circle, I'll be safe. When you're ready, offer a prayer to the god who bestowed your gift. Then the gift will activate, and its nature will be engraved in your heart. Encouraged by the priest, I closed my eyes and offered a prayer in my heart to Samania, the goddess of summoning. Thank you, goddess Samania, for granting me the beast summoning. I will use this power to survive in this world. Please continue to guide me. But then my prayer was interrupted. Why? Because the name of the gift that appeared in my heart wasn't what I expected. It wasn't beast summoning. What is this? Is this Sakurail's gift? Oh my. I opened my eyes at the voices that came from behind me. Suddenly, in front of me, an old wooden one-story house appeared. There was a freezer showcase at the entrance, likely filled with ice cream and a capsule toy vending machine. Above the entrance, a sign in hiragana read Dagashiya. It was a Dagashiya, a traditional Japanese candy store. There was no mistaking it, a Dagashiya had appeared in front of me. And this Dagashiya, I recognized it. This was the candy store I used to visit when I was a child in my previous life. Why is it here? Wait, is this my gift? Sakurail, what kind of gift did you receive? It seems to be store summoning, a gift, I think. I hesitantly answered my father's question. He gave me a confused look, but I was just as baffled. Store summoning? I've never heard of such a gift. Could it be a rare gift due to your age? It seems like a gift that summons stores, but do you feel any danger? I don't think it's dangerous, probably. I gave an ambiguous answer to the priest. If this is the candy store I remember, I don't think there's any danger at all. Store summoning. There's no doubt that my gift summoned this shop. But from Earth? No, it can't be. Because this store. I stepped out of the magic circle and walked toward the candy store. I touched the glass of the entrance window. It felt completely normal. I slid the door open and stepped inside. Just like when I was a child, the store was filled with countless candies. Not just candies, but also toys, plastic models, and even fireworks. But everything was old. Everything was from when I was a child. Looking at the calendar hanging inside, I saw that it was from the year I was 4 years old in my previous life. So it's true. This Dagashiya had been closed down and demolished by the time I was in middle school. In other words, this is a replica created from my memories. I don't quite understand, but it seems like the fluffy paradise of beast summoning I was hoping for isn't going to happen. Chapter 5. Store Summoning. Is this a store? It's a place I've never seen before. The cold air is coming from this box. While I stood there, dazed, in the candy store, I could hear my father and mother outside making a commotion. Apparently, they were surprised by the cold air that leaked from the freezer when they opened it. I picked up a square 10-yen chocolate in front of me and tried to unwrap it, but I couldn't. Why? The plastic case containing the vinegar squid next to it wouldn't open either. The gum and jelly weren't opening either. Wait, are these things not edible? Are they just decorations? Sakurail, is this a store? There don't seem to be any employees, but are these small items the products? I think these are food sweets, I believe. I don't know why, but I can't eat them. As I said that, I suddenly realized something. Products, if the things here are supposed to be for sale. Father, do you have any money? Money? I have some donation money for the church. I received a gold coin from my father. A gold coin. This was the first time I had ever held one. Back in the slums, most of the currency was either copper or iron coins. For reference, 1 iron coin could buy a small loaf of bread, which I guess would be about 100 yen. From there, the value goes up in decimal order. Copper coins, silver coins, gold coins, platinum coins, and royal gold coins. So, 1 gold coin would be worth about 100,000 yen. Spending 100,000 yen on candy? What kind of celebrity would do that, I thought. But then again, my family was definitely the real deal. Anyway, I placed the gold coin on the dish at the counter by the register. Then I tried opening the 10-yen chocolate again. This time, I was able to open the wrapper. There was a clinking sound from behind me, and when I turned to look at the counter, I saw that the gold coin had changed into several silver coins, copper coins, and iron coins. It must have been my change. When I counted, I saw that there was one less iron coin, which meant the chocolate cost about 100 yen. Wait, it's 10 times more expensive? What a ripoff, but I'm eating it anyway. The chocolate was sweet and delicious, just like it melted in my mouth. Yeah, it might be worth 100 yen. After all, sweets were a luxury I didn't get to enjoy much until I came to the Duke's household. Even so, nothing could compare to this sweetness. Sakurel-chan, is it really okay to eat something so dark? It's fine, it's sweet and delicious. See father try it too. I bought another 10 yen chocolate and handed it to my father. He wrinkled his face at the color, but after sniffing it a bit, he seemed to be drawn in by the scent, and after a moment of hesitation, he took a bite. It's sweet. It certainly tastes like a sweet, but I've never had anything this sweet before. I handed one chocolate to both my mother and the priest, quickly drawing them into the sweetness. Both of them enjoyed the chocolate with melting smiles on their faces. So everything here is candy? Is the store summoning a gift that summons a candy store? No, it doesn't seem like everything is candy. If anything, this seems more like a general store. In addition to candy, there were also model kits, super balls, magnets, and water guns for sale. These were items that boys often bought. The store had a long history, with leftover toys from years ago stacked around. To someone with knowledge, these might have been rare collectibles, but to us kids, they were just old toys. Well, it seems you have successfully obtained your gift. Without any problems, congratulations. Thank you. This is the donation. Please take it. May the blessing of the gods be upon you all. My father handed the priest a bag that was likely filled with gold coins. The church needs money to maintain itself. It may seem harsh, but it's probably unavoidable. However, many people can't receive their gift because they don't have money. Even if you're not nobility, as long as you can afford to make a donation, you can still undergo the revelation rite. So it's better than nothing, I suppose. But gifts are varied, and many can't be used or are only marginally useful. In a way, it's a bit like gambling. Would commoners really want to spend large amounts of money for a gift? It's a difficult question. If you don't have the money, you probably wouldn't even consider receiving one. By the way, this donation is managed properly by the god of businesses, Gift, so embezzling is apparently impossible. Also, though it's rare, there are some gifts that bring misfortune to the person who receives them. In such cases, if you inform the church, you can have the gift sealed. However, even if it is sealed, you cannot receive another gift. A person can only have one gift. Sealing a gift is typically used for criminals. I remember when Sakurel was exiled in the game, her beast summoning was sealed. Store summoning. It's unfortunate that it's not beast summoning, but this could still be useful, I think. There seems to be a lot to test, though. Can I only summon a candy store, or? Sakurel-chan, is this cold stick a candy too? It's got such a weird color. My mother took out an orange-colored, stick-shaped ice cream from the freezer. Wow, how nostalgic. I used to eat these all the time. It's wrapped in a transparent film, but do we just bite into it like this? No, you do it like this here. I took the popsicle from my mother and broke it in half. I returned half of it to her. The plastic, the film part isn't edible, so be careful. Thank you. You know a lot about these things. Oops, it was a bit odd that a girl who just came from the slums knew so much about the products in this store. When you receive a gift, you also sometimes gain knowledge about that gift. It seems your gift works that way too, young lady. Nice job, priest, that's probably it. Let's just go with that. It seemed like my mother accepted this explanation, as she took a bite of the ice cream and savored it. It's cool, sweet, and delicious. I've never had a frozen treat like this before. We don't have anything like this at the castle. I agree, I'd like to offer this to my older brother too. Before I knew it, my father and the priest were sharing the ice cream. It was the blue one. Maybe it's soda-flavored. Wait, older brother, offer. Father, you have an older brother, don't you? My uncle, perhaps. Oh, I see you've forgotten about that too. Yes, that's right. He's the king of this country. We'll go visit him later. Wait, what? The king? Wait, my uncle is the king? Oh, that's right. The villainous daughter from Starlight Symphony, Saccharale, was the fiancée of the crown prince of the empire, and my cousin. Wait, hold on. Could it be that I'm already engaged to the crown prince? I don't have a betrothed or anything, right? Huh, what's wrong all of a sudden? You don't have to rush into an engagement. You can stay at home for as long as you like, Saccharale. Hey now, I think that might be a bit much. But don't worry, someone wonderful will surely appear for you eventually. From their tone, it seems I don't have a fiancé after all. Phew, I was getting anxious there. But the king of this country is my uncle. I suspected that royal blood must have been in our family since we're dukes. But I wish I could remember my character's backstory more clearly. Visiting the king sounds fine, but I really don't want to meet his son, the crown prince. I can't bear the thought of being engaged to him right there on the spot. I need to think of a way to avoid that. As I nibbled on the broken popsicle, I also brainstormed ways to dodge the impending disaster. Section: A few days after returning from the church, I discovered a few things after testing the store summoning. First, so far, the store summoning can only summon a candy store. Once summoned, it can exist for 24 hours. After 24 hours, the store and all its products disappear. You can buy products if you pay. If you haven't paid, you can't open the wrappers or take anything outside the store. However, anything you've already bought doesn't disappear after 24 hours. Also, non-products can't be bought. I tried to take a pen from the counter, but it didn't work. Oddly enough, even though it wasn't a product, I could use it inside the store. This part is still unclear to me. I also can't enter areas outside the store. This candy store is attached to a private house, and I couldn't enter any rooms beyond the counter. It's as though an invisible barrier prevents entry. I assume it's because it's not part of the store but the private home. It seems like there's electricity and water. Water, for example, flowed from a faucet outside the store. I remember drinking from that same faucet when I was a child. I wonder if that water is a free product. There are many questions, but since I can't find the answers, I've stopped thinking about them. I can also make the store disappear at will, even before the 24 hours are up. It uses magic when summoning, but it doesn't seem to require any to dismiss it. If I summon it again, everything inside the store resets. The products are replenished, and even melted ice cream returns to its original state. It always goes back to the way it was when first summoned. However, with my current magic capacity, I can only summon it once a day. Recently, I've been summoning the store in the Duke's Mansion garden in the morning, where my father pays for the items, and the servants carry everything out of the store. You may wonder why I'm doing this. Well, there's a theory that magic capacity grows if you use it from a young age. Is that true? Well, it's better than doing nothing, so I've been going along with it. The items bought are apparently kept at the mansion, but since things like ice cream melt, the servants have been getting some. They were thrilled. Frozen treats are rare even for high-ranking nobles. Some ate too much and ended up with stomachaches. For some reason, there were ice cube trays in the freezer, so I've been able to easily get ice, even though it's not much. Normally, only people with ice-related gifts or ice mages can make ice. I've been using it to cool drinks. Also, this candy store has a small refrigerator inside, and it sells bottled juice. There's soda, cola, and a brightly colored sugary drink. Since I can't take the bottle openers from the store, my father said he'd have a blacksmith make some. My father has become completely addicted to the soda. I noticed something while looking at the calendar. Could it be that the candy store is in the exact state it was when I first visited? I remember when I bought candy for the first time from that store, the 10-yen gum had a hole in the middle. I recall that as a child. Well, the same thing is happening now. The boxes of 10-yen gum are stacked with a hole in the center. I think it's probably the same situation. I do believe store summoning is a convenient gift. However, how do I use store summoning to avoid my impending doom? Well, even if I get exiled, at least I'll still be able to eat, right? Though eating candy every day might be tough. I was pondering these things daily when, right now, someone was on the floor begging for my forgiveness. You're wondering what's going on? I'm wondering the same thing. Grandfather, please lift your head. No, I know I don't deserve to be forgiven, but please, let me apologize. Because of me, you. A person was bowing down to the floor, their forehead touching the ground. This person was my mother's father and my grandfather, the Baron Zarbak on Einsatz of the Borderlands. Chapter 6, The Royal Family. The Baron of Einsatz, my grandfather, suddenly appeared and upon seeing me, immediately knelt down and began apologizing. 3 years ago, the direct cause of my abduction was the maid employed at my grandfather's place. The maid, who had been napping, woke me up when I was alone and tricked me into going to the garden, saying my mother was calling for me. She then guided her lover into the garden and abducted me. It seems that the mansion was thrown into a panic when I went missing. Eventually, the maid's suspicious behavior while trying to flee became apparent to the other servants. After being interrogated, she confessed everything. From there, it went as Tanya had explained before. The man who was the perpetrator was already dead, and my whereabouts had been completely lost. My grandfather searched the territory using the clues he had: my name, hair color, which, in this world, is somewhat common, and the bruise on my arm, but he couldn't find me. Well, by then, I was already in a foreign country. It must have been hard, it must have been painful. If you're going to hold a grudge, then hold it against me. I couldn't go to your aid, I'm truly sorry. Fortunately or unfortunately, I didn't have memories from before I was 3, so it wasn't that painful or hard for me. I'm sorry, but I don't even remember you, so I can't hold a grudge. Half of that was a lie. I don't remember my grandfather at all, and since the maid was the one to blame, holding a grudge against him would be unjust. That's the truth, but saying it wasn't painful or hard was a lie. When my memories of modern-day Japan resurfaced, the environment in the slums was incredibly tough for me. It took about a year to adjust, but it wasn't easy. In any case, if you feel sorry, please stand up. If you keep doing this, I'll end up feeling sad instead. I see. Finally, my grandfather lifted his face and stood up. He had white hair and a matching white mustache and beard. He appeared to be in his early 50s. His facial expression was more intimidating and stern. Despite his age, his physique was muscular. He was taller than my father, in fact. He exuded the aura of a warrior, but that image was completely ruined by his tear-streaked face. Father here. Sorry. My mother handed my grandfather a towel. He wiped his face with it, but his eyes remained red. I don't hold a grudge against you, Grandpa, and even if you apologize, I'm not troubled by it. So, I won't accept any more apologies on this matter. If you say that. Father-in-law, Sakurail is saying the same thing. Please stop blaming yourself. My father spoke gently to my grandfather, who still seemed reluctant. He was clearly feeling guilty, but just as my father said, I really want him to stop blaming himself. It's exhausting for me. I see, yes, you're right. Oh, and of course, I've already informed His Majesty about Sakurail. Of course, we've both been busy, so we haven't gone to the castle yet, but I plan to take my daughter there tomorrow to greet him. Wait, we're going to meet the king. I was on the verge of panicking inside at my father's words. I had no problem meeting the king. The issue was with his son. Elliot Lee Symphonia, the crown prince of the Symphonia Empire, where we live, is a character from the game Starlight Symphony. In the game, he was my fiancé. Elliot had no real interest in me and simply accepted our engagement out of inertia, since it had been arranged. Then the heroine appears, their relationship deepens, and eventually they fall in true love, or at least, that's the general plot. His personality isn't bad. He's kind to both men and women, and he's top class in both academics and sports. But as crown prince, he also feels suffocated by his position. He wants to live more freely, but he always puts his royal duties first. He's probably the reason he didn't annul his engagement to Sakurail for such a long time. If I played normally, I'd likely end up in the Elliot route. From there are various endings, like true, good, or bad, but all of them result in Sakurail's downfall. The best ending would probably be her being exiled from the country. In any case, if the heroine follows the Elliot route, there wouldn't be any conflict with the heroine as long as I wasn't the fiancé, or at least, that's what I thought. Once you're engaged, it's hard to annul the engagement when you're from a noble family like mine. It would be too shameful. So, the only option would be to refuse from the beginning. Of course, they can't force an engagement through sheer power without causing a scandal. So, above all, I absolutely had to avoid becoming his fiancé. Since Prince Elliot, the king's son, is the same age as you, Sakurail, I'm sure you two will get along well. Mother. I'm not really interested in someone my age. Don't you think older men are more attractive? They're more dependable, after all. Oh my, that's quite a harsh opinion. But you never know until you meet him, right? I knew it, Mother. Prince Elliot is not my type. I really do prefer older men. He's not a complete failure, but with the impending doom flag looming, I don't want to get too close to him. Actually, I'll be going to the castle tomorrow too. I have to have a newly ennobled baron meet the king. Oh, right, the vacant territory left from the corruption scandal. Since my grandfather and father began discussing something complicated, I decided to have a snack with my mother, consisting of some traditional sweets. My mother had gotten quite used to the items from the store summoning and had clear preferences by now. She seemed to enjoy ice cream, chocolates, and cassella cakes a lot. On the other hand, she didn't care for gum, sour squid, or other snack-type foods much. By the way, should I bring some of these sweets to His Majesty? These. Well, I'm not sure about the king, but I'm sure both the Queen and the Empress Dowager will love them. You could even serve them at a tea party. You're taking them to the Empress Dowager, right? She's your grandmother, after all. I had forgotten about that. That's right, that would be the case. If my father is the king's brother, then the Empress Dowager would be my grandmother. Anastasia La Symphonia, the Empress Dowager. She's also the grandmother of Prince Elliot and me. She hasn't appeared in the game, but I've heard she's a warm and kind person. She was really worried when I was kidnapped. I feel bad about that. If I hadn't escaped from the kidnappers back then, the criminals would have been caught quickly, and Sakurail would have been rescued within a day or two. Now that I think about it, Sakurail in the game had a bit of an elitist mindset, looking down on commoners. Was her personality warped after that kidnapping incident? It's hard to believe, but with parents like these, I wonder how she grew into such a spiteful villainess. There's also the theory that she was overly spoiled and became selfish. Maybe after the kidnapping, her parents couldn't be strict with her. While I absent-mindedly munched on the sweets, my father was offering some soda to my grandfather. Oh, Grandpa took a sip and was really surprised. My father has a bit of a mischievous streak. Should I bring some soda to the castle? Soda's fine, but cola might be a bit too dark and might be avoided. As I thought about what gifts to bring to the castle, I drank the cola that had been poured into my cup. It was huge. Even from a distance, I thought it looked large, but up close it was even bigger. After passing through the castle gates in the carriage, I stepped out and looked up at the enormous white castle, almost feeling like a fool for how massive it seemed. Well, compared to super high-rise buildings, it's not that tall. Still, it definitely has a commanding presence. Stepping out of the carriage, I followed my father and mother along the plush red carpet. Along with us, as escorts, Tanya and Ewan, the night duo, were accompanying us. Did we really need escorts at the castle? I thought, but apparently it was just a precaution. After all, I do have a history of being kidnapped from my grandfather's estate. However, there were all sorts of expensive-looking vases and paintings displayed around the castle. I made a mental note to be careful not to break anything by touching them. The king and others are waiting in the garden. Please follow me. We followed the well-dressed elderly man who had come to guide us. I had assumed we'd meet in some kind of audience chamber. When I muttered that thought aloud, my father chuckled and responded. This isn't a formal event, so it's more of a family gathering. No need to be too stiff. Family. That made sense. It was indeed a family affair. We exited from a hallway into a courtyard-like space, and as we walked through the lush greenery, we soon came to an open area. In the center of the garden, filled with blooming flowers, stood a large gazebo, where 3 adults and 1 child were seated, enjoying tea. 2 of them were familiar to me. Wyndham Lee Symphonia, the Emperor of the Symphonia Empire, and his son, Elliot Lee Symphonia, the Crown Prince, though he appeared as a child. Elliot, who was a target in the game Starlight Symphony, and the Emperor Wyndham make occasional appearances in the game, even though they are only briefly shown. In the scene where my engagement is broken off, the Emperor appears and orders my exile. I can't believe he would do that to his niece. Maybe it was because I was his niece that he couldn't forgive me, but still. The remaining 2 were likely the Empress Dowager and the Queen. The Empress Dowager, who was my grandmother, looked as though she was nearly 40. She appeared much younger than her real age. It's been a while, my brother. My sister-in-law, mother, you all look well. I'm glad to see you, Elliot. "Oh, we've been waiting for you. So this is Sakurail, you've grown." The emperor quickly turned his gaze from greeting my father to me. Like my father, he had golden hair and jade-colored eyes. He looked to be in his 30s, maybe younger. His mustache made him appear slightly older. Except for Prince Elliot, the emperor and the others were already informed of the situation. Officially, I had just returned from a period of convalescence. I performed the curtsy I had just learned and gave a polite bow to the emperor. "It's been a long time, though I don't remember at all, Your Majesty. I, Sakurail La Philharmonie, have returned to the capital once again. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Ah, no need for such formality. No need to be so stiff, just relax." Emperor Wyndham smiled and waved his hand. He seemed like a rather friendly king. I hadn't really gotten a sense of his personality in the game, after all. When I lifted my head, the Empress Dowager, my grandmother, stood up suddenly and approached me, pulling me into a tight hug. "Oh, I'm so glad you've returned, Sakurail. Ah, thank the gods." My grandmother was shaking slightly. Was she crying? It's understandable. It must be overwhelming for her to have her missing granddaughter, who had been kidnapped, finally return. I smiled reassuringly at her, as if to say it was no big deal. "Grandmother, I've brought some souvenirs. Shall we enjoy them together?" "Yes, yes, I'm looking forward to it." With tear-filled eyes, my grandmother smiled at me in the same way. Chapter 7, Destiny's Encounter ×2. Do you remember Lishul and Elliot? Grandmother turns her gaze toward the Empress and the Crown Prince. "I remember the Crown Prince from the game, but that's a different story entirely. It's not surprising considering how young you were. This is Empress Lishul, and the boy here is Crown Prince Elliot." Grandmother knows I've lost my memories. Her earlier words were likely an attempt to trigger something. Regrettably, I can't recall the moment. "Long time no see, Sakurail. We only met once, so it's only natural you wouldn't remember. Elliot was young too, so he likely doesn't remember you either." "Yes, Mother." "So it's nice to meet you, Sakurail. I'm Elliot Lee Symphonia." The golden-haired, emerald-eyed Crown Prince Elliot greets me with a warm smile. As expected of a potential love interest, his smile holds a powerful charm even from childhood. I must not be swayed. "Nice to meet you, Crown Prince Elliot. I am Sakurail La Philharmonie." In response, I perform a curtsy once again, gracefully evading his charm. True, his smile is captivating, but it's merely a child's smile. Nothing deeper stirs within me. I must maintain a respectful distance and minimize interaction. We are cousins, nothing more and nothing less. That is the ideal relationship. I recently received a gift, and I brought some souvenirs from it for everyone. I hope you will enjoy them. The previously presented gifts are carried in by the castle's maids. Sweets, carbonated drinks, and toys. The sweets are individually wrapped and arranged on platters. After all, there could be taste testing involved. I've never seen anything like it before. This platter contains various sweets. Some are sweet, some are salty, and even spicy. The drinks might be a bit strong, but they're quite delicious, brother. Father smirks knowingly. Indeed, I recall Father looking bewildered the first time he tried carbonated drinks. Most likely, he has a similar fate planned for His Majesty as well. What is this? An accessory? An ornament? Crown Prince Elliot picks up a certain item, tilting his head in confusion. Perfect, he's intrigued. This is called a six-sided puzzle. The colors are jumbled across 6 sides, but when arranged like this. I take the miniature 6-sided puzzle from Elliot, swiftly moving the pieces to align all 6 sides within a few minutes. My father from my past life taught me this trick, so I excel at it. Wow, it's all different colors perfectly aligned. It's tricky, but would you like to try? Yes. Carefully, I manipulate the puzzle to become a chaotic mess of colors before handing it back to Elliot. Elliot becomes fully engrossed, moving the 6-sided puzzle with a focus that pulls him into his own little world. HMPH, mission accomplished. I know he gets deeply absorbed once he focuses on something. As planned, a sly smile forms on my lips. Oh my, this candy is absolutely delicious. It's bittersweet but sweet at the same time. Ah, it seems Empress liked the petty chocolate cake quite a bit, which is a relief. Meanwhile, His Majesty the Emperor sips on the cider, his face surprised by the taste. Father smirks next to him, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Who would have thought I'd enjoy such delicious frozen treats? These ice desserts are nothing like the ones served in the castle with fruit. Grandmother is savoring the ice cream, her expression reflecting pure pleasure. While there are other frozen treats available here, they mostly consist of fruit-based sorbets. You've received a wonderful gift, Saccharale, grandmother says with a gentle smile while continuing to enjoy her ice cream. Store summoning is undeniably a useful gift, albeit limited. Honestly, I wish my gift was something more combat-oriented, but yes, there's still room for growth, but I haven't fully mastered it yet. Gifts are divine blessings. With effort, you can unlock even greater power. Hee, I look forward to seeing how much more you can achieve. It's similar to what they call a blessing here. In the game, gifts are level-based. For instance, a heroine's gift, Sacred Miracle, at level 1 could perform minor healing, level 2 could handle recovery magic, and so forth. At level 3, it would include sacred summoning magic. The higher the level, the more powerful the healing and recovery become. Truly an incredible gift, worthy of a protagonist. For my store summoning, the likely upgrade would enable me to summon new stores. But surely, it won't just expand the store size, right? That shop stayed the same size until it closed, so that shouldn't happen. But wait, what if it's something like new products arriving? Though in that case, it would be more like a candy shop summoning, not just a store summoning. Lost in thought about my gift. I'm jolted out of it when His Majesty the Emperor, munching on pickled squid, addresses me. There have been a few instances of summons from other realms in the past, but they rarely exceeded 1 or 2 items, and the summoned goods were often unclear in nature. The fact that you've managed to summon such a quantity is unprecedented. It seems the goddess of summoning, Samania, must have taken quite a liking to you. Really, I only intended to wish for beast summoning, but, in a way, my very existence might be a form of summoning to this world, which could explain the favor from Samania. While Elliot's gravity manipulation is a useful gift, your summoning abilities seem to have a greater appeal among the subjects. Prince Elliot's gravity manipulation, as the name suggests, is a gift that alters the weight of anything within his range, excluding himself. While I don't know his current level, by the end of the game, his power was capable of rendering a person completely immobile. I should know, I was that person, the villainess who lost control when confronting the heroine. Certainly, gravity manipulation is useful, but store summoning still seems to offer more value in terms of statecraft. Reselling items for profit is an option, or simply bestowing them as gifts works too. That gift would be immensely helpful for the royal family. What do you say, Saccharale? Perhaps you'd consider an engagement with Elliot. Oh no, thank you. That's as far as you go. The moment I firmly decline the king's proposal, the people around us freeze in place. Well, not Elliot, as he remains completely absorbed in his 6-sided puzzle. He hasn't heard a word of this. In a formal setting, such disrespect would have serious repercussions, but this is a private gathering with family. A bit of informality is allowed, especially given this is the only chance I have to refuse an engagement with the crown prince. Thus, I firmly decline. Is there a reason? The king tilts his head in confusion, then asks for an explanation. I raise 3 fingers in response. There are 3 reasons. First, I want to choose my own marriage partner. While noble families arrange marriages for the sake of alliances, unwanted unions can often lead to discord and even the downfall of houses. Personal feelings are paramount. Secondly, I have no interest in those my age or younger. I prefer someone older and more dependable, like father. Lastly, I have no intention of leaving my parents. I want to remain close to them and show my gratitude for as long as possible. If you insist that I must marry soon, then I'll comply, but you won't be told to marry. Of course not, you can stay with us as long as you like. Father and mother both embrace me tightly, forming a sandwich of family support. Hee, as expected. Take that, king, can you split up this close-knit family? Empress, seated next to His Majesty, chuckles softly. Hee, it seems this is a futile effort, doesn't it? Indeed, well, it can't be helped. However, for the sake of this kingdom, as a member of the Philharmonie family, I hope you will lend your strength. Of course, I'd be happy to. Yes, I've shattered that engagement proposal. Victory is within my grasp. This kingdom allows women to inherit titles and even claim the throne. Given that I have no younger brothers, the likelihood of my succession to the position of Duchess Philharmonie is high. There's no way I'm leaving to marry into another house. Now that I think about it, do I have a claim to the throne? A significant one at that. Elliot is first in line for the throne, followed by father as the second, and then me. Considering my royal bloodline, it seems logical. Should Elliot marry the heroine and have children, that line of succession will shift, though that's still far off. Alternatively, if Elliot were to have younger siblings, were there any younger siblings in the game's canon for Elliot? For now, I've completed my task. With my mind at ease, I remain quiet for the rest of the evening, listening to the adults' conversations. Grandmother and I chat briefly, and my first official royal gathering concludes peacefully. Prince Elliot stays focused on his six-sided puzzle until the very end. He manages to align one side, but just one. As a token of my apology and gratitude, I offer him a larger six-sided puzzle, which delights him immensely. It serves as a small but heartfelt gesture. Father has other matters to discuss with His Majesty, so Mother and I decide to take our leave. "It's good to see that the Empress Dowager is pleased," my mother said with a gentle smile. "Yes. The next time we visit, I'll bring something even more enjoyable," I replied, walking down the wide corridor toward the castle gates with my mother and Tanya. My personal guard, Ewan, remained with Father in the garden. As we strolled, I thought I heard a soft, almost weeping voice coming from somewhere nearby. Pausing, I glanced around and spotted a small girl huddled behind one of the stone pillars, sobbing quietly. She looked about my age, with bright, flaxen hair catching the light from the windows, shimmering faintly. Her short bob framed a tear-streaked face. A noble child, perhaps. Her mint-green dress seemed modest, not particularly extravagant. "What's wrong?" I asked softly. The girl startled, wiping her eyes hastily and looking up at me. She seemed taller than me, though I'm quite short myself. "I am lost," she stammered, her voice trembling. I can't find my room. It's my first time at the castle." "Ah, I see. Are you a noble child? What's your family's name?" The girl lowered her head and remained silent. No family name. Was she not from a noble house? Unable to answer, her face contorted with sadness once again, and tears threatened to spill anew. In a rush, I reached into my pocket and handed her a candy. "Here. It's sweet and delicious." "Hi." Confused, she took the candy, while I pulled out one for myself, unwrapping it and popping it into my mouth. Sweet. The girl hesitated before cautiously unwrapping her own candy and placing it in her mouth. "Sweet, it's good." Finally, a smile. Sweetness truly is magic. Seeing her smile was far better than watching her cry. Especially because she turned out to be such a cute little girl when she smiled. There's no use in wasting such a precious moment in tears. "Okay, time for more sweets." Turning to Tanya, I asked her to bring a bag of candies, this time, along with some baby cassella and chocolate bars. Tanya quickly returned with a paper bag filled with these treats, which I handed over to the girl. "Here, take these. They're for you." "EA, are you sure?" "Of course, I have plenty. Eat as much as you like, I'm Saccharel." "Saccharel la Philharmonie, what's your name?" Though she didn't know her family's name, surely she knew her own name. Still, upon hearing my introduction, her eyes widened in shock. Philharmonie? The House of Philharmonie." I'm Estelle." From further down the corridor, a loud voice echoed, followed by several men running toward us. Wait, was that my grandfather leading the group? "Father, you shouldn't wander off on your own. I told you not to." I was worried sick. The girl, Estelle, sprinted into the arms of the man at the forefront, her father. Seeing the heartfelt reunion brought tears to my eyes. Nearby, my father and I shared a similar moment of warmth. "Father, why are you here?" "Ah, Ashley, Saccharel too. Didn't I tell you yesterday? Robert is being knighted for his defense in this campaign. He'll receive a baronetcy from His Majesty afterward. I'm here to accompany him." "Knighted? That must mean becoming a noble, right? Oh, that's why she didn't know her family name yet. She hadn't been granted one yet." "A baronetcy, you say? In Euphonium?" "Yes, the land there is the only one available. It's currently untamed, but with time it will be restored." Euphonium? Wait a minute, didn't I just hear the name Estelle? Estelle Euphonium? Estelle Klein Euphonium. I pointed frantically at the girl as I shouted her name in my mind. causing not only her but the surrounding adults to gawk in surprise. My mind, however, wasn't focused on the others. There, standing before me, was the heroine of Starlight Symphony, Estelle Klein Euphonium. The player's stand-in, guiding the protagonist and the pursuit of me, the villainess, toward a path of doom. She was the source of countless destruction flags, and now she stood before me. Chapter 8, My First Friend. Sakurael, what's wrong? Did this child do something to you? My grandfather's voice startled me as I stood frozen in shock. Oh no, this is bad. I need to cover this up somehow. Not at all. I just realized I should give her some ramune candy too. Sorry for startling you, grandfather, I said hastily, forcing a strained smile. I fumbled in my pocket, pulled out a small, soda can-shaped container of ramune candy, and handed it to Estelle. Thank you, Lady Sakurael. Not at all. I'm glad you like it, I replied, managing only the faintest of smiles as Estelle beamed at me. Why is this happening? There were no stills of the heroine as a child in the game, so how was I supposed to recognize her? Sure, now that I know, I can see the resemblance, but still, I would have much preferred not to meet her at all. But now that we've met, I can't risk her disliking me. Not that I was planning to bully her or anything. Oh my, how wonderful. Sakurael, it looks like you've made a friend, Mother said cheerfully. A friend? Oh yes, a friend. I couldn't help but react dramatically to my mother's unexpected comment. A friendship between the heroine and the villainess? What kind of bizarre twist is this? That doesn't make sense in a romance game. Doesn't make sense in a game? Wait, what if this isn't a bad thing? If the game doesn't progress as intended, wouldn't that mean all the doom flags disappear too? If the heroine and I are friends, there's no reason for us to clash, right? Right? Estelle, meanwhile, lowered her head, looking glum. But someone like me, a commoner born, could never be friends with a duchess's daughter. Oh, right. The euphonium family rose to nobility from commoner status, didn't they? They were often ridiculed at the academy for it. And well, I was the one leading that ridicule. Great. Now I feel guilty even though I haven't done anything yet. Since Estelle is the heroine, the game made her backstory and circumstances familiar to the player. I know all about her family situation and upbringing. Well, at least her childhood self wasn't in the game. That's new. Extending my right hand toward the still downtrodden Estelle, I smiled. That doesn't matter. You're a baron's daughter now, aren't you? We're both nobles. I've been unwell and haven't had any friends for a long time. If it pleases you, would you be my friend, Lady Estelle? Oh, of course. If someone like me is good enough. She timidly reached out and clasped my hand, her smile returning to her face. All right, I did it. We're friends now, friends with the heroine. I'll dodge every doom flag with everything I've got. Wonderful. Estelle, when you visit the royal capital, feel free to come to our estate, Mother said warmly. Oh, Lady Ashley, my daughter hasn't received any formal noble education yet, so I'm worried she might. Estelle's father, Robert, said hesitantly, clearly concerned. Oh no, I won't let him interfere. We're friends now, I wouldn't nitpick over something like that. And it's not like I've had any formal noble educa, MGH. Sakurael, darling. Let's keep that little secret to ourselves, all right. Mother quickly covered my mouth from behind. Oops, that was a slip. The fact that I've never received proper noble training is supposed to stay under wraps. Even grandfather looked horrified. Oof, what a blunder. If that's how my granddaughter feels, Robert, would you allow Estelle to visit us? Ah, well, if it's all right with the young lady, then I suppose it's fine. Thank you, father. Estelle hugged her father, Robert, once again. Come to think of it, Robert was a bit of a worrywart, sending letters back home for almost everything. He was a letter fanatic. Mother addressed Robert as she noticed. If you're going to become a baron, won't you set up a residence in the capital? Yes. I've asked by Count Einsatz to look for a suitable property, Robert replied, his voice still tinged with concern. Barons are typically regional nobles. Since they manage their lands directly rather than through stewards, they usually reside in their own estates rather than the capital. However, being nobles, they often stay in the capital during the social season, necessitating a separate residence there. Father, didn't you mention there's a vacant property in District 2, the one in my name from before my engagement? Selling that to the euphonium family would be perfectly fine. That one, it's a generous offer, but are you sure, Ashley? It's better than leaving it idle, much better. From there, the euphonium family's residence in the capital was quickly arranged. Wait a minute, this isn't like the game, is it? In the game, there was no mention of a separate residence in the capital. Everyone lived in dormitories at the academy. Regardless, with the euphonium family becoming intertwined with the Philharmonie Duchy, a friendly relationship was now established between the two houses. Well done, Mother. By fostering this relationship, more doom flags are likely to be avoided. Probably. Lady Ashley, we should head back soon. Tanya, who had been waiting nearby, gently reminded Mother. Their involvement was brief since Robert and Grandfather had a ceremony for the barony. They couldn't interfere. Lady Sackurail, I'll definitely visit the capital again. I'll be waiting. Let me know how you like the sweets through a letter. Waving goodbye to the three of them, I returned their farewell gestures. This is quite a lot. Meeting not just the heroine, but another key character one after the other. I was prepared for Prince Elliot, but Estelle's encounter was a complete surprise. I'm exhausted. On the carriage ride home, I gradually began to drift off into sleep. Come to think of it, Estelle didn't have a gift emblem on her hand. Maybe she's going to undergo the divine revelation ceremony here in the capital. Since she's older, she might have received a higher-level, sacred miracle. When we meet again, I'll teach her how to use it. At first, it can only heal minor cuts, making people think it's a useless gift. But once it levels up to level 2, it becomes incredibly versatile. However, triggering this event relies on interactions with key characters. Acting independently might cause issues. Still, it's good that Estelle is such a kind person. Depending on player choices, the protagonist's personality can shift drastically. Wait a second, could this Estelle be the one I played in the game? I don't recall making any weird choices, though I avoided obvious landmines for bad endings and chose the regular route. Unless, was there a time I chose a bad ending on purpose? But even then, it was just once or twice. As I pondered the game's content, I gradually succumbed to sleep, drifting deeper into a peaceful slumber. Section. In a way, Sackurail is quite unique. That composure, I'd say, comes from living among common folk and being toughened by it. Windham, the emperor, muttered as he took a bite of the pickled squid given to him by Sackurail. It seemed he quite enjoyed it. The emperor appeared to have a taste for savory snacks. The empress, on the other hand, was enjoying a cassella stick. It seemed that women generally preferred sweet treats. She's a fearless and clever girl. It's unfortunate that she wasn't chosen as Prince Elliot's fiancée, but such decisions shouldn't be forced. That child has been subjected to a life of hardship. To think she'd be immediately bound by noble customs after finally being freed is quite pitiful. If she were to say that life in the slums of the slums was freer, I wouldn't know how to handle it. Cloud, Sackurail's father, seemed to envision the scenario and his shoulders sagged in distress. As a duke's daughter, noble education is necessary, but now wasn't the time to impose it. Both Cloud and Ashley believed she could gradually adjust. The emperor, watching his brother with a bemused smile, shook his head. Looks like you've become quite the doting father, brother. Now then, that brings us to Elliot's fiancée. We must select someone from the remaining candidates. Typically, royal fiancés are chosen from a young age. This is to instill the sense of responsibility and foster a deeper bond, but Prince Elliot's pool of candidates is still not fully narrowed down. Perhaps we could consider a bride from another nation. The empire seems unlikely. So, either the kingdom or the queen's realms. The kingdom of Symphony bordered 3 nations. To the east, the rugged mountain range of Allegretto Empire. To the west, the great river separating it from Prelude Kingdom. And to the south, the scorching sands of Menuet Queen's Realm. A princess from Queen's Realm as Elliot's bride? That one's not easy to handle. Elliot might be the one getting bossed around. But perhaps a strong-willed woman would be a good match for him. Someone who can lead rather than follow. The Queen's Realm was viewed differently by the Emperor and the Empress. While the Emperor remained skeptical, the Empress saw promise in the idea. Queen Menuet's realm was ruled by strong women, giving its citizens a reputation for dominance and resolve. Despite this, the realm maintained amicable relations with Symphony, having cultivated noble friendships through institutions like the Academy. There should be a third princess close in age to Prince Elliot in Queen Menuet's realm. Age-wise, it shouldn't be an issue. However, deciding on our own wouldn't be proper. How about inviting her here first? Meeting Elliot before making any decisions would be better. While not solely influenced by Sakuriel's words, the emperor began to consider that forcing an arranged marriage between strangers could lead to unhappiness for both parties and their families. It's best to meet them face to face. Perhaps things could work out smoothly, the emperor thought. Very well, let's arrange for an invitation to Queen Menuet's realm. Let's see, we could extend an invitation for Prince Elliot's birthday party a month from now. It coincides with the founding festival, allowing for an extended stay. Agreed, that sounds like a good plan. Also, let's send invitations to the princesses from Prelude Kingdom who are of suitable age. They should join as well. Thus, an unofficial matchmaking party was being orchestrated, unbeknownst to Prince Elliot. Yet, little did they know, this would soon lead to the introduction of another key figure in Starlight Symphony, someone who would shake the story further. If Sakuriel were present, she'd probably be shouting, "What are you all doing? Stop meddling." And so, the tale continues to unfold, whether the villainess desires it or not. Chapter 9, Store Summon 2. The day after meeting the royal family for the first time, when I woke up, I noticed that the emblem on my right hand had changed. Level up. A new pattern had appeared on the outside of the round emblem, similar to the numbers on a clock's face. I remember that every time the level increased, this pattern would grow, eventually surrounding the emblem and making it larger. This was definitely a level up, no doubt about it. But why? Could it be that I leveled up because my favorability went up? In games, favorability would increase by either surpassing a certain threshold or by completing various events, leading to a level up. Could it be that my encounter with Elliot yesterday raised his favorability? No, even in the game, even with the protagonist Estelle, just meeting someone wouldn't raise favorability this much. Elliot's reaction didn't seem like that, and I certainly didn't think I was so captivating that I would make anyone fall head over heels for me. There must be some other reason behind this. If it's not favorability, then perhaps it was my encounter with Estelle. After all, the meeting between the protagonist Estelle and the villainous noblewoman is one of the key events with a special still image, or maybe it was just a coincidence, and I leveled up simply because I kept summoning things continuously. I don't know. Well, at least I'll just be happy that I leveled up. Now, what new abilities do I have? I should be able to summon a new shop, right? It's not just a new snack, is it? Just as I was heading to the garden to try summoning, my father stopped me. Why? We're still setting up a barrier similar to the one in the trial room at the church to prevent any unintended consequences from your new shop summons. It will be done in about 3 days, so could you wait until then? He explained that if the summon exceeded the barrier's limits, it would automatically cancel the summoning. Though the Duke's garden is quite large, if I summoned a large store by mistake, it could damage the beautifully cultivated garden that my mother had worked so hard on. I restrained my excitement and decided to wait until the barrier was finished. I wonder what kind of shop will appear next. Oh, I hope it's a convenience store. I haven't had onigiri in a while. They have bento, too. Odin and Nikumen. Oh, but those are only available in winter, so if the summoning happens at the wrong time, I might not get them. But in summer, they might have fraps or chilled ramen. My excitement grew as I thought about it, but the next day, a letter arrived from Estelle. She thanked me for taking care of the Euphonium family's mansion in the royal capital, though it was my mother who had done that, and included her thoughts on the snacks I gave her, listing each one. It seemed Estelle particularly liked the last piece of ramune candy I gave her. I only gave her one after all. I decided to write a reply to Estelle and send her a bag filled with all kinds of ramune candies. "Young lady, it's time for your lesson." "Yes." As I finished writing the letter and took a breather, my maid, Alyssa, came to call me. Alyssa is 19 years old. She has a slightly reddish bob cut and is my personal maid. Apparently, she was sent from the prestigious Maid Guild, an organization that trains top-class maids. Among them, Alyssa is considered an elite. Normally, maids like her are sent to serve royal families, but since we are technically part of the royal family as well, she was assigned here. Though I haven't seen it firsthand, I hear she's also highly skilled in combat. Alyssa and Tanya, a knight, are generally assigned as my personal guards. It may seem exaggerated, but as someone who has been kidnapped once, I can't really argue. Although, I don't remember a thing about it. In general, I am allowed quite a bit of freedom. However, now that I'm a noble, there are certain things I can't escape, and dancing is one of them. As a noble young lady, I must attend various social gatherings. If a daughter cannot dance at least one dance, it would bring shame to her parents, my father and mother. Honestly, it's a hassle, but I try to stick to the lessons. I can't let them be embarrassed. Fortunately, or rather, since I have the mindset of an adult, despite being a child, I'm quick to pick things up, and Alyssa has been praising me for it. I tend to get carried away when praised, so I continue to take the lessons seriously, and now I've gotten fairly good at it. I've even been given the seal of approval, meaning I can attend any party without a problem. Though, it would likely be a children's party. I may feel like I was being flattered a bit, but I'll accept it. I heard that in about a month, there will be Elliot's birthday party. That will be my debut as a duke's daughter in front of the public. I can't afford to make a fool of myself. I need to put in the effort. However, since it's Elliot's birthday party, many noble children from the capital will likely be attending. Which means the chances of meeting the main characters of Starlight Symphony have increased dramatically. The first person that comes to mind is Jean Ludra Staccato, who is also one of the romance targets, just like Elliot. He's the son of the commander of the Symphonia, Empire's Knights, and is also a count's heir. Since Elliot and Jean have a guard and ward relationship, there's no doubt that Jean will be invited to the party as well. It's kind of amusing how many music-related terms there are in this game. Our family is named Philharmonie, after all. Well, it's easy to remember, so I suppose it's fine. The title alone, Starlight Symphony, hints at music. Though the story doesn't emphasize music that much, the background music was nice, though. I suppose they just gave it a name that was easy to understand. Jean is best described as carefree and naive, or, depending on your perspective, a bit of a fool. He has a genius sense when it comes to battle. His gift is the flame sword, which allows him to envelop his sword in flames or launch fireballs. He's reliable in battle. Outside of that, he's a bit absent-minded, but that's part of his charm, and he's quite popular. I, however, find it a bit irritating, but I suppose everyone has their preferences. The other romance targets should be out of town or overseas until they go to the academy, so I don't expect to meet them anytime soon. The real problem lies with the other villainous noblewomen. In Starlight Symphony, the main antagonist in the first half of the story, as well as in the Elliot route, is me, Sakurail. But in routes where the heroine enters any other target's path besides Elliot, a character who interferes with the heroine's relationship will appear. These are the villainous noblewomen of the individual routes. For example, in Jean's case, there's Bianca Lacia Serenade, a girl aiming to become a knight. She is Jean's childhood friend and has feelings for him, which causes her to become jealous of the heroine as she grows closer to Jean. Bianca challenges the heroine to various contests. To summarize, after completing events related to the knights, Bianca eventually acknowledges Jean's relationship with the heroine and withdraws. That's the true end of Jean's route. Though Bianca suffers heartbreak, she ends up having a peaceful ending with her health intact. Compared to me, she doesn't get such a rough treatment as a villainous noblewoman. Furthermore, in Jean's route, there's an event where I, Sakurail, who had been humiliated and lost my position in the academy, loses control and summons wild beasts in a fit of rage, which Jean and the heroine must defeat. By the way, in that scenario, I get eaten by the beasts. It's the worst route. I definitely don't want to be eaten. But now my gift isn't beast summoning, it's store summoning, so I don't think that eaten by beasts route will happen anymore. Still, I can't shake off the unease. Honestly, I don't want to meet Jean or Bianca. Those two are the last people I want to run into, but well, that's that. A party? Since it's the Crown Prince's birthday, I guess I should get him something. According to my father, Elliot is still obsessed with the six-piece puzzle, and whenever he has free time, he's always twisting and turning it. What? He's still at it? I was surprised. Not in the sense of why hasn't he solved it yet, but more in the sense of why hasn't he given up yet. I'm not sure if it's persistence or stubbornness, but he must really like it. What could I possibly give him that's better than that? Something similar could be the puzzle rings sold at the candy shop. But there are only 6 types of them, and they're not really that difficult. Compared to the six-piece puzzle, they might be too easy. Maybe I should go with a classic gift for boys, like a plastic model kit. A robot anime model might look like a knight figure if you squint. The assembly instructions are mostly pictures, so it's probably easy to figure out. The ones sold at the candy shop are even older than the ones I had when I was a kid. While I was thinking about this, the work on the garden was quickly finished, and I was able to summon a new shop. Please, Samania-sama, please let it be a convenience store this time. I wonder what kind of store it will be. I hope it's a shop that sells alcohol. Behind me, my father and mother seemed even more excited than I was. I'm sure there's alcohol in a convenience store, right? If it's just an alcohol shop, though, I wouldn't enjoy it as much. When I turned 20, I drank a few times and bought alcohol with some older friends, but I'm not really a fan of it. If it makes my father happy, though, I suppose that's fine. All right, let's summon it. Activating my gift, I could clearly sense that something that was definitely not a candy shop was appearing. If I call this here, it should be fine. All right, here we go. Store summoning. A brilliant light enveloped the Duke's expansive garden. It was so bright that I couldn't keep my eyes open. Once the light faded and I opened my eyes, I saw a familiar sight before me. An old-fashioned tiled roof with a blue curtain. A long chimney, something you wouldn't typically find on a normal house. And most notably, the character Chinese letter U written in white on the curtain. This is a public bathhouse. No doubt about it, this is a public bathhouse. In fact, it's Fuji no U, the bathhouse run by Emi-chan's grandmother, who was my classmate when I was in elementary school. Just like the candy shop, this Fuji no U closed down when I was in middle school. Wait, does my gift only summon businesses that have already closed down? Sakurale-chan, what is this? It looks like a bathhouse. I managed to answer my mother as best as I could. Fujinoyu, Chapter 10, Fujinoyu. Fujinoyu was the public bath run by Emi-chan's grandmother, who was a classmate of mine in elementary school. Since Emi-chan and her parents lived in an apartment, her grandmother managed the bathhouse with the help of a worker. Well, that Fujinoyu also closed down due to the changing times and the passing of her grandmother, and a few years later, it was turned into a parking lot. I remember feeling a little sad about it, even as a child. But my family had a normal bath at home, so did I ever actually go to Fujinoyu? Oh, that's right. There was that one time when the water pipes broke and we couldn't use the bath at home. I went to Fujinoyu then. I remember paying for it myself that time. I passed through the curtain of Fujinoyu that appeared in the garden of the Philharmonie house. On both sides were old, worn-out geta boxes. Beneath them, there was also an old wooden slatted floor. In front was the reception counter, where Emi-chan's grandmother used to sit. On the right, there was a red curtain, and on the left, a blue one, marking the separate entrances for men and women. Now that I think about it, how does that work? Father the money. Yeah, got it. My father placed a gold coin on the counter. After confirming that, I deliberately tried to enter the men's bath side. However, I couldn't go past the curtain, as if there was an invisible wall, much like the one in the back room of the candy store. I suppose I can't enter because of the gender difference. Wait, that's not it. It's not like I wanted to enter the men's bath, it was just for confirmation. What's wrong? Well, the blue curtain is for the men's bath, and the red one is for the women's bath. So I guess I can't go in here. By the way, my father was able to pass through the blue curtain without any problem. The gold coin on the counter clinked and scattered, just like when I was at the candy store. Oh, next to the counter, I saw soap, towels, bath towels, shampoo, and conditioner for sale. There were also toothbrushes, toothpaste, plastic cups, and razors. I was able to step behind the counter. I thought customers weren't allowed to go there, but it seems that's not the case. How does this work? Oh, but I remember standing behind the counter at the candy store too, I'm not sure. Maybe if it's considered part of the store, I'm allowed in? After all, the back of the candy store was completely part of the house. Stepping through the red curtain, I entered the changing room. There were many large wicker chests stacked on several shelves, and this is where I would undress. Each chest, or najigori, was like a locker with a glass window and could be locked. There was a calendar in the changing room, and it was from the same year that I had come here before. It made me feel like I had time traveled. In the changing room, there was also a retro-style massage chair. There were fans and hairdryers too. This was nice. But since they weren't for sale, I probably couldn't take them outside. Well, even if I could, there wouldn't be much use since there's no electricity. There was also a fridge where you could buy drinks. A cold one after the bath is essential, right? I took off my socks and placed them in the chest, then entered the bathroom barefoot. I was mainly there to check the water supply. I grabbed a plastic bucket nearby, placed it under the faucet, and pressed the blue button on the push-button tap. Water started flowing out with a splashing sound. Well, it's like a magic tool. If you press the red one, hot water will come out. I could hear my mother surprised behind me. Good, the hot water works fine. The large bathtub is filled to the brim with water, but it's better to wash off here. There's also a shower, after all. The bathroom has a large bathtub at the back, and on the wall, there is a faded painting of Mount Fuji. Although I can't enter, I could see from the window into the boiler room, where firewood was burning fiercely. With that, I figured there shouldn't be any problems, so it seems I can go in. What should we do? Should we go in? I returned to the reception area and spoke to my father and mother. My mother was fine, but I couldn't follow my father. He would have to go on his own into the men's bath. There's no danger, right? Since we're here, I thought I might as well go in, but it feels a bit uneasy by myself, so let's all go in. Wait, all of us. My father also called out to the knight, Ewan, who had been waiting outside the bathhouse, along with his fellow knights and the butler, Sebastian. In turn, my mother called out to the maids, including my bodyguard, Tanya, and the other women. I gave my father a quick lesson on how to use things like the razor, toothbrush, toothpaste, shampoo, and conditioner. Soap was available in this world too, so that wasn't a problem. I also showed him how to use the faucets and the shower inside. A single gold coin was enough to cover the bath fee for everyone. In Earth terms, that would be in the thousands, though. A bath fee of nearly 5,000 yen per person would be considered outrageous. We separated by gender, and each went through the respective curtain. Is this where we undress? If we don't have hangers, Madam's dress will wrinkle. Oh, there are hangers here. The women were bustling about in the changing room. First, my mother and I were being undressed by the maids. No matter how many times this happens, I never quite get used to it. The Duke's family also has a bath, a bigger one than this. We have a magic tool that provides hot water, so it's much easier to take a bath, but it takes time to charge up the magic power. So we only take a bath once a day. For a Japanese person, it might seem normal, but even high-ranking nobles don't get to enjoy the luxury of daily baths. Compared to the slums in the poor districts, this feels like heaven. Back there, we could only wipe our bodies with a cloth squeezed out with hot water. Once my mother finished undressing, she confidently displayed a body that could rival professional models. Even though she's my mother, she has an incredible figure. Her chest is bigger than I expected. I know I'm still only 6, but even so, I can't help but unconsciously touch my own chest. If I have her blood in me, maybe there's hope, right? I sincerely, desperately hope I don't end up with a sad outcome like in my past life. Well then, let's go in, Sakurail-chan. Yes, mother. Deciding not to think about a sad future, we took our towels and entered the bathroom. Let's wash off first, we don't want to dirty the bathtub. Then, young lady, please allow me. Alisa, the maid, approached with soap and a towel in hand. Oh, so I'll be washed here too, huh? She lathered the towel with soap and scrubbed my body. I still haven't gotten used to this. This soap smells really nice, and it lathers up so well. I've never seen soap like this before. Do you think it would sell? Absolutely. Nobles will rush to buy it. There were about 20 soaps on the counter. There may not be many available, but I'm sure it could sell for quite a sum. After washing my body, it was time to wash my hair. My mother tried to wash it with the soap too, but I stopped her. That will damage your hair. You've got such beautiful hair, don't waste it. I mean, I have the same hair color, but that's a bit of self-praise. I recommended using shampoo and conditioner, and I washed my hair the same way. Wow, it feels so much smoother. My mother was amazed as she checked her hair with her fingers. She'll be even more amazed once it dries. After gathering up my wet hair with a towel, I entered the bathtub. I stretched my legs and submerged myself up to my shoulders in the perfectly warm water, letting out a sigh of contentment. My, that sounds like a nice, relaxing noise. Of course it does. My hair and body are both fresh and clean. It feels great. From the men's bath next door, I could hear similar sounds. It seems they're relaxing over there too. After thoroughly enjoying the bath, I got out before I got too lightheaded. I poured some cold fruit milk from the fridge into my still warm body. Ah, pure bliss. My mother, who had also drunk the fruit milk, looked at me with sparkling eyes. This is delicious. Are there different flavors? If you drink too much, you'll upset your stomach, so just one bottle, okay. In the small fridge, there was regular milk, fruit milk, coffee milk, and strawberry milk. Unfortunately, there were only 3 bottles of each. The maids were already bickering over the remaining bottles. I hope they get along. After drying off with the bath towel, I used a hair dryer to dry my mother's hair. The sound is loud, but it feels great. This is so convenient. My mother, wanting to try it out herself, dried my hair for me. I have to say, the hair dryer is amazing. After drying my hair and combing it, I changed back into my clothes and went outside. The cool breeze felt so refreshing. My father and the others had already finished and were relaxing in the shade. So, how was the men's bath? Well, that soap is really nice. It smells good and it cleans well. And the razor? At first, I was a bit scared, but once I got used to it, I could shave cleanly. Everyone will want one of these. It seems my father really liked the straight razor. It's convenient. You don't have to throw it away after one use, so you can use it multiple times. Sakuril-chan, do you think we could keep this bathhouse running and still open the candy store? I tried what my mother suggested, but it didn't work. It seems that with my current amount of magical power, I can't summon 2 shops at once. However, if I keep using it every day, my magical power is supposed to increase with time, so I'm hopeful for the future. For now, I'll try summoning them alternately every other day. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Since the Fujinoyo here only uses my magic, the servants were also allowed to use it. The bath fees are covered by my father. He's so generous. At first, there won't be enough shampoo and other supplies for everyone, so we'll have to share them. While it might not be useful for making money, it's definitely helpful in terms of hygiene. Being able to summon a public bath means I can take a bath anywhere. Though I'm not planning on traveling anytime soon. But a bathhouse, shampoo and conditioner wouldn't be a good birthday gift for Elliot. I guess a plastic model would be a safer bet. He probably doesn't need a straight razor just yet. I suddenly wondered if giving Elliot a gift that would make him really happy would instantly increase his favorability, and whether that would level up my gift again. No, that's not it. What would I even do with increased favorability? I have to keep my distance from the targets of my affection. It's dangerous otherwise. Yeah, a capsule toy of animal figures would be just fine for his birthday gift. It's a perfect choice, one that won't boost his favorability too much, but also won't lower it enough to make him dislike me. By the way, the capsule toys I summoned from the candy store could be obtained with a single copper coin. They're the same size as a 100 yen coin. 1,000 yen gacha? How expensive. Even so, I've been using copper coins every day to buy them all. They're well made here too, and they're unique to this world, so they wouldn't be a bad gift from the Duke's family either. However, there are animals in the capsules that don't exist here, like pandas and zebras, and they're a little deformed. So, they seem to be thought of more as magical beasts or summoned creatures rather than regular animals. Well, in any case, I'll go with that for Elliot's birthday present. Until Prince Elliot's birthday party, there's still so much I need to learn about noble etiquette. I'm dreading it. If there were a way to avoid going, I'd rather not go, but being a noble means I can't exactly avoid it. It's such a hassle. Chapter 11, The Crown Prince's Birthday Party, A Cloudless Blue Sky. It feels as if the heavens themselves are celebrating. Today is the Crown Prince of Symphonia Empire's birthday party. In exactly 1 week, there will be the founding festival, and the capital is already filled with festive cheer. I love this kind of atmosphere, but honestly, I'm not too excited about today's birthday party. After all, the target characters and main characters are definitely going to be there, and Elliot himself is a target character. It's troublesome if I make someone dislike me, and even more troublesome if I attract too much interest. It's tricky. It would be great if I could just slip through that gap unnoticed. So, the best strategy is to avoid meeting anyone. That's the key. The Crown Prince's birthday party is a celebration of the fact that the Crown Prince is now 7 years old and officially recognized as the future king. As such, almost all the nobles from across the country gather, along with their sons and daughters. However, it's not mandatory to attend, so there's no pressure. For nobles from rural areas or the outskirts, travel and accommodation costs alone can be quite high. Sending a polite congratulatory letter and a gift is enough to maintain face. For someone like the protagonist, Estelle, who is the daughter of a newly minted baron from the outskirts, that would probably be the case. After all, her family just became barons, and they would likely need to save money. However, for those with territories near the capital or wealthier higher-ranking nobles, the situation is different. If they can win the favor of the future king, the crown prince, a man might become a close aide, and a woman could end up marrying into wealth. At this point, I'd probably already be engaged. They might have made the announcement at this party. I'm so glad I turned it down back then. Anyway, since this morning, I've been dressed up by my mother and the maids. How many more times do we have to do this? I really don't need all these jewel-encrusted accessories. I'm just a child, I don't need this. No, today is also Sakurail-chan's debut, so we can't slack off. We have to make sure you look absolutely adorable. Even if I look cute, I don't have anyone I especially want to show off to, and I don't really care. Today's party is the occasion where I, who have been in poor health and undergoing treatment, will finally make my public debut as a noblewoman in front of other aristocrats. My debut as a socialite and being treated as an adult will come later, but today is my debut as a noble daughter. I understand why my mother and the maids are putting so much effort into it. The party, including the noble sons and daughters, is held from late morning to the evening. After all, the children are the main guests. Until just before the party starts, I'm piled up with dresses, makeup, and accessories, and finally, I can get into the carriage heading to the castle. By the way, I firmly rejected the idea of vertical curls. There's no way I'm going to wear a hairstyle that looks like a villainess's signature style. It's bad luck. Seriously. I'm already mentally exhausted before the party even starts. My lady, once we arrive at the venue, don't forget to smile. Please, no expressions like the one you have now. Yes. Alyssa, the maid who got into the carriage with my parents, gave me a stern reminder, and I forced a smile. That's fine. As always, your smile is passable. Of course, it's because I've been made to do this constantly. As a duchess's daughter, I must not show my true feelings. Hide them behind the mask of a smile, you see. In the game, Sakurail was always angry, sneering, and expressing her emotions openly. But did she ever really receive proper lady training? I don't want to get too friendly with the target characters, but I do want to build good relationships with the other noble children. To do that, I can't act with a sulky face. I need to approach them with a smile, but I must keep the villainess's sneering smile locked away. Hopefully, you'll make some new friends. Try talking to lots of people. I'm sure you'll find someone you get along with. But be careful with the boys, okay? There are some who will approach with ulterior motives. What my father means by ulterior motives is probably related to our title as dukes. Or perhaps it's just the typical men are like wolves thing. Well, I'm not interested in younger boys, so I'm not worried. After all, I even turned down the crown prince himself. Still, my father seemed concerned, listing out a lot of cautions. In the end, my mother had to scold him for being so persistent. I can't really say anything, though. After I was kidnapped, my father probably became a bit of a worrywart. I can't really blame him for that. How could I dismiss him when he's so worried? Anyway, the carriage finally arrived at the royal palace. Like a roundabout with a fountain at the center, the carriage stopped in front of the stairs leading into the castle, where the nobles and their children got out, and then the carriage continued in the opposite direction. When the carriage stopped and we, excluding Alyssa, got out and walked down the stairs, a guard who had been waiting suddenly raised his voice. Cloud Lee Philharmonie, Duke, Ashley La Philharmonie, Duchess. Sakurail La Philharmonie, daughter of the Duke, entering the castle. They're announcing us like that. This didn't happen last time. Was it because that time was just a family gathering? We're standing out now. Of course, that makes sense. After all, my father is a royal prince. It's impossible not to be the center of attention. My father has inherited the title of Duke of Philharmonie, but he hasn't renounced his royal status. He still holds his position in the royal family and has the right of succession to the throne. In the unlikely event that something were to happen to the emperor or the crown prince, my father would become the next emperor. For this reason, he remains a member of the royal family. And because of that, I, too, am considered part of the royal family. If something were to happen to Elliot or my father, I would be the next female emperor. I really hope that doesn't happen. By the way, the Li and La that appear between the first and last names indicate nobility. To put it simply, the fewer letters in the middle name, the higher the rank of the noble. The Philharmonie family, which has royal blood, has a one-letter title. The differences between Li and La for my mother, father, and me are based on gender. This only applies to royalty. Other nobles have the same gendered titles. Royalty and dukes use one letter, marquises and barons use 2 letters, counts and viscounts use 3, and barons use 4 letters. Knights or temporary nobles like baronets don't use these prefixes. The titles indicate roughly what rank the person is in noble society, just by their name. By the way, once an adult leaves their family, these middle names, like a surname, are dropped. This is the case for noble children who are not the firstborn. Until they reach adulthood, they are considered part of the noble family, but since they won't inherit the family title, they lose their noble status once they become adults. They are still in a better position than commoners, but their status is not much different from that of other nobles' children. Furthermore, this status is only for one generation. However, they can regain their noble status through marriage or by achieving something that earns them a title, thereby becoming independent nobles. For younger sons of noble families, the quickest route is often to become a knight. Knights are one-generation nobles, but their status is higher than that of commoners or just noble children. The emperor's younger brother. It's Duke Philharmonie. So the daughter is here. Oh, all eyes are on me. I can't let my true face show now. Smile, smile, I straightened my back and ascended the stairs gracefully. This is taking forever. I wish it were an escalator. No, wait, my dress might get caught. That wouldn't work. Once I reached the top of the stairs and entered the castle, I saw a few nobles already mingling in the lobby. I noticed quite a few children around my age as well. Today is the crown prince's birthday party, so it makes sense that many of the children brought along are around the same age. At least, I don't see many teenagers, like those in high school in my previous life. There are a few, but I suspect they are the heads of households or acting as their representatives. Among the people talking, my father approached a nobleman in his 40s with a long white beard. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Ah, Marquis Tenor, it's been a while. My, Duke Philharmonie, it's been a long time. When speaking in these kinds of settings, it's proper etiquette for those of higher rank to speak first. My mother had quietly taught me. That's why I noticed he had been glancing our way, but hadn't spoken to us. It seems this doesn't really apply to us, yet since we haven't made our social debut. For example, while I am a duchess's daughter, I am not a duke, so I have no subordinates or superiors in this regard. In other words, it's not rude for Marquis Tenor to speak to me. Conversely, it's not a problem for me to speak to him either, because I am a duchess's daughter and thus outrank him as a duke's family. If I were a baron's daughter, though, it would be an issue. Because of the family's standing, if a child of a lower-ranking house speaks to someone of higher rank, it can reflect badly on their parents. It's really such a hassle, sometimes I feel like, why can't everyone just talk freely? Well, it's only a minor breach of etiquette, so it's not something to be seriously reprimanded for, but there are those who are very strict about it. Is that young lady the one everyone's been talking about? Ah yes, that's Sakurail. Sakurail, this is Marquis Jace Van Tenor. He's the Prime Minister of this country. The Prime Minister, huh? That explains why I felt like I'd seen him somewhere before. He's the one who stood by the Emperor's side in Starlight Symphony. Since he only appeared in a still image with no lines, I didn't recognize him at first. I gave a curtsy, as I had been taught, and greeted the gentleman-like Prime Minister, who wore glasses. Nice to meet you, Prime Minister Tenor. I am Sakurail La Philharmonie. I've just returned to the capital. I look forward to working with you. Ah my, how polite. I am Jace Van Tenor. The Prime Minister didn't have any children around the Crown Prince's age, so he came alone. No other nobles interrupted the conversation between him and my father, who is a royal prince, and we continued on our way to the party venue. Wow! I couldn't help but exclaim at how large the party venue was. There were already so many nobles gathered. Everyone was exchanging greetings while dividing into several groups to chat. Naturally, there are factions even among the nobles, military and civilian, those who have been close to each other for generations, and those connected in various other ways. As for my father, though he is second in line for the throne, he is close to his older brother, the emperor, so in a way, he is part of the emperor's faction. Because of this, there were many nobles my father had to greet, and each time, I had to greet them as well as a first-time attendee. There were so many, though. To be honest, after the first 2 or 3 people, I couldn't remember who was who. None of the names or faces were familiar from the game, so I didn't think I had to pay much attention. Are you tired, Sakurelo? No, just a little. After greeting the nobles, I just stood there with a smile on my face, watching my father chat with them. It was actually quite draining. About 70% of the conversation was about my accomplishments. Really, my father's a bit of a doting parent, isn't he? We're done with the greetings from the close nobles, so Sakurel-chan, you can go over there and talk to the other children. The rest are invited foreign guests. My mother gestured toward an area where a group of noble children were gathered. It's not typical for a child to follow their parents around greeting other nobles, but since I've never attended such an event before, it couldn't be helped. Still, I honestly wished they'd let me go a bit earlier. Anyway, finally freed, I separated from my parents and walked toward where the children were gathered. I'm tired, and the party hasn't even started yet. I want to sit down for a bit. There was a long bench near the wall, so I sat down. Phew. I was exhausted on the inside, but I kept a smile on my face. I can't let my guard down, I hope this ends soon. As I glanced around the party venue, I noticed a few people wearing outfits that were a bit different from the others. They were probably the invited foreign guests. Having lived outside the country for several years, I could kind of tell. The king really wants to make sure everyone knows about Elliot, both inside and outside the country. You, how dare you wear such a dress to the crown prince's birthday party? I'm impressed. Really? That design looks quite outdated, doesn't it? I've heard that fashion is slow in the outskirts, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Well, what can you expect from a daughter of a nouveau rich family from the outskirts? You might want to learn the capital's fashion today. Though by the time you visit again, it might be outdated once more. As I was lost in thought, I overheard this conversation. When I looked, I saw 3 young ladies, probably a few years older than me, standing in front of someone, laughing while covering their mouths. Oh, a real-life villainess? It seems like they're everywhere. Well, I suppose it's understandable. Noble daughters are raised with flattery, so it's not surprising. I was the same in the game. Still, it doesn't feel good. I stood up to confront them when I finally saw the face of the person they were laughing at. Estelle. Hi. Standing there was none other than Starlight Symphony's protagonist, the heroine Estelle Klein Euphonium. Chapter 12, The Villain's Encounter. Sakurel-sama. It was Estelle, I thought for sure she wouldn't come to the party. Estelle was wearing a pale pink dress. It wasn't flashy, but the intricate embroidery and cute design suited her perfectly. Yeah, it looked great on her. So cute. I'm so happy to see you again so soon. How have you been? Yes, I'm happy too. Estelle, who had been wearing a slightly frustrated expression just moments ago, smiled. As always, a wonderful smile. It'd make a perfect still shot. Hey, who do you think you are, interrupting from the side? That's right, isn't that rude? How disrespectful, introduce yourself. The 3 young ladies were saying something. Disrespectful. So it's not disrespectful to gang up and mock one person? My apologies. I am the daughter of Cloud Lee Philharmony, Duke of Philharmony, Sakurelo La Philharmony. I happened to see my dear friend, Estelle-san, and couldn't help but join in the conversation. Please forgive me. When I introduced myself with a curtsy, the 3 young ladies' faces changed in the most amusing way. PH Philharmony. Duke's daughter. She's the younger cousin of the imperial prince. The 3 of them, their faces now pale, quickly muttered something like, "We just remembered something," and fled as if they were escaping from a rabbit. That felt refreshing. Borrowing the tiger's power, It's fine, if there's something I can use, I'll make the most of it. Dear friend. Is something wrong, Estelle? And no, it's nothing. Estelle, her face flushed red, shook her head. I led her back to the long bench I had been sitting on earlier. I honestly thought you wouldn't come, Estelle. After all, with your family just becoming barons, I figured there'd be a lot of expenses, right? Yes. But my father managed to arrange everything and brought me here. Unfortunately, my mother couldn't come. This dress was made by my mother. I see, that must have been tough for her. To have her mother's efforts to make the dress for Estelle mocked, huh? By the way, what's your mother like, Estelle? Huh? Oh well, she's been ill recently, but she's a kind mother. Apparently, she used to be an adventurer with my father. The reason I was asking is because, at the start of Starlight Symphony, Estelle's mother had already passed away. Was it from an illness or an accident? What was it again? I remember glimpsing something in the setting materials I borrowed from a cousin or something, arg. I can't remember. Come on, think me. Sakurel-sama, your face. Huh. Oh, sorry. Estelle, who had noticed I was contorting my face, was concerned and pointed it out. I can't let that happen. A lady must always be smiling. Although I'm curious about Estelle's mother, I'll put those thoughts aside for now. Estelle, your dress is really beautiful. It's cute, and the detail is amazing. The color suits you so well. Ah, thank you. I asked my mother to make this color because I admired your hair, Sakurel-sama. Huh, what? That's a bit embarrassing. My hair, inherited from my mother, is something I'm proud of. But hearing someone compliment it face to face makes me nervous. It seems Estelle was also embarrassed by her words, and we both ended up with shy smiles. What's with this awkward, heartwarming atmosphere? Ah, by the way, I see you've received a gift as well, Estelle-san. I noticed the holy symbol on Estelle's right hand and brought up the topic of her gift. The familiar sacred miracle symbol from the game, it brings back memories. Yes, I received it from the holy goddess, Holy-sama. I can only heal minor wounds, but I didn't have the money to undergo the divine revelation ritual before becoming a noble, so when I finally received it, I couldn't even make good use of it. I don't have any special talents, so I guess Holy-sama didn't think I was worth her attention. It can't be helped. Estelle smiled sadly, and I couldn't help but take both of her hands. That's not true. I know better than anyone how much potential that gift holds. Don't worry, your gift will surely help you. Right now, its power might be small, but it will grow as you nurture it. You're loved by Holy-sama, and I'm sure of it. Ah, thank you. Hearing you say that, Sakurel-sama, I feel like I can gain some confidence. Estelle smiled shyly. Yeah, her smile really is the best. Ah, Sakurel-sama, your hands. Ah, sorry. And no, it's fine. I suddenly realized I had been holding onto Estelle's hands the whole time, and I quickly let go, flustered. Estelle was blushing deeply and looking down. W8, don't react like that. Now you're making me feel embarrassed too. The Emperor, the Empress, and the Crown Prince are here. Just as if to shatter the awkward atmosphere, the Emperor, Empress, and Crown Prince appeared, stepping onto the red carpet from the stairs at the far end of the hall. The Empress Dowager, my grandmother, was already seated with the other guests at a table. All the nobles and their daughters in the hall stood up and respectfully curtsied. We, too, rose from our seats and curtsied toward the three. My people, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming to celebrate the birth of my son, Elliot Lee Symphonia. As a king, but more as a parent, I truly appreciate your presence. I hope you enjoy yourselves tonight, said the Emperor. Following the Emperor's speech, Elliot stepped forward. Thank you so much for gathering here today, despite your busy schedules. I will do my utmost to repay the kindness my father and mother have shown me. I hope you will continue to support me, Elliot said, bowing deeply. Warm applause filled the hall as Elliot lowered his head. Ah, how very Crown Prince-like. It's hard to believe this is the same person who was once so engrossed in a six-piece puzzle that he lost track of himself. Is that the Crown Prince? Estelle asked, watching him. Yes. First time seeing him, huh? He seems like a kind person. Huh, do you want to meet him? I could introduce you. And no, I couldn't. That would be too much. I teased Estelle, who had also been clapping, about introducing her to Elliot, but she firmly rejected it. If only the heroine and the target character would get together already, maybe the doom flag would be averted. Well, I wouldn't want to force a boy she doesn't like onto Estelle. especially when she's still probably inexperienced in matters of the heart. As the emperor and empress headed to the nobles, Elliot moved toward the daughters of the nobility. At that moment, a crowd of young ladies quickly gathered around him. Wow, looks like my cousin is quite the heartthrob. Good looks, a gentle personality, and to top it off, he's a prince. There's no reason for him not to be popular. Not that I'm interested. But the girls in this world are so forward, or rather, the noble ladies, to be specific. Elliot, too, seemed exasperated by all the attention as the ladies crowded around him. Hi. I couldn't help but let out a strange sound when I saw a red-haired boy rushing toward Elliot. Jean Ludra Staccato, the son of the commander of the knights and another one of the game's targets. So he really did come after all. And behind him was Bianca Laisha Serenade, the villainous daughter of the Laisha family. Jean and Bianca are childhood friends, so it makes sense they would stick together, but this is so troublesome. Jean stood behind Elliot and started intimidating the noble ladies surrounding him. He was likely playing the role of his bodyguard. After all, he's going to be one of his close aides later on. Is something wrong, Sakurail-sama? Estelle asked, noticing my distraction. Well, how about we go over there? I think I saw some tasty treats. I pulled Estelle's hand and led her away from Elliot's group. I'd rather not get involved with them, if I can help it. Food and drinks were being brought out one after another for the standing buffet-style party. We were both thirsty, so we grabbed some fruit water and picked up a cookie from the table. This is tough. Really? This is the usual texture for cookies like these. Compared to the cookies and biscuits from the snack shop I usually visit, these are a little too hard and not very sweet. I admit that after eating the sweets you brought, everything else seems a bit lacking, Estelle said with a smile. Oh, did you like the treats I sent you? Yes, they were amazing. I've never eaten anything like that in my life. I do love sweet, melting chocolate, but I think I still prefer the subtle sweetness of ramune. Estelle spoke with sparkling eyes, passionately describing her love for ramune. I was happy to hear it, but also a bit taken aback. She really loved it that much. Well then, I'll give you something else, I said, taking out a small wrapped candy from my pocket and placing it in Estelle's hand. What's this? Ramune. It's a little different from the last one. The one I gave her last time had round ramune inside a can-shaped case, but this time it was individually wrapped in cellophane. This one would melt more easily and have a nice texture. I opened the red cellophane, popped the ramune into my mouth, and Estelle did the same with the green cellophane-wrapped candy. It's so good. This sweetness is exactly what I love. It seems like Estelle has truly become a ramune enthusiast. Well, it's a snack they don't have in this world, so I can't blame her, huh? I let out an unexpected sound when a silver-haired girl suddenly appeared beside me and stared intently at my hand. What is that? The silver-haired girl with a short haircut muttered, locking her gaze on my hand. Ramune? Is she intrigued by the ramune or perhaps by the cellophane wrapping? I feel like I've seen this girl somewhere before. Could she be a character from the game? No, I don't think there was such a noble lady in Starlight Symphony, though maybe she's just a mob character. Like the Chancellor, maybe she was just included in some still image. Estelle was the same, but when they're children, it's hard to tell. It's more like there's a resemblance, a faint sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, this girl isn't from the Empire. Her dress is a little different from the ones worn in Symphonia. Could she be a noblewoman from the neighboring Prelude Kingdom, separated by the Great River? I spent a few months in Prelude Kingdom, so I can kind of tell. The old herbalist only mentioned the kingdom, so I never thought it would be the Prelude Kingdom from the game. Oh, and Prelude Kingdom itself doesn't actually appear in Starlight Symphony. It's just that a student from there shows up as a mob character. But in the sequel, Starlight Symphony 2, Reprise, the new target character is a prince from Prelude Kingdom, and... Wait, hold on a second. May I ask your name? I spoke to the silver-haired girl, trying to remain calm. I silently prayed that I was mistaken. Lucari de Prelude, please give me some ramune too. No please, Nuo. Why is the villainess from Starlight Symphony 2 here? Chapter 13, The Crown Prince's Misfortune. Wait, hold on a second. Why is Lucari, the villainess from 2, here? I thought Lucari had never come to the Symphony Empire before. Lucari tilts her head with a sad look at my confused expression. Ramune, is it not good? Ah, sorry. I didn't expect you to be the princess of Prelude Kingdom. In a hurry, I pull out a ramune from my pocket, the same one I gave to Estelle earlier, and hand it to Lucari. Yes, Lucari is a princess. She is the villainess and the younger sister of one of the romantic interests in two. In Starlight Symphony, the term villainous doesn't refer to a character who does bad things, but to someone who interferes with the heroine's love life. Lucari is the villainess who interferes with the relationship between her older brother, the Prince of Prelude Kingdom, and the heroine. It's delicious. Amazing. This is amazing. Lucari exclaims with excitement as she puts the ramune in her mouth. She doesn't really seem like a princess at all. Let me introduce myself properly. I am the daughter of Cloud Lee Philharmonie, Duke of Philharmonie, Sacurail La Philharmonic. I am the daughter of Robert Klein Euphonium, Baron Euphonium, Estelle Klein Euphonium. Estelle hurriedly curtsies and introduces herself after me. No need for formalities. This isn't my country, so don't worry about it. By the way, do you have more of this? Well, I have some more, but not a lot. If you're in my country, I'd have tons of it though. Really? I start using more casual language, as Lucari suggested. This is the kind of free-spirited character she is. To explain a little about the story of two, it begins when Estelle, who finished one without pairing up with anyone, is now a second-year student in high school. Lucari's older brother, the prince, appears as a senior character. Estelle becomes friends with this senior prince, but his younger sister, Lucari, tries to interfere with their relationship in various ways. You don't think she seems like the type, right? You're right. In fact, there's someone behind the scenes who spreads false rumors about Estelle, making Lucari believe them. That person is none other than me, Sacurail, who was exiled from the country, changed my appearance, and became a maid in Prelude Kingdom. Now that I think about it, isn't it kind of unfair that I was exiled even though Estelle didn't end up with anyone? Sure, I did a lot of bad things, but still. Anyway, Lucari believes the lies I told her and bothers Estelle. Some of these things could have even been life-threatening. In the end, my plot is uncovered, and I am condemned by Estelle and her romantic interest, the prince. I think I got sentenced to decades of imprisonment or something. Lucari eventually apologizes to Estelle, and the prince and Estelle end up together in a happy ending. As you'll see, Lucari, or Luca as she's called, is actually a kind-hearted and honest girl. It was just that I was a bad person in the game, well, in the game, that is. I hand her another ramune, and this time she slowly savors the taste, her mouth moving with each bite. It's delicious. We don't have this in Prelude. Do they sell this in your country? Well, it's my special recipe. Would you like me to send some to your hotel later? Really? I'd be so happy. Thank you, Sacurail. Lucari grabs both my hands and shakes them excitedly. Even though she's a villainess from two, it's advantageous for the Philharmonie family to become close with a princess from another country. The problem is with her older brother, the prince. By the way, the hotel I mentioned is actually more like a guest house where important people from other countries are welcomed. The chefs and servants who work there are often from the visiting country, so you can choose whether you want your country to take care of it or do it yourself. Some people prefer their own country's staff because they worry about poisoning, so it's a matter of security. When we once hosted guests from the Allegretto Empire who were on bad terms with us, the entire meal and services were handled by their people. It felt like they didn't trust us at all. I think that kind of situation could be diplomatically awkward, but I think that won't be the case with Lucari. Lucari, did you come here alone? Is your brother not with you? Just call me Luca. My attendants came along, but my brother couldn't make it due to other business. I let out a deep sigh of relief at Luca's words. If the romantic interest from two shows up, I won't know how to handle it. But what's going on here? Even though the main game hasn't started yet, there are already parts that differ quite a bit from the setting. Well, if the story followed the game's plot, I'd end up ruined, so maybe I should welcome these unexpected developments. But now, things are so unpredictable. As I'm deep in thought, I glance over at Luca, who has finished all the ramune and is now folding up the cellophane with a sad face. Oh, fine, fine. I pull out all the snack treats from the hidden pockets. In addition to the ramune, there are candies, caramels, gummies, and the like. I didn't bring any chocolate because it might melt. Estelle, you should eat too. I'm fine. Ah, thank you. Luca, is it okay with you? Of course, let's eat together. It's strange. The heroine and the villainous from 2 are happily eating snacks together. What is this? How did things end up like this? It feels a bit like a flag being raised, which is a little scary. I haven't even met any of the villainesses from 1, so why is 2's villainous here? Could it be that I skipped past 1 and ended up on someone else's route from 2? No, my memory's a bit fuzzy, but I did finish 2 back in middle school. There wasn't any route like this. I'm confused. This feels unsettling. Ah, so you were here. Hey. As I'm feeling anxious, I'm suddenly addressed by a familiar voice. Turning around, I see Crown Prince Elliot, the main guest of the day, standing with one of his knights. Today, he's dressed in a regal outfit that makes him look even more princely than when I last saw him. His royal aura is undeniable. Beside him, a red-haired boy looks at us with curious interest. Jean Ludra Staccato, the son of the commander of the 7 Knights Order and another one of the romantic interests. Great, he brought along even more people. So, you're Sakurail, huh? I'm Jean. Nice to meet you. Jean, she's a duchess's daughter. You should be more careful with your manners. No, Elliot, my father may be a duke, but I'm just the daughter of a noble. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jean-sama. I'm Sakurail La Philharmonie. No need for the sama. I'm not that important. Jean flashes a carefree smile. This is definitely not the way a count's son should speak to a duchess's daughter. Jean is this type of character. He's fearless and friendly. In other words, he's overly familiar and doesn't know proper etiquette. He should at least learn some manners, right? It'll cause problems later on. To be honest, he was one of the characters I wasn't too fond of in the game. I still managed to complete the route, though. Sakurail, who are these 2? Ah, well, this is my friend. Ah, ha 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 ha, nice to meet you, your highness. I'm the daughter of Robert Klein Euphonium, Baron Euphonium, Estelle Klein Euphonium. Estelle introduces herself with a curtsy, slightly stumbling over her words. Why is she so nervous? Though it's kind of cute. Oh, you're the daughter of the newly titled Baron Euphonium. Are you enjoying yourself? And you are. Elliot seems to be less interested and now turns to Luca, who gives a light greeting. I'm Lucari de Prelude. Thank you for inviting me, your highness. The mention of Prelude Kingdom causes both Elliot and Jean to widen their eyes slightly. You're from Prelude? I'm Elliot Lee Symphony. Thank you for coming. Are you enjoying your time here? No, I mean yes. The sweets were delicious. I'm glad to hear that. No, Elliot. The sweets she's talking about are probably the snacks I gave her, not the cookies here. Estelle, I apologize for the distance you've traveled. I'm sure your father still has many things to do back at the estate. Ah, no. It's an honor to be able to attend such a party. Thank you so much. Elliot addressed Estelle, and she's visibly nervous. Ah, I've seen that expression in the game's still images. I suppose it's understandable. She was a commoner until just recently. Come to think of it, they were supposed to meet when Estelle entered the academy. They were supposed to bump into each other in town without realizing Elliot's identity, and then have the "you're that person from back then" moment at the academy. That flag is definitely broken now. I really don't get it. Ah, Sakurail, thank you again for the wonderful gift. Please pass my regards to my uncle as well. I'm glad you liked it. The birthday present for Elliot has already been sent from the Duke's household. It was one of those capsule toy animal figurines. If he's happy with that, then it was worth it. Well, it was really cheap, though. By the way, Sakurail, look at this. Hi. Elliot received something from his guard and proudly handed it to me. A 6-sided puzzle, all the sides are matched in color. Ah, he managed to do it. It's finally done. It took quite a while, though. Hey. Clack, 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 clack. WH what? No new, ah. As soon as Elliot scrambled the completed 6-sided puzzle into a chaotic mess, he let out a strange scream. I glanced at him to see his face full of despair. It's a little funny. Watch closely. I quickly began to solve the scrambled puzzle again, aligning all the colors in just over a minute, and soon the puzzle was complete, with all sides matching again. That was fast. I think, Elliot, you probably completed it by accident, didn't you? If you just moved the pieces randomly, it might have happened without you realizing. You probably don't even know exactly how you ended up with that solution. Hey. The six-sided puzzle is, as the name implies, a puzzle with a solution. If you know the method, solving it in this amount of time is perfectly feasible. I've heard that experts can solve it in just a few seconds. So fast. Well, that's for competitive puzzles, so it'd be impossible with this one. So, next time, try solving it while thinking it through. You'll gradually understand the method. Once you figure it out, you can solve it from any configuration. As I said this, I started scrambling the puzzle again. Awa. Elliot let out a pathetic sound, but I ignored it. Smiling sweetly, I returned the scrambled puzzle to Elliot, and Jean, who was standing beside him, stared at me in disbelief. You really don't hold back, huh? That's what it means to master something. I don't actually plan on mastering it, though. Chapter 14, The Young Lady's Play. Hey, do you realize how much effort Elliot put into completing this? It's pitiful. Elliot, who was treated like a pitiful child by Jean, had a complex expression on his face while holding the six-sided puzzle. Should I put it back to how it was? When I said that, Elliot quietly shook his head after a moment of thought. No, it's fine as it is. I'll start over from the beginning. Like you said, if I'm satisfied with just a lucky result, that's as far as I'll get. There's no going further from there. This time, I'll understand completely, and no matter how broken it gets, I'll be able to finish it myself. That unwavering spirit and strong resolve, those are the traits a king needs. That's what makes you a crown prince. I lifted his spirits a little since I didn't want to lower the approval rating of Crown Prince Elliot too much. If it goes too high or too low, the target of affection becomes troublesome. If you say so, by the way, what's that? Is it food? Jean's sharp eyes caught sight of the snacks Luca and the others were eating. Estelle was flustered, not knowing what to do, but Luca showed a wary expression toward Jean. Looks tasty. Can I have one? This is a precious treat given to me by Sakurail. I can't just give it away easily. As Jean reached out, Luca stood in front of him. HMPH, Jean and Luca stared each other down, and it felt like sparks were flying between them. Or at least that's what it felt like. What's going on here? You have plenty, so a little shouldn't hurt, right? This is a rare treat that can't be found elsewhere. I refuse to give it. Are you really that hungry, Your Highness? Say what you want. Again, I could almost hear the sparks flying between them. Seriously, you two are fighting over snacks. Are you kids? Oh, wait, they are kids. In 2, the protagonist Estelle doesn't end up in a relationship with anyone from 1, so it's a friend ending, and the story progresses from there. As such, the targets of affection from 1 appear as friends or allies, but there are no romantic entanglements. Some characters from 2 are more involved with the 1 characters, but I'd never seen Luca and Jean interact. Their roots were completely different. I don't even know if they were acquaintances. For all I know, they might not have even known each other. But Jean's dealing with the princess of a country here, you'd think he'd know better than to upset her. Luca's attendant is glaring at him. Already, this guy's becoming a bit of a musclehead. Before I could intervene, someone else stepped in. Enough, Jean, don't go any further. My apologies, Princess Lucari. If we've upset you, I'm sorry. It's fine, I wasn't bothered. I was at fault too. Jean apologized as well, and Luca accepted it without hesitation, returning her own apology. Well, we still have some rounds of greetings to attend to, so we'll be going. Let's go, Jean. Got it. Encouraged by Elliot, Jean reluctantly followed. He cast a lingering glance back at us, so I tossed him a wrapped candy that was sitting on the table. Jean caught it without a hitch and looked at it with a puzzled expression. It's for you. Oh, thanks. With a wide grin, Jean followed Elliot. I hadn't meant to throw it, but as a duchess, that might have been a little improper of me. Well, if giving him a candy could prevent a future conflict, it's a small price to pay. I was really wondering what that candy tastes like. I'll make sure to deliver it to Luca at Prelude Inn later. I told Luca, who seemed a bit sulky, and she quickly returned to her smiling self. I'm so tired. This is why I didn't want to come to the birthday party. The mental exhaustion is off the charts. Suppressing my inner turmoil, I put on the mask of a duchess. Gotta be careful, or my real self will slip out. By the way, Bianca, the villainess in Jean's route, didn't show up. Maybe she went off to pick some flowers or something. It worked out better that way, though. It would have just made things more complicated. Would she have challenged me to a duel if I got involved with Jean, just like in the game? Maybe I should have taken some sword lessons from grandfather. In the game, Estelle was the one challenged by her, but Estelle didn't interact with Jean much this time. It was more Luca who had the interactions. Well, even Bianca, no matter how bold she is, probably wouldn't challenge a princess to a duel. Oh, Sakural, what's this? Ahem. Oh, that. When I had emptied out all the snacks from my hidden pocket earlier, a mini deck of playing cards had come out along with them. Estelle looked at it curiously. A cheap, small deck of cards emerged from its flimsy paper case. This was another thing I had picked up from the candy store. They had Othello and Shogi as well, but those were too big to bring along. A game, these are cards used for playing. Do you know what cards are? Are they like the ones used for fortune-telling? I've seen them once before. Fortune-telling? Was she thinking of tarot cards? Well, there is a theory that playing cards originated from tarot, so she wasn't entirely off the mark. Do people in Starlight Symphony not use cards for games? Or is it that games themselves don't exist here? Well, this world is a game world in the first place. But now that I think about it, I do recall the romance targets playing something similar to chess. So games do exist, just not in this form maybe. A game, how do you play with these? Luca, intrigued, peered over at the deck of cards in Estelle's hands. I could teach them, but not here. There was a table, but no chairs, and this was a space meant for light snacks, not playing games. Was there somewhere we could sit with a table? Oh, right, the balcony. There were tables and chairs there. I led Estelle and Luca toward the balcony connected to the party hall. Luca's attendant, a woman dressed in a formal gown, followed along, most likely a bodyguard from Prelude Kingdom. She was probably highly skilled in combat. Not that I planned on doing anything suspicious. There were a few noble children and young ladies on the balcony, but we made sure not to disturb them as we settled into a set of luxurious chairs in the corner. I placed the deck of cards on the round table in front of us. We'd start with something simple. Old Maid wasn't difficult and could be enjoyed by everyone. I gave them a quick rundown of the rules. Thankfully, the numbers in this world were the same as in mine. All right, let's play. Section, MMGH, this one. Nope, wrong choice. Luca pulled the joker from my hand, her face instantly clouding with despair. But she recovered in a flash, shuffling her hand quickly before thrusting it toward Estelle with an eager come on, draw, expression. I'll take this one. Estelle managed to avoid the joker and won the game first. I came in second. Luca, who lost, glared at the joker left in her hand with a look of frustration. Everyone's so strong. Well, it's not so much that we're strong. It's that you wear your emotions too openly, Luca. We can easily tell which card is the joker. You need to hide your expressions better. At my words, Estelle chuckled as well. Luca may seem emotionless, but she actually has quite an expressive face. She's not great at bluffing. Feeling sorry for her, I decided to switch to concentration memory game. This game doesn't require any bluffing. These two, and these two as well. I had just remembered them. Estelle let out a small cry of frustration. On the other hand, Luca was dominating this game. She had a great memory. Concentration is purely about remembering the cards, and even I couldn't compete with that. With a smug expression, Luca gathered all the cards she had won. It was almost like watching a kitten show off, so cute. Hey, don't you have anything else? Getting a bit carried away, Luca urged for another game, so I decided to teach her poker. We'd play a simple version without betting chips. First, I taught them the hand rankings. 1 pair, 2 pair, 3 of a kind, straight, flush, full house, 4 of a kind, straight flush, royal flush. Luca, with her excellent memory, learned them in one go. Estelle managed to catch on as well, so we decided to give it a try. You can exchange up to 3 cards. We all exchanged 3 cards and revealed our hands at the same time. I had 1 pair, Luca had 2 pair, and Estelle had no pair. I won. It's hard to get a good hand. Poker has a high element of luck, after all. When chips are involved and you can fold, the game becomes more about bluffing and strategy. We played a few more rounds of poker, and eventually, both of them were able to make higher hands. I see. The key is to efficiently make the best hand, isn't it? This is quite an interesting game. Hi. Suddenly, I heard a voice from behind and turned around. Standing there was a girl about our age, dressed in an outfit that looked straight out of an Arabian Nights story. She wore red harem pants and a matching red top. The veil on her head was also red. Her sun-kissed brown skin was adorned with several golden bracelets that jangled as she moved. Her long blonde hair was tied in a single knot at the ends. Her strong-willed, amber eyes stared directly at us. This outfit was from the southern desert kingdom of Menuet, and the red clothes were reserved only for royalty. How do I know so much? Well, I learned it from this character in the game. Wait, what? Why is she here? Tiffania la Menuet, 3rd princess. I haven't introduced myself yet, but you knew who I was. Tiffania looked slightly surprised. Of course, I knew who she was. She's another villainess from 2, just like Luca. What is going on? Why is Tiffania showing up right after Luca? I was trying to avoid meeting characters from 1, and now characters from 2 are jumping in here, too. Chapter 15. Rust from one's own actions. Tiffania, the 3rd princess of the Menuet kingdom, is a new character who, like Luca, appears in 2. The boy guarding Tiffania is one of the targets in 2. In the Queen's kingdom, men hold a lower status than women. As a result, Tifa treats the boy, who is one of the targets, like a servant, handling him roughly. The protagonist, Estelle, communicates with the boy, who is suppressing his emotions and trying to serve the princess. Estelle makes a bet with Tiffania to set the boy free. There is a legendary item in the Queen's kingdom. If they can acquire it, Estelle promises to free the boy from Tiffania. To obtain the treasure, the 2 venture into an ancient desert ruin. They face life-threatening adventures in the ruins, and in the end, they manage to return with the treasure. As promised, the boy is freed from Tiffania. Of course, things don't go smoothly from there, as the legendary item goes out of control, and so on. In any case, if it's a true or good end, the 2 will be together, but in the bad end, the boy remains under Tiffania's control. That's the general flow. To put it simply, she's a selfish princess. Tiffania's role is that of a villainess. As you can probably tell, Sakurail doesn't appear in this route, well, not in the main story. Actually, in this route, there's a still shot showing the citizens of Menuet Kingdom getting swept away in a tornado due to the legendary item going berserk. Among the mob being blown away, Sakurail's figure is depicted. It is most likely Sakurail after being exiled. Such unnecessary additions. There's no depiction of her death, so she might still be alive, but if she was blown so high up, she'd undoubtedly be seriously injured. I kind of feel the staff's malice here, though, when I spotted her among the mob, I couldn't help but laugh. I can't laugh now, though. I heard that the Princess Lucari from Prelude is here, so I came to greet her, but this is quite interesting. I stood up from my chair and gave a slight curtsy to greet Princess Tiffania. I am the daughter of Cloud Lee Philharmonie, Duke of Symphonia Empire, Sakurail la Philharmonic. As for you, Princess. Oh, that's fine, no need for such a long greeting. Treat me like Lucari did. I'm tired of being treated with such formality, even when I come to another country. Tiffania waved her hand dismissively. Right, this was the kind of character she was. She hadn't changed since childhood. Tiffania is selfish, but not too harsh toward women. However, she becomes much stricter with men and often speaks sarcastically. It's said to be the culture of her country. More importantly, won't you let me join in the fun? I've gotten tired from greeting nobles. I want to play for a bit. If you're tired, why not just sit down in a chair and rest? I can't bring myself to say it. Wait, didn't she just say we should treat her like Luca? By treat like Luca, does that mean we should speak to you casually, like friends? That's fine, can I also call you Luca? Sure, then I'll call you Tifa. It seems Luca and Tiffania have come to an agreement. Estelle is still flustered. It's no wonder. She just got used to Luca, and now another princess is here. I glanced at Tiffania's guard. He was a young man dressed in Arabian-style clothing, with dark skin and a turban-like cloth wrapped around his head. He clearly isn't the target boy. Maybe he's not even hired as her guard yet. Well then, please sit here. We'll start from the beginning. Yes, I look forward to it. We began to play the games we had started earlier, with Tifa joining in. Old Maid, Concentration, Poker, and a new game, 7 Uno. NGH? Luca, you're stopping with the Heart 5. Strategy, you should play Clover 9 quickly. Come on. Ah well, I'll place the Spade 4 here, and I win. Estelle. And just like that, we all ended up playing cards together. I can't help but think that everyone here is still a child, though I suppose I am too. The two princesses care about winning, but they don't seem too desperate about it. They genuinely seem to be enjoying the game. I should be thankful for that since it would be troublesome if they became hostile with each other. However, Estelle seems to be getting a bit overwhelmed by being caught between them. Sorry, Estelle, hang in there. This trump game is fun. What about you, Sakurael? Could you give this to me? That's unfair, I want one too. I want to play with my older brother in Prelude. I'll deliver them to you later when I get back home. Are you both staying here in the Empire for a while? If they're leaving after the party, it might be difficult for me to deliver them. Yes, we're planning to stay until the founding festival a week later. Such an opportunity doesn't come often. Me too, I'd be happy if you could deliver them to my hotel. It'll keep me entertained until then. The founding festival, huh? I remember seeing it in the Elliot route. It's the one where the protagonist, Estelle, goes on a date with Elliot. That one was set several years after the founding festival. The protagonist, Estelle, has been glancing between the card game and me nervously. Ah, of course, I'll give one to you too, Estelle. Ah, thank you very much. Maybe she found it hard to say that after the two princesses spoke up. She really didn't need to be so polite. By the way, why did Luca and Tifa come to this birthday party? I asked a question that had been on my mind for a while. Both of them had never been to the Symphonia Empire before, so why were they invited to the birthday party? Well, it's because an invitation came from Symphonia. Not from my sisters or my younger sister, but specifically for me. Same here. They did write that if you want, you can invite your brother, though. So we invited them. Could it be that the history of the game is changing? Well, it's probably because of a meeting with the Crown Prince. After returning to the country, Symphonia might offer one of us, either Luca or me, an engagement proposal. What does that mean? Wait, so because I rejected my engagement to Elliot, the focus has shifted to Luca and Tifa. Does this mean I'm the one who caused this situation? This truly is what they call the rust from one's own actions. I am terribly sorry. What's this all of a sudden? Sakurael, you're strange. I collapsed onto the table, deeply apologizing. The guilt is overwhelming. Because I didn't want to marry, I ended up putting this burden on these two. Normally, people might be happy about an engagement to the Crown Prince, but that's not necessarily the case for them. Considering their countries, even if they don't want to marry, they might be forced to. If you really don't want to, you can refuse the engagement with our Crown Prince. I'll help you, I promise. In my overwhelming sense of guilt, I blurted out those words. The two of them, however, looked completely confused and stared at me with blank expressions. Well, from the way it sounds, I've made Elliot seem like a huge liability, haven't I? I feel terrible. I met the Crown Prince earlier. Well, I didn't feel anything particularly special, really. If he had a little more ambition, he'd be underestimated as king. It left me wanting a bit more. I don't remember much. What did we talk about? Tifa's harsh words aside, Luca's comments were especially brutal. We only met him a while ago, right? Looks like these two have no interest in Elliot at all. Don't worry. No woman from Menowit would marry a man she doesn't desire. At least not right now. I have no interest in that. For me, it's not possible to marry someone from another country anyway. My father wouldn't allow it, so I'm fine. I don't want to say it, but I almost feel sorry for Elliot now. Well, Elliot probably has no shortage of options, so he should be fine. Forget that, let's continue. This time I won't lose. HMPH, I won't lose either. The two of them grinned as they began collecting the scattered cards on the table. I think the Empire invited these two in the hopes of fostering a good relationship with both the Queen's and King's countries. But it feels like our country is being left out. Wait, I'm from the Empire too, so maybe it's not a problem for me. The real issue might be that the person who established these ties isn't Elliot, but me, a duke's daughter, and Estelle, a baroness from the borderlands. I hope it doesn't become a problem later on. As the birthday party continued smoothly, we spent our time immersed in our card games. As a duke's daughter, I should probably be doing something more appropriate, but I'm deepening my bond with the two princesses, so I guess it can be said I'm setting an example of a good noblewoman, though it's a bit of a stretch. There were other noblewomen watching us from a distance on the balcony, but they didn't approach us. Well, they probably wouldn't casually talk to two princesses like that. As for me, I doubt anyone recognizes me. I may not be able to make a grand entrance as the Philharmonie Duke's daughter, but at least I can quietly make my presence known, right? As I thought about these things, the sound of lively music drifted from the party hall. It looks like the dance has started. Isn't anyone going to dance? I can't dance. I'm not interested either. My brother didn't ask me to dance. Dance is the highlight of any social event, yet no one seems eager to get up. I do feel a little bad for Alyssa, the maid who prepared the dance, but honestly, I'd rather not dance if I can avoid it. At parties like this, if a man invites you, you're expected to dance unless it's something really special. Otherwise, it would be rude. Well, we haven't even debuted in society yet, so maybe it's not that big of a deal. But if we can avoid dancing, I'm all for it. And so, we completely ignored the dance time and continued our card games. Yeah, I have to entertain the two princesses, so this is probably unavoidable, right? As I made excuses in my mind, Tifa's attendant, a young man, suddenly stepped forward. Princess, it's about time you greeted His Majesty the Emperor. Huh, you haven't done that yet. At the young man's words, I turned to Tifa in surprise. The main guest this time is the Crown Prince, right? I thought I'd greet him first, and then go to the Emperor afterward. Oh, I haven't done it either. Luca turned to us with a look of realization. Hey, you two, aren't you underestimating our king a little too much? Well, it can't be helped. Let's go and get it over with quickly. I'll go too. Sakurail, Estelle, you two should come too. Huh, me too. Luca took Estelle's hand and tried to pull her up from her seat. You can't just invite people like you're asking them to go to the restroom together. But I decided to go along with them. This is a great opportunity since you've become acquainted with the princesses of both kingdoms. It wouldn't hurt to have His Majesty remember your face, Estelle. It might even help your father. If the four of us go together, we'll definitely leave an impression. And for the euphonium family, who only recently became nobility, that recognition could be a valuable asset. Oh, so you plan to use us for your benefit? Oh dear, does that offend you? Not at all. That's exactly what it means to be a noble. You should use whatever you can for the sake of your family and your people. Of course, I'll be doing the same. Tifa smirked an impressive villainous lady smile. Estelle, though hesitant, decided to come along as well. It's fine, no one's going to eat you alive. Chapter 16, Black Attacker. Oh, Princess Tefania and Princess Lucari, I hope you're enjoying yourselves today. The Emperor was surrounded by several nobles. Among them was the Marquis Tenor, whom I had just greeted earlier. My father wasn't around, nor was Elliot. It seemed like only adults were around. Thank you for inviting us today. On behalf of Her Majesty Queen of Menowit, I offer my deepest gratitude. The same goes for us from the Kingdom of Prelude. On behalf of my father, Cassini Z Prelude III, I extend my thanks. Both of them spoke their words of gratitude to the Emperor. Wow, both of them are speaking so naturally. Is Sakurail enjoying herself as well? That young lady there is. R. Robert Klein Euphonium's daughter, Estelle Klein Euphonium, Your Majesty. I came to greet you. Estelle was trembling with nervousness. The Emperor, as well as the other important nobles around us, must have made her feel overwhelmed. Ah, the Baron Euphonium's daughter. But why is she here with Sakurail and the others? We're friends. Princess Tefania and Princess Lucari have been so kind as to join us in our games. I interrupted Estelle's conversation with the Emperor. Normally, that would be an impolite act, but we're still not officially social debutantes, and we are, after all, aunt and niece. If this were a formal occasion, it would be different, but at a more relaxed event like today's party, no one would make a fuss over it. I see you're getting along. That's a good thing. I would hope that Elliot could join in on the fun as well. Oh, Your Majesty, there are things that girls can only discuss among themselves, you know. It's far too embarrassing to share them with the Crown Prince. Seeing the Emperor push his son forward, I smiled and firmly declined. The conversation where the princesses were ridiculing Elliot was definitely something he should never hear. It seemed the Emperor, realizing he was losing ground, simply smiled wryly and refrained from pushing further. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Ragtime. One of the nobles whispered this into the Emperor's ear, and his expression immediately shifted to one of concern. There was a strong sense of vigilance on his face. Could it be members of an opposing faction? As long as there's an emperor's faction, other factions exist as well. These nobles are dissatisfied with the emperor's rule. I've heard that many of them are from old aristocratic families. Soon, a gaunt nobleman appeared in front of the emperor. His Kaiser-like beard and the dark circles under his eyes stood out strikingly. I don't remember seeing this character in the game. Such a memorable face would be hard to forget. Your Majesty, congratulations. The stability of Symphonia has only grown stronger. With this, neighboring nations won't dare to interfere easily. Marquis Ragtime. I believe those words may be a bit inappropriate, especially in the presence of these two ladies from the Kingdom of Menoit and the Kingdom of Prelude. The Emperor raised one eyebrow slightly at the words of Marquis Ragtime. Oh, my apologies. I was referring to the Empire's situation, not to imply anything else. Please do not misunderstand. I see. The Empire, the Kingdom, and the Queen's Kingdom are the neighboring nations. Among them, only the Empire isn't on particularly good terms with the Empire of Symphonia. They even fought a war several decades ago. It's understandable that the people of Symphonia would be cautious. However, there's something about this Marquis Ragtime. He speaks in such a theatrical manner. Every movement is exaggerated. Is he a stage actor? As I stared intently at him, he noticed my gaze. Your Majesty, who might this young lady be? This is Sakurail. From the House of Philharmonie, Duke's family. Ah, so you are the daughter of the famous Duke Philharmonie. The Emperor's introduction made me curtsy and greet Marquis Ragtime. I am Sakurail La Philharmonie. It's a pleasure to meet you. Barbara Tam Ragtime, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Marquis Ragtime also lowered his head slightly in greeting, but his gaze seemed to be sizing me up, which was frankly a little unsettling. I had heard that the daughter of the Philharmonie family was frail, but you seem very well and healthy. I'm sure your father, the Duke, is quite relieved. By any chance, are you one of the Crown Prince's fiancé candidates? Marquis Ragtime's face was smiling, but his eyes weren't. His gaze seemed to suggest that he was uncomfortable with the idea of me being engaged to Elliot. In response, the Emperor gave a wry smile. Ah, that discussion did come up, but Sakurail turned him down. It seems she prefers older men. Elliot is apparently not in her range. Oh, is that so? Well, certainly, even in the imperial family, we can't disregard the feelings of the other party. That said, Miss Sakurail must have quite the courage. If she were my daughter, I don't think I could ever turn down a request from the imperial family like that. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, the pressure from Marquis Ragtime towards me vanished. So, in the end, he was just trying to push his own daughter to become empress, and I was the obstacle. If that's the case, I wasn't bothered by it. Do you have a daughter, Marquis? Yes, there, she's chatting amicably with the Crown Prince. At the point where Marquis Ragtime was gesturing, Elliot was being cornered by a girl who was clearly pressing him, and it was obvious he was feeling uncomfortable. Chatting amicably, indeed. That must be Marquis Ragtime's daughter. A red-haired, long, wavy-haired girl with freckles. I've seen her in the game before. Ah, I remember now. She's one of the girls who always surrounded me in Starlight Symphony. She was one of my entourage as the villainous Sakurail, one of the two subordinates. She was a complete background character, and I never even knew her name. But she appeared several times in stills, so I'm sure of it. Although she's a child now, I can still see the resemblance. So she's Marquis Ragtime's daughter. Looking closer, I can also see another girl, a chubby one, who seems to be part of my entourage as well. She isn't interacting with Elliot, but she's glaring at the first girl. If you look more closely, other young ladies are also glaring at the first girl with displeased faces. It seems they don't like how the first girl is shamelessly clinging to Elliot. She clearly looks like the type to be disliked by other girls. If I remember correctly, those two from my entourage, A and B, would escape by themselves if Sakurail were ever cornered, fleeing abroad. As nobles, that would mark the end for them, but they'd sacrifice Sakurail to survive. I'm getting annoyed just thinking about it. As I was feeling irrationally irritated, a sudden scream echoed through the party hall. Turning around, I saw a pitch-black dog, almost like a Doberman, growling. Wait, when did such a dog get in here? Grrrrrr, gah. The black dog charged straight toward Elliot. This is bad. Is Elliot about to be attacked? Throwing precision. The moment I thought that, Luca grabbed a fork from the table and hurled it with all her strength toward the black dog. The fork hit the dog's right eye, piercing it directly and blinding it in one eye. The black dog struggled and writhed in place, clearly in pain. That was Luca's gift, throwing precision. As the name suggests, this gift ensures that no matter how the item is thrown, as long as it's within range, it will hit the target exactly, like a sniper's shot. In the game, she used this gift to harass the protagonist Estelle quite a bit, throwing eggs, pepper bags, and such. Well, I was the one who taught her those mischievous tricks since I was the villainess who got exiled. Well done, Luca. Now it's my turn. Thunder charge. With a crackling sound, Tifa instantly closed the distance and touched the black dog, unleashing a brilliant spark at the moment her hand made contact. Yowa! The black dog collapsed to the ground and stopped moving, twitching as it convulsed. It had been electrocuted. Tifa's gift was Thunder Charge. It allowed her to transform into lightning, moving instantly over short distances and inflict electric shocks with a touch, quite a powerful gift. I had only seen it once in the game, but it's an impressive gift. Are you all right, Elliot? Why yes, father, thanks to the two of you. The Emperor rushed to Elliot's side. Since Elliot's gravity change couldn't be used unless within range, and if his level was still low, he may not have had the power to immobilize the dog. Honestly, it was a good thing these two were here. Tifa, and Luca too. Thank you for helping Elliot. Well, I thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to earn some favor here, as a little Menuet, Tifa replied nonchalantly. I just didn't want to get involved in something troublesome, Luca added. Tifa and Luca responded as if it were no big deal. Honestly, I don't think it's something just anyone could do. Soon, Elliot and the Emperor came over, repeatedly thanking the two. Then, Bianca, the villainous and childhood friend of Elliot, arrived, so I quickly took Estelle by the hand and slipped away, quietly leaving the scene. I really didn't want to meet any more new characters. But where did that dog come from? It's practically impossible for such a creature to appear in a party hall filled with people. It's too unnatural. There's a possibility that some gift was used. For example, if someone had a gift that could make things invisible, they could easily sneak a dog in here. Or perhaps they used a shrinking gift to secretly bring it in a pocket. A teleportation-type gift could also do it. Summoning-type gifts could work too. If someone had a beast summoning-type gift, wait, could it be that someone else received the gift that was originally meant for Sakurail? But what could the purpose be? Who would bring in a dog like that to ruin the party? Or perhaps they were targeting Crown Prince Elliot from the start? I can't figure it out. But something's strange. I'm pretty sure this venue had a barrier that sealed gifts. As I was discussing this with Estelle on the balcony, Luca and Tifa, looking exhausted, came over. You two are cheating. You left us behind. Yeah, exactly. Thanks to you, we were stuck listening to the Emperor's endless talk about the Crown Prince. Oh dear. It seems like the Emperor is really pushing his agenda. By the way, did you know gifts could be used here at this venue? No, I just used mine instinctively. I figured even if I couldn't use it, throwing it would at least be a distraction, Luca said. I used mine because Luca did. I thought the security here was a bit lax, Tifa added. That's right. The fact that gifts could be used in this kind of setting puts the royal family in danger. Even with bodyguards around, something like this shouldn't be possible. Someone must have deliberately broken the barrier that seals gifts. By the way, that daughter of some marquis earlier, she was glaring at us with a lot of hate. The daughter of some marquis. That must be Minion A. Maybe she thought she had lost the Crown Prince's attention to you too? She probably sees you both as rivals, Estelle suggested. How bothersome. I'd rather just give her a gift with a nice ribbon tied around it, Tifa said, waving her hand in irritation. Wait, there's a ribbon in this world too? Isn't the treatment of our Crown Prince a bit harsh? He's not a bad guy, you know? Well, never mind that. Let's get back to Torumpu. Let's continue. Sakurail, don't you have any other games to play? There's this game called Deifugu. Deifugu. What a grand name for a game. It's also known as Deihinmin, but since that has a bad image, let's stick with Deifugu. I explained the rules of Deifugu to everyone, and we decided to start playing. The four of us spent the rest of the party enjoying the game on the balcony. Estelle was ridiculously good at it, though. I hope it's not some kind of protagonist buff. There are still a lot of things I'm curious about, but I think we managed to get through it okay. I don't think I made any major mistakes, but this feels like it's diverging quite a bit from the original game. Well, it hasn't even started yet, though. I'd be in trouble if things followed the game too closely, though. So maybe this is fine, right? Or is it? Section. The party eventually ended, and I parted ways with everyone to join my father, mother, and maid Alyssa, getting into the carriage. Fatigue hit me all at once, and I slumped into the seat, exhausted. Are you tired? Ah, I can tell even without you answering, my father said with a wry smile, looking at me. Physically, I wasn't too bad, but mentally, how many times today was I shocked? Maybe it was the tension that was finally catching up to me, but I was so sleepy. Estelle-chan was there too. Did you make any other friends? I became friends with the princesses of Prelude and Menuet. What? The two of them seemed surprised and were saying something, but I couldn't make out what it was with the sleepiness overtaking my brain. I'll explain later when I wake up. Please let me sleep for now. Chapter 17. Store Summoning 3. The next morning, after waking up, my father and mother immediately asked me all about yesterday. When I talked about how I had gotten closer to Luca and Tifa, my father promptly sent someone to the hotel where both princesses were staying and, as promised, delivered a mountain of playing cards and candy. Of course, the same was done for Estelle. I had forced her to join us yesterday, after all. Well, the birthday party for Elliot, which had been a bit worrisome, is now over, so I can finally take a breather. Though I can't help but feel uneasy about how the events from the party will come into play later on. For now, there's nothing I can do about it. All I can do is pray that a disastrous ending won't unfold in a few years. Now, setting that aside, there's something I need to test today. When I woke up this morning, the emblem of the summoning goddess, Semania, on my right hand had leveled up. I'm not sure why. The only thing I can think of is that it might have something to do with playing with characters like Estelle, Luca, and Tifa. Perhaps improving the favorability of major characters is the key. Or is it because I met Jean, one of the targets for romance? What's going on here? In games, leveling up the gift happened due to event progression or raising the favorability of the targeted characters. There were also cases where special items helped level it up. But in this world, it seems that the gift levels up when the god who grants it is pleased. So, if it's the god of war, the more you fight, the easier it is to level up. If it's the god of commerce, the more you trade, the easier it is to level up. However, if you go against the will of the god, the gift won't level up. Worse, you might even lose it permanently. Going against the gods will mean actions like deceiving people with false products, if you have the god of commerce's blessing, or plagiarizing if you have the god of art's blessing. Therefore, receiving a gift from the god of commerce is a huge sign of trust. It proves you're trading fairly as a merchant. By the way, forging a god's emblem is the greatest sin in the church, and it brings down divine punishment. And it's not just metaphorical punishment, it seems it's a real divine retribution. That's terrifying. However, as for what exactly counts as going against a god's will, it seems there are both lenient gods and very strict gods, so the boundary isn't always clear. For example, the god of war might still level you up as long as you fight, even if you're a villain. By the way, as for my summoning goddess, Semania, it seems I won't lose my gift unless I neglect summoning for decades or intentionally harm what I summon. Well, for now, I'll just be happy that I can summon a new shop. Now, let's summon a new store. This is incredible. To receive another blessing in such a short period of time, I've never heard of such speed. Truly, Sakurail-chan must have really caught the summoning goddess's favor. My father and mother commented on my level up with such amazement. Well, I'm not so sure about that. I don't think it's really the goddess's doing. As far as I'm concerned, I think it's probably because I raised the favorability of characters from Starlight Symphony, or maybe it's because of the event where I met them. But I'm not completely certain. The reason I think it might only apply to characters from the game is because of my father and mother. If their favorability were also counted, I think my level would have risen much more dramatically. I'm not sure where the boundary is for which characters are included. Does it include people who only appeared briefly in still images, like the Emperor or the Prime Minister? What about A's entourage? I'm really unsure about these details. At the very least, I think the heroines and the villainous daughters of noble families are included. As for the targets of romance, I'm not sure. I'm not trying to raise their favorability. I have no idea what would happen if I did, so I'd rather not get too close. But since they don't seem to dislike me, maybe my favorability with them has gone up a bit. Maybe it's more like we're friends, or perhaps less than that. How will this affect things? Maybe it's the total favorability from all the characters in the game that's acting like experience points and causing me to level up. Although I still can't completely dismiss the possibility that it's the goddess's whim. Well, in any case, I'm grateful for the level up. By the way, the speed of leveling up for a typical gift varies depending on the god who grants it. For example, the god of growth, grow, and the god of wind, wind, make it easier to level up, and you might unlock new skills or increase their power and effects. It seems that the summoning goddess, Saimania, is one of the harder gods to level up with. That's probably why my father is so surprised. It's said that a gift that's harder to level up tends to be stronger. In fact, in the game, Estelle didn't even level up until she was 16. Her gift becomes much more powerful when it reaches level 2, so that theory might be correct. If that's the case, does it mean that the store summoning is a weaker gift because it's easier to level up? If it didn't have the ability to summon things from Earth, would it really be all that useful of a gift? I still need money for it, after all. It's not that different from just buying something at a store. It's just that the store comes to me. When I think about it that way, it feels a lot like online shopping. Well, it's still a useful gift for me, so I'm thankful. I'll give my thanks to the summoning goddess, Saimania, and while I'm at it, I'd like to ask for something else. How about a convenience store next? If I'm being greedy, maybe even a supermarket, or, if possible, a department store. I prayed to the summoning goddess, Saimania, in the garden surrounded by a barrier, just like before. Please, a convenience store. If that's too much, at least a restaurant would be nice. I really want to eat something delicious from Earth, not just candy. A family restaurant, that would be good too. And of course, a high-end restaurant is also fine. But I've never been to a high-end restaurant. Wait, maybe I went to one when I was little. But how would I buy from a restaurant if there are no employees or cooks? Well, I guess I'll find out once I summon it. Now then, store summoning. A brilliant stream of light envelops the area. As usual, the summoning is quite flashy. Eventually, the light begins to settle, and the full form of the store begins to appear. Isn't it a bit small? Is this a store? Oh my, it's such a lovely color. What appeared in front of me was a small van-like vehicle, with a colorful red and white body. The door had the English text, hot dog, and on the back were illustrations of delicious-looking hot dogs and hamburgers, just as the name suggested. The entire vehicle had a stylish and cute vibe. On the side of the vehicle were a standing sign and 2 small round tables, each with 3 chairs. On the tables were condiments like ketchup, mustard, dressing, Tabasco, and salt, along with the menu. Could this be the hot dog food truck that used to set up near my high school? I bought from it just a couple of years ago, though it was 2 or 3 years ago now. It was a very popular spot, and I remember buying hot dogs with friends after school several times. How nostalgic. Sakurel-chan, is this a food-selling store? My mother, likely judging by the illustrations on the vehicle, approached happily. Well, yes, it's called a hot dog. Like the picture, it's bread with a sausage, and you eat it by sandwiching the sausage inside. Oh, a worst him with bread It seems sausages exist in this world too, although they aren't commonly eaten in the Empire. So, do we put the money here? Where do we get the hot dogs from? Is the counter inside? No, inside is the kitchen. The products are. My father had already placed a gold coin on the change tray beside the open counter, on the side of the kitchen van. But how do you actually buy the hot dogs? There aren't any pre-made ones set out. Do I have to make one myself with the ingredients in the kitchen? A self-service system, perhaps. I looked at the laminated menu on the table. It was very helpful, as it had pictures that made it easy for the people here to understand. Let's see, the menu includes plain dogs, cheese dogs, lettuce dogs, chili dogs, lots of options. As expected of a popular shop, the menu is quite varied. There are not only hot dogs, but also soup, salad, hamburgers, sandwiches, hot and cold drinks, and even some desserts. Normally, I would look at this menu and, I'll have a plain dog. When I tried to place an order at the unattended food truck, a hot dog wrapped in paper suddenly appeared on the table, steaming hot. I see. The ordering is summoning style too. My father, picking up a menu from the table, immediately raised his eyebrows and looked to me for help. Yeah, I guess he can't read Japanese. It really is a bit inconvenient, speaking Japanese but not being able to read it. He can read numbers, though. The prices on the menu seem to be the same, but I bet this shop is probably overpriced too. Sakurail-chan, I want to eat this. That's a cabbage dog. Then I'll have a cabbage dog, please. When my mother placed her order, a cabbage dog, with a generous amount of sausage and cabbage stuffed inside, appeared next to my plain dog. Wow, that looks delicious too. I think I'll have this one. Sakurail, what do you call this? It's called hot sauce special, but father, that one is probably very spicy. Haha, sounds good. Despite how I look, I actually love spicy food. I've even had the red-roasted spicy meat from the Queen's Kingdom. I have no idea what that spicy meat is, but this one is definitely very spicy. It says something about habanero, and there are several chili pepper icons. I'll have one hot sauce special, please. Oh no, he's really ordering it. I should probably order some oolong tea, though it might be better to get ice cream instead. Sakurail's recommendation, huh? I guess this is how it's done. Wow, what kind of punishment game is this? Did father do something deserving of a punishment? I stared at my father's hot dog, piled high with hot sauce and mustard, in disbelief. Before I could react, my mother took a big bite of her cabbage dog, which was loaded with ketchup. Delicious. This sweet and tangy ketchup sauce goes so well with the meat and the crisp vegetables. I've never had anything like this before. With a blissful expression, my mother chewed happily. Watching her, I heard a faint gulp from the servants who had gathered around us. Is it really that good? Well then, I'll try it too. I couldn't eat my own hot dog just yet, too concerned about how father would handle his. I hope it's okay. Since they're selling it, it should be edible, but still. Ignoring my worries, father boldly took a big bite. He was really going for it. This ketchup is indeed sweet and sour and it tastes great. The spiciness isn't too much. But then, father suddenly stopped mid-sentence. His face turned red, then pale, and beads of sweat started pouring down his forehead like a waterfall. Wait, is he trembling? He glanced at me briefly, then, as if resolving himself, he slowly chewed in silence, swallowing carefully. He really overdid it. I'm sure he didn't want to show weakness in front of his daughter. Ha ha ha, it's definitely a stimulating taste, and it's delicious. I'd like to let my older brother try it too. Father, are you planning to drag His Majesty the Emperor into this too? I think that might get you in trouble. I silently offered the vanilla ice cream I had ordered. Father silently took the ice cream and sighed in relief after taking a bite, though his face still looked twisted in discomfort. It must have been really spicy for him. Deciding to enjoy my long-awaited hot dog, I took a bite. Delicious. Was a hot dog always this tasty? When I bit into it, the sausage burst open, releasing savory juices. A simple hot dog with just pickles and finely chopped onions tasted so good. It wasn't from a convenience store, but thank you for letting me eat something so delicious, Simonia-sama. Once we finished eating, we immediately opened the kitchen van to the servants. As for the menu, I had translated it and made Alyssa wrote it down. 1 cheese dog. I'll have a shrimp dog. I'll take a lettuce dog. Oh, and an iced tea too. In no time at all, the Duke's estate garden had transformed into the venue for a garden party. Even after everyone had finished ordering, I continued to place orders from the menu. I needed to establish a guideline for how many items could be ordered in a single summon. By the way, the extra food would be for the servants' meals later. Eventually, hot dogs stopped appearing, and drinks like oolong tea and cola stopped showing up too. It's fewer than I expected. I suppose it can't be helped since it's not a full-sized store. Well, that's not the real strength of this place. The true value lies in it being a mobile vendor. It's a vehicle. It comes with a kitchen, and now I have a car. If I can use this, it will be a highly convenient way to travel. I opened the driver's side door and entered the vehicle. I'm in. This must be recognized as part of the store. Since it's a mobile vendor, this place is also considered part of the store to operate. If that's the case, I can't take anything outside the store, but I should be able to use it. I'm so glad I got my driver's license. I'm thankful to my father in my past life for paying for it. The car has keys too. Wait, I can't take it outside, right? Does that mean I can't lock the door? If I lock it from the outside, would I be locked out? That would be a problem, but I could just dismiss the car and summon it again. That would reset everything. The gas tank is full. Sitting in the seat, I thought this would work fine, but then I realized something and quickly got out of the car, closing the door behind me. I collapsed onto my knees. My legs, I can't reach the pedals. I'm too short and I can't see out the front windshield either. I can't drive. A 6-year-old driving is impossible. Chapter 18, Uneasy Atmosphere. Father, it's okay to go slowly. Safety first, safety first. I understand. I understand completely. Father leaned forward as he drove the kitchen car I summoned, moving at a slow speed around the Duke's estate's garden. The Philharmonie family's garden is enormous, with a path that allows a carriage to go around it. It was the perfect course for driving practice. In the end, I wasn't able to drive the kitchen car myself, so I thought I would teach someone from the staff and have them become the driver. Among the few who volunteered, Father was one of them. I couldn't bring myself to tell him not to, seeing him raise his hand with such sparkling eyes. Teaching someone to drive is quite a challenging task. Even I struggled a lot at the driving school. Why did I go for a manual transmission just because the family car was a manual? I can't even count how many times I thought it would have been better to just go with an automatic. In the end, it worked out, but to that instructor, I'm sorry for all the complaints I made in secret. Sure enough, Father mismanaged the steering and crashed into a tree in the garden. It wasn't a high-speed crash, and since we were both wearing seat belts, nothing serious happened, but I was really panicked. I thought the bumper was probably dented, but strangely, the car had no scratches. It's a remarkably sturdy car. Is it a foreign car? Naturally, everyone who saw the incident started to feel the danger of cars, and they all became very cautious about driving, which was a relief. A few days later. For some reason, nearly everyone was able to drive the car fairly steadily. This is strange. It took me months to get to this point. The kitchen car has low magic consumption, so I can summon 2 of them in one day. Not once, but 2. I was able to summon 2 of the same kitchen car. What does this mean? Does this mean that if I have enough magic, I can summon as many as I want? Or does the hot dog food truck I bought have multiple kitchen cars? Since the 2 cars have different license plates, I think it's the latter. Since I've been keeping the 2 cars summoned 24/7, there's always someone practicing. It bothered me, though, that the gas doesn't seem to decrease. Why is that? Well, I've never been billed for the electricity or water usage from other stores, so maybe it's the same with gas. I can't seem to draw any gas from the tank, though. Still, isn't everyone learning to drive too quickly? I've been running the cars at night too, but are the people here just that quick to learn? Even the maids Alyssa and Tanya and the knight Ewan are driving easily. How about it? I've gotten pretty good at driving too, haven't I? It's all right. I'm not going to compliment him since it annoys me. Damn it. I want to drive too. Maybe I could make and wear platform boots and drive. But then I'd just cause an accident, so I gave up on that idea. When we finished our lap around the Duke's estate, I saw a luxurious carriage parked at the entrance where my mother was waiting, and beside it stood the Emperor and the Prime Minister, both with their mouths hanging open. The Empress and the Grand Empress were also wide-eyed in surprise. Ah, brother, welcome. It's so nice to have you here. What is this, Cloud? What is that? Is it running without horses? It seems Father invited the Emperor and the others over. He said he'd show them something rare and treat them to something delicious. Having finally gotten a grasp on Father's personality, I predicted he just wanted to show off the act of driving. He's wearing that smug expression now, after all. Could this be Lady Sakurel's gift? Yes, that's right. I answered the Prime Minister, Marquis Tenor, as I got out of the car. The Emperor was poking around the kitchen car. Ah, the tires are dirty, he really shouldn't touch them. In any case, I had them move the car to the terrace area, unfolded the side of the vehicle, and transformed it into a food stand. I set up tables and chairs, then presented the menu to the Emperor and his group. Oh, this looks delicious. Brother, the hot sauce special is highly recommended. Father, that one's a bit much, don't you think? Look, the Emperor is even giving it a suspicious side-eye. Sakurel, what exactly is this dish? It's bread with sausage inside, topped with a very spicy sauce. People who like it love it, but personally, I wouldn't recommend it. The emperor shot a further glare at his younger brother with narrowed eyes. Father turned his head away and began whistling. Well, it may be impossible for you, brother, but I ate it all, you know. A man should be able to eat something like that without a second thought. Wah, fine, I'll eat the same thing then. I'll show you just how much I can handle. That's the spirit. One hot sauce special, please. These two brothers sure are close. When father placed his order, a blazing hot dog with bright red sauce appeared on the table. Oh, well, I'm just going to pretend I don't see this. As the emperor took a bite and turned a strange shade of red and blue, I began explaining the menu to the empress and the grand empress. The empress ordered the lettuce dog, and the grand empress ordered the potato salad dog. This is delicious. The crispy lettuce and the sausage go so well together. This flavor, I've never tasted anything like this before. Is this really made from potatoes? This could be made in our kingdom as well. The ketchup and mustard might be difficult to get right, though. The prime minister was analyzing the cheese dog as he ate. You could probably make ketchup as long as you have tomatoes, right? When the prime minister asked, "What's a tomato?" I pointed to an illustration of a tomato on the edge of the menu. Is this pomodoro? I've heard it's grown in small quantities in the southern parts of the kingdom. If that's the case, maybe we could grow it in our own country. He seemed to fall into deep thought. Apparently, tomatoes are available in Luca's country. Since they have friendly relations with the kingdom, I wonder if we could import some. After cleansing his palate with some ice cream, the emperor then ordered a cheeseburger. What a delicious taste. Is this food from another world? There were records in the imperial archives of food that could be summoned from another world, though it's unclear whether it's from Earth or not through gifts. However, it was impossible to fully recreate those dishes, and once the owner of the gift passed away, the food would disappear as well. Even so, similar dishes have been created, and some of them are quite tasty. In a world that seems like medieval Europe, the presence of such out-of-place technology and culture must be a result of summoning items from another world and studying them. I still can't figure out if this world is from a game or if it's a world that just happens to resemble one. Could it be possible for a world to be so similar to a game, and for the people living there to be so similar as well? I'm not going to get an answer by thinking about it, so I'll leave it for now. By the way, Elliot, the crown prince didn't make it today, did he? Since he's your cousin, you can just call him Elliot in a personal setting, you know. I sent him to visit the two princesses today. I need him to show some interest, at least. He's with Luca and Tifa. Well, those two don't seem to have any interest in Elliot, but hopefully he's not caught up in playing cards with someone. After that, the emperor and the prime minister asked me a lot about the kitchen car, mainly about its functions as a vehicle. This is a marvelous invention. It's far faster at transporting goods and information than a carriage. The only downside is that it disappears after a day, but the advantages far outweigh that. Saccharale, I won't ask for it to be available all the time, but could we use it in case of an emergency? Well, if it's for an emergency, that's fine. Once I summon it, it stays out even while I'm asleep, and since I have two, lending one shouldn't be a problem. They'd need to learn how to drive, though. Still, they seem to be quite serious about this. I wonder if there's some kind of forewarning of an emergency. Is something going on? As if speaking my thoughts, father asked the emperor, "That black dog that appeared at Elliot's party, it turns out it's not just a dog." Afterward, they tried to investigate the black dog, which had been stunned and unable to move, by removing it from the party venue. However, it disappeared as if it were made of mist. It's almost certain that the dog was created by a gift. Whether it was summoned or a split entity, we cannot be sure. A split entity refers to a gift that creates a familiar or a duplicate of oneself. It seems some of the prime minister's subordinates possess such abilities. Perhaps they use them for espionage. Do you not know whose gift it is? There are countless gifts, after all, unless it's from the church. It's difficult to trace. The church generally doesn't reveal the individual gifts of people. This is considered God's will, so even the kingdom cannot force them to disclose it. If someone possesses a gift like reading minds, for example, would people want to approach them? Or, if someone has the gift of turning anything they touch into gold, they would be in danger of being kidnapped by greedy individuals. Therefore, it's considered bad manners to directly ask someone, "What is your gift?" although it's common for people to mention which god they received their gift from. You can often tell which god based on their emblem. Of course, no one would say something like, "I was granted my gift by the god of thieves," or the god of plague. As a result, there are people who keep their gifts hidden. They might wear gloves, for example. If they ask the church, they can even have their emblems hidden so only they can see them. However, hiding the emblem implies that there may be something shady going on, so it's not recommended. Revealing one's gift is, in a sense, a sign of trust. Some people may casually reveal their gift if they believe it's not significant, but because of this, it's difficult to identify someone solely by their gift. Many people have similar abilities, and there are also those who claim to possess abilities they don't actually have. However, I had an idea about one particular gift. Beast summoning, the gift that was supposed to be bestowed upon Sacarael, if this gift had been granted to someone else. Have you ever heard of a gift called beast summoning? I couldn't help but interrupt Father's conversation, feeling a sense of unease. The Prime Minister answered my question. Beast summoning? I've never heard of it. I don't think there's any mention of such a gift in past records. Do you know someone who possesses this gift? No, I was just wondering if it might be possible with such a gift. Beast summoning, the ability to summon any magical beast, is a rare gift. After all, moreover, it tends to go out of control due to the user's emotions. The user might not openly talk about it. In the game, Sacarael boasted about it confidently, though. During the event, there was a barrier in place to seal gifts. The magical tool that created this barrier was a small statue of a goddess placed in each of the four corners of the venue. On the day Prince Elliot was attacked, one of the goddess statues was removed by someone. I see, so that must have been why everyone could use their gifts, once that was removed. How many people would have known about the barrier? Well, I suppose any noble above the rank of count would be aware of it. Furthermore, there are nobles responsible for the castle's security, so I imagine there are quite a few who would know about it. Even if they knew about the barrier, few would realize that the small statue of a goddess was the magical tool that created it. Since it wasn't obvious that the statue was used for security, anyone could have freely touched it. If it was an inside job. Father rested his hand on his chin, deep in thought at the Prime Minister's words. The enemy is within. If it was an external attack, the Allegretto Empire, with whom we had once fought a war, might be suspicious. But if it was an inside job, then thinking about who would benefit from attacking Elliot, the most suspicious person would be the Duke of Philharmony. After all, if Elliot were to die, the throne would pass to my father, the younger brother of the Emperor. Furthermore, as I would also become a princess, I have plenty of motive, but I didn't do it. Well, since father and the Emperor are clearly close, I don't think they would suspect him. The Empire might be scheming something. Given that the barrier in the venue was broken, it's possible there's a traitor on the inside who helped facilitate this. In times like this, the gift of Sacarael, which allows for rapid communication with regional nobles, is truly invaluable. I would greatly appreciate your assistance. Of course, I have no problem cooperating. But aren't there any other people with a gift that allows for long-distance communication? When I asked Father, he mentioned that there is, in fact, such a gift. It's called resonance telepathic communication, and it can only be used between twins. So, it's like telepathy between twins. Currently, one of the twins is in the royal capital, and the other is in a large city near the Empire. It's so inconvenient to live in a world without mobile phones or smartphones. If only I could summon a mobile shop, but without base stations or satellites, it would be completely useless. Things don't always go as planned. If only there were a convenient smartphone powered by magic and using mana for transmission. In this world, there is something like carrier pigeons, but since magical beasts that can fly exist, there are frequent cases where the messages are intercepted. Therefore, important letters that must reach their destination can't be sent by pigeons. If you send the same letter with many pigeons, the chances of it arriving increase, but so does the risk of confidential information leaking. However, in this case, who is pulling the strings behind the scenes? Could it be the faction opposing my older brother? The traditionalists? That's not impossible, but from the context of the conversation, it seems the traditionalists are a faction of old nobles. The current emperor treats both old and new nobles equally, but the traditionalists argue that the older nobles should receive special privileges as a natural right, given their long-standing contributions to the country. From my perspective, I don't see the need for useless aristocrats who rely solely on their bloodlines. Just because a parent is talented doesn't mean the child will be as well. It seems that the leader of the traditionalists is the Marquis of Ragtime. He is, after all, a descendant of the imperial family. In terms of bloodline, he is indeed the leader of the traditionalists. Wait, the Marquis with the Kaiser mustache and his associate A are related to me. I made a face at the thought, and father chuckled as he explained. It turns out that while he does carry some imperial blood, it's extremely diluted. His family branched off over 100 years ago, so he's practically a stranger to the imperial lineage, with no direct connection for over 5 generations. Still, does the traditionalists stand to gain anything by attacking Elliot? Perhaps it's an attempt to threaten my older brother. The goal might be to gain approval for the permanent establishment of a mercenary group, which the traditionalists advocate for. That's too direct. It's unlikely they'd go that far. In any case, I cannot approve of any such rebellion. What a dangerous conversation. I've never heard of a rebellion happening in the royal capital in Starlight Symphony. Such a story never occurred, so I'd like to think nothing will happen, but if I treat it like the game, I might be caught off guard. No, since things have already started to deviate quite a bit, there's no telling what might happen. I have no idea what that Marquis with the Kaiser mustache is plotting, but I hope the situation doesn't become any more troublesome. With a sigh, I brought the vanilla ice cream I'd ordered to my mouth. Chapter 19, To Change the Future. With the founding festival scheduled for tomorrow, the imperial capital was already bustling with activity. People from both inside and outside the country were pouring in, and the central plaza was filled with many food stalls. Naturally, the knights on duty, ensuring the safety of the capital, were busy as well. Thank you for your hard work. Despite the hustle and bustle, I, along with maid Alyssa and my bodyguard Tanya, visited the euphonium baronial mansion in the imperial capital. It was Estelle's family home in the city. Originally, this house had belonged to her mother, and after passing through her grandfather's hands, it was sold to Estelle's father, Baron Euphonium. For now, it seemed to be a residence used only when they were in the capital, but I had wanted to visit it at least once. When I told my parents I was going to visit a friend's house, they were happy to allow me. Welcome, Sacurail. Although we don't have much prepared, I will offer you my best hospitality. Estelle greeted me with a curtsy. At the entrance of the mansion were Estelle, her father Robert, and 2 maids. You don't need to worry about that. I'm just visiting a friend's house, I said, not wanting them to make too much of a fuss. I would feel awkward if they treated me too formally. Estelle seemed to have gotten used to me and responded casually, but Robert, her father, seemed unsure of how to interact with a noble daughter. Estelle's parents were originally adventurers who later settled in her grandfather's territory. Recently, when a town in their territory was nearly destroyed by a stampede of magical beasts, Robert took the lead in fighting them off. His achievements were recognized, and as a result, he was granted nobility. Since Estelle is the granddaughter of the former lord of the area, it's understandable that Robert would be cautious in his treatment of me. After parting ways with Robert, Estelle led me to the garden, where we found tea already prepared under a white gazebo. It's a beautiful gazebo, I remarked. It's maintained by the gardeners of the Ainstats family, Estelle explained. Ah, I see. This house was originally my mother's, and now it seems like I had been praising it in my head. Estelle poured hot water from a teapot and began making tea for me. I've only just started learning the proper tea ceremony, so it might not be very refined, she said shyly. Don't worry about it. I'm not much better myself, I started, but... Ahem. Tanya, who had been quietly standing nearby, cleared her throat. Oh, that was close. I was about to say, I'm just a beginner too. I used to make mistakes all the time when I started, I corrected myself. Looking at Tanya, she nodded approvingly, seemingly confirming that I was safe from trouble. The tea Estelle brewed was delicious. Come to think of it, Elliot had praised her tea in the game. I guess that wasn't just flattery. If she could make tea this well at 6 years old, she'd probably have improved even more by the time the game started 10 years later. It makes sense that Elliot would eventually fall for her. So, Estelle, what are you doing for tomorrow's founding festival? I asked. I promised to go with father. I also need to buy something for mother, Estelle replied. Ah, she had prior plans. I was thinking of suggesting we go together, but it wouldn't be right to interrupt such a family outing. Actually, I wish mother could come too, Estelle said, her voice tinged with a hint of sadness. Oh, right. I remembered now, Estelle's mother. Without a doubt, Estelle's mother had passed away by the time the game started. There was a scene in the game where Estelle mentioned her mother's passing during a date with one of the romanceable characters. I think it was from Elliot's Route. That's why, for tomorrow's founding festival, I want to buy a lot of things mother would like, Estelle continued, unaware of my thoughts. Founding festival? Mother. Wait, hold on. Something's not right. Ah, I just remembered. I remembered. Yikes, Estelle exclaimed, startled as she almost dropped her teacup. It was from Elliot's Route. I remembered that when Elliot and Estelle walked around the founding festival together, she had said, "My mother passed away on the day of the founding festival. It was a sudden illness, so I can never fully enjoy this day. Does this mean her mother is going to die tomorrow?" W8, what's wrong? Do you have any plans for later? Estelle asked, looking concerned. Estelle, Tanya, and Alyssa all stared at me in shock, but I wasn't in a state to pay attention to that. Just because she had passed away on the day of the founding festival doesn't mean it has to be tomorrow. It could be next year or the year after. But if there's even the slightest possibility, I can't ignore it. If Estelle's mother dies now and I do nothing, I'll never be able to face this child again. There's a huge difference between living in ignorance and knowing but doing nothing. Think, what can I do to save Estelle's mother? She said her mother died of a disease. A disease, that's it. Estelle's gift can heal it. Ah, but healing magic to cure diseases only becomes available at level 2. Right, to level up Estelle's holy miracle, I need to complete an event. That event? It's that one, right? A moment of hesitation flickered in my mind, but I couldn't afford to hesitate when it came to someone's life. Especially the life of someone important to my friend. I won't let myself hesitate. Tanya, give me that knife. Huh? Oh, this. Hurry. Ah, yes. Tanya quickly handed me the curved knife she had strapped to her waist. As expected of a knight's weapon, it was polished to a fine shine and looked incredibly sharp. Sakurel-sama, what are you? Ignoring Tanya's words, I steeled myself and, with a forceful thud, drove the knife deep into my left hand, which was resting on the table. Wah. Ah. My lady. As I pulled the knife out, fresh blood began to pour out. Everyone around me panicked, their faces draining of color. I was no different. The pain was so intense that I almost cried out. But I forced a smile and turned to Estelle. Estelle, can you heal this wound with your gift? That's impossible. My gift can't heal such a deep wound. It's okay, I know you can do it. I believe in you. Estelle's surprised expression only lasted for a moment before she rushed to my side and activated her gift. However, the wound only closed for a brief moment before the skin broke open again and blood began to flow out once more. Oh no, I'm starting to feel a little dizzy. It's not working, my gift can't heal it. Don't give up, try again. I know you can do it, believe in yourself. Okay. With renewed determination, Estelle activated her gift once more. This time, a brilliant light enveloped the area. As the light faded, my left hand was completely healed. There was no pain, and the dizziness I had been feeling was gone. The name Miracle was no exaggeration. Perhaps even the blood I had lost had been restored. But the table and my clothes were covered in blood, so maybe it wasn't just restored, it might have been increased to the normal amount. Truly, a miraculous healing magic. Did it work? Yes, it worked. I took Estelle's hand and checked the divine crest. Yep, it was definitely level 2 now. This meant she should be able to use the healing magic of Holy Miracle. In the game, it's Elliot who gets seriously injured, and Estelle tries to heal him, leveling up and learning this magic during that event. It's like I've forced that event to progress, but now, with this, I should be able to cure Estelle's mother's illness. Estelle, I'm sorry for doing something like this so suddenly, but I did it to help your mother. Do you trust me? I trust you. I can trust whatever you say, Sakurel-sama. Estelle is really such a good child. Why did I ever bully her in the game? Alyssa, please bring Baron Euphonium here. Why yes. Alisa immediately dashed off toward the mansion as I had told her. Summon storefront. With a dazzling flash, my kitchen truck appeared in the garden of the euphonium manor. Everyone, including Estelle, stared at it with wide eyes. Tanya, you can drive, right? Huh, I can, but where are we going? Of course, to euphonium territory. Estelle's mother is in danger. We need to go save her. To euphonium territory. Sakurale-sama, are you going? No way. From Tanya's perspective, it's a reasonable reaction. But I can't back down now. I absolutely have to get Estelle to her mother. While Tanya and I argued back and forth, Alisa returned with Robert. Robert, confused and not knowing what was going on, turned pale when he saw the blood pooling on the table and me, covered in blood. While he stood frozen, Tanya raised both hands and proposed a solution. I understand. I'll make sure to get Lord Euphonium and Lady Estelle to euphonium territory by tomorrow. In exchange, Sakurale-sama, please stay here and wait for us. So that's her plan. It's true that I wouldn't be of any help if I went, but it's still only a little past noon. If we hurry, they can reach euphonium territory by nightfall. A full day should be enough for a round trip, so they should be back before the kitchen truck disappears. I want to see the result with my own eyes, but it looks like I have no choice but to back down. Estelle, your blessed gift has the power to heal your mother's illness. Tanya will take you there to help her. Understand? Yes, I'll definitely save her. Good, now that it's decided, let's go. I had Estelle sit in the passenger seat and had Robert, though it felt bad, sit in the kitchen area. Of course, Tanya took the driver's seat. Drive safely, but hurry as much as you can. If you get hungry, you can have a hot dog. Hot dog, what's a hot do? Hire. As Estelle tilted her head, puzzled, the kitchen truck started moving, and she disappeared into the distance with a scream. I hope she'll be all right. I hope they make it in time. Even if Estelle's mother is supposed to die next year or later, with Estelle's gift now at level 2, she should be able to cure her mother's illness. I'm glad I remembered just in time. If I'd remembered a few days later, I might have regretted it so much I could have died. I pray to the summoning goddess, Samania, and the holy goddess, Holly, that everything will go smoothly and in time. There was nothing else I could do at that point. Later that day, when I returned home covered in blood, my mother fainted right on the spot. After hearing the story from Alisa, my parents gave me my first ever lecture. For 2 hours. It was my fault, but I guess I should have thought things through a bit more before acting. Still, it was the only thing I could think of. Chapter 20, Holy Power. Bathed in the fading light of the sunset, the kitchen car, summoned by Sakurale-sama, sped toward the euphonium territory. It was incredibly fast. It was running at a speed several times faster than an ordinary carriage. Truly an amazing vehicle. As I watched the scenery passing by, I recalled everything that had happened so far. Sakurale-sama, with whom I became friends, was an unusual noblewoman. Though she was the daughter of a duke, the highest rank among the nobility, she never acted haughty or spoke arrogantly. Even though I was from a commoner's background, she treated me as an equal from the very start. How happy I was because of that. Having suddenly become a noble, I was filled with anxiety. I hadn't wanted to become a noble, but in order to get my sick mother proper medical treatment, it required a certain status and wealth. My father became a noble for my mother's sake. Therefore, as her daughter, I had to do my best as well. I worked hard to learn how to dance and practice etiquette so that I wouldn't embarrass myself as a noble lady. Though clumsy, I slowly improved, and eventually, I managed to maintain the basic dignity required of a noblewoman, but still, I wasn't used to the life of a noble. At a birthday party for the crown prince, I was mocked as a country bumpkin by the noble daughters I met for the first time. Being called a country bumpkin didn't bother me. It was true, after all. But I couldn't forgive the fact that they mocked the dress my mother had painstakingly made for me. What hurt the most was that I couldn't say anything back. Just when I was about to burst into tears from the frustration, Sakurale-sama appeared and helped me. She even called me her friend. I was so happy. She complimented the dress my mother made for me and encouraged me, saying that my gift, which I thought useless, was okay. She was truly kind. I thought someone like Sakurale-sama was what it meant to be a true noblewoman. Sakurale-sama also gave me lots of sweets. Every one of them was delicious. My father and mother were both astonished too. However, I never imagined that through those suites, I would meet princesses from other countries. Princess Lucari from the Prelude Kingdom and Princess Tiphania from the Menoet Kingdom. I never thought I would be sitting with such exalted people and playing together. After the party, when I told my father about it, he questioned me with a pale face, asking if I had done anything inappropriate. I think it was fine, though. Both of them didn't seem to care about small details. Then, when I mentioned that I had greeted the emperor, my father immediately collapsed into bed. Sakurale-sama was so kind, cute, and wonderful. I'm sure when she grows up, she will captivate many gentlemen's hearts. Wait, why does that make me feel uneasy? Sakurale-sama is an honest person, so I hope she doesn't get deceived by sweet-talking noblemen. No, I must protect her from such vile men. After all, she's my best friend. Maybe I should learn to sword fight from my mother. I want to be strong enough to defeat any man who tries to hurt her. My mother was once a legendary adventurer. Though she hasn't gone outside much since falling ill, her swordsmanship was said to be the best in the frontier. I wonder, will my mother's illness really be cured? I looked at the holy emblem of Lady Holly on the back of my hand. Sakurale-sama promised that she would definitely be able to cure her. No, it will definitely be okay. There's nothing wrong with what Sakurale-sama said. Just as she helped me, now it's my turn to help my mother. The sun had set, and even though it had gotten completely dark outside, the kitchen car kept going. It was as if the kitchen car itself was lighting the way with light magic. With that, there was no chance of losing the path. Eventually, the kitchen car entered the capital of the Euphonium territory and finally arrived at the Lord's residence, my house. We had arrived in less than a day. The servants were shocked by the sudden, unfamiliar vehicle, but when my father and I appeared, they hurried to us and informed us that my mother was in critical condition. Mother. When I rushed into the bedroom, my mother was lying on the bed, pale and sweating, looking as if she was about to collapse. I felt as if I might burst into tears seeing her in such a weak state. Estelle. Mother, I'm here, I'll save you now. I took my mother's feeble hand and prayed to Lady Holly, the holy goddess. Please, save my mother, I beg you. My gift, Sakurale-sama, please lend me your power. Suddenly, a hot surge of power erupted from my whole body, flowing through the hand I held, directly into my mother. This light. The doctor who had been attending to my mother let out an exclamation of surprise. My mother's entire body began to glow, and the room was filled with blinding light. As the light gradually faded, there she was, lying on the bed, breathing steadily. She looked completely different from the frail state she had been in just moments before. She appeared to have regained her health, as though she had returned to her former, vibrant self. The doctor placed his hand on my mother's forehead and checked her pulse. Incredible, there's no abnormality, it's as if time itself has reversed. Is this a miracle? Upon hearing the doctor's words, I felt my strength drain away, and I collapsed to the floor. Thank goodness, Sakurale-sama, I was able to save my mother. Estelle. My mother opened her eyes. The moment she saw me, she smiled, looking completely restored to her healthy self. Mother. Yuria. My father and I rushed to embrace my mother. It was her. My healthy mother had returned. My beloved mother was right here. I was so happy that I couldn't stop my tears. Father was crying too, so it must not have been strange. My mother was crying as well. The servants, and even Tanya who had brought us here, were all crying. My gift wasn't useless. This power must have been granted by Lady Holly to save my mother. Sakurale-sama had taught me that. If I hadn't met her, my mother might have died. Sakurale-sama was the one who saved my mother's life. What can I do to repay her? For now, I'll write her a letter of thanks. I need to express my gratitude. And then, I have to work even harder as a noblewoman. I need to be someone who isn't embarrassed to stand beside Sakurale-sama. Someone who can be of help to her. I swore this as I looked at the holy emblem of Lady Holly on the back of my hand. Chapter 21, at the Founding Festival. The next morning, just before noon, Tanya returned safely to the kitchen car. When Tanya and the others arrived at Estelle's house in Euphonium, Estelle's mother was apparently in a critical condition. That evening, she suddenly lost consciousness, had a high fever that wouldn't subside, and began mumbling deliriously. The doctor said there was nothing more they could do. It was then that Estelle's gift, sacred miracle, intervened, and her mother, who had been in critical condition, was saved. The fever broke, and soon she regained consciousness. Of course, both Estelle and Robert cried uncontrollably. Even Tanya, who had no direct connection, ended up crying as well. That's a relief, so there's no need to worry anymore. The town doctor says there are no issues at all now. In fact, he even said it was a miracle. Well, sacred miracle is the name of the gift, so that makes sense. Still, they decided to stay in euphonium for now to monitor her condition. The letter Tanya brought back from Estelle was filled with an overwhelming amount of gratitude. Estelle must have been incredibly relieved. I'm glad, though I'm still concerned about the flag with Elliot that I might have broken. But I suppose a life is more important than anything else. Wait, should I be trying to break more flags in my case? But if Estelle ends up happy with Elliot, that would be best, I think. Unless some destruction flag comes my way. For now, I suppose things have calmed down. I gazed at the symbol of my gift on my right hand, level 4. When I woke up this morning, the level had gone up. It must be because Estelle's favorability increased. Or perhaps it's more due to the event of Estelle's awakening that triggered the boost. In fact, Estelle's level also went up. I guess I'm kind of benefiting from that too. I wonder if completing major character events causes levels to rise. I really want to test what I can summon, but both my father and mother are busy with public duties for the founding festival today. Apparently, they'll have time tomorrow, so I'll have to give up for today. It can't be helped. If something were to happen while I was doing it on my own, that'd be bad. By the way, I've been wondering, what's this red stain on the car? The red-black substance spread across the bumper and front of the vehicle. It definitely looks like blood. Could it be that someone was run over? On the way back, we were speeding when something suddenly jumped out in front. I ended up running it over. Just like I thought. Wait, was the person, did they die? Yep, instant death. Oh no, what should I do? What's the protocol in this situation? Tanya ran them over, but the car is mine, so what should I do? This kitchen car is really sturdy, though. It didn't even get a scratch after running over a goblin. Goblin? Did you run over a goblin? Yeah. A goblin, huh? Well, that's a relief, I think. I inspected the kitchen car, and there wasn't a single dent. Even if it's foreign-made, this thing is way too durable, right? Could it be that summoned stores and their related items can't be damaged? No way, right? Oh, and please keep Estelle's gift a secret, okay? It'd be a problem if the wrong people noticed. I understand. Lord Euphonium asked me not to tell anyone either. I won't speak of it. Wow, even Estelle's dad understands the power and danger of her gift. A gift that can heal any illness is definitely something shady individuals would want to get their hands on. Fortunately, the specifics of a gift can only be known by the person who possesses it, so if it's just categorized as a healing gift, it probably won't attract too much attention. Healing gifts are actually fairly common. That reminds me, how did you find out about Lady Euphonium's wife's crisis? Huh? Oh, well, it was, a prophetic dream or, just a feeling. Did you receive a divine revelation? I was caught off guard by Tanya's surprised expression when I blurted out the lie. Rarely, but it is said that some people who receive gifts from the gods also receive divine revelations. For a divine revelation to be given, one must be greatly favored by the gods. And if someone falsely claims to have received such a revelation, they could have their gift taken away. I am not lying, though. Tanya must have misunderstood. I just said it was a prophetic dream or an omen. Anyway, starting today, the founding festival will last for 2 weeks. I have to enjoy it for Estelle's sake, too, even though she went home, though I told her to. I had planned to go with my father and mother, but both of them had to attend events for the founding festival on the first day. My father is a royal prince, so it's apparently required that he make an appearance at such occasions. Since children are exempt from this, there was a suggestion that I go around with Elliot, but I graciously declined. I can't invite Princess Luca or Tifa, either. Wait, does that mean I don't have any friends I can casually hang out with, except for Estelle? Maybe I should have socialized more at Elliot's birthday party. Hey, this is a problem. I'm alone. Well, not exactly alone since I have the guards with me, but still. All right, Sakurail, I'll show you around the capital. Just as I was thinking that, my grandfather, the Duke of the Borderlands, showed up. Apparently, my mother had contacted him. Well, it's definitely better than wandering around alone, but is he free? I heard from Duke and Ashley. Did you get into some trouble? Yes. It was undoubtedly about what happened yesterday. If your daughter comes home covered in blood, you'd naturally be worried. The euphonium baron family has close ties with my grandfather, so I'll have to properly tell him what happened yesterday and how it ended. After hearing the story, my grandfather let out a deep sigh. You're still a child. You should rely more on the adults around you. It may be difficult to trust people here since you haven't been here long, but no, that's not it. I trust everyone here. This is the truth. By observing the adults' attitudes, I can tell whether their feelings are sincere or just a facade. Thankfully, everyone working for the Philharmonie Duke's household has been considerate of me. I deeply regret making everyone worry. What you did might have been wrong for a duke's daughter, but thanks to that, the euphonium barons were saved. I'm proud of you. Saying that, my grandfather patted my head with his large hand. It made me feel a little embarrassed. By the way, are you planning to wear that outfit to the festival? Is there something wrong with it? I looked down at the clothes I was wearing, checking if there was anything strange about them. I didn't think anything was off, but is there something wrong? With that outfit, it's obvious you're a noble's daughter. You might attract unwanted attention. It's customary to wear more common clothing when attending the founding festival or religious ceremonies. It can make others feel intimidated. I didn't know that was a custom. But now that I think about it, when Elliot and Estelle went around during the festival in the game, they were both wearing simple, everyday clothes. But I thought that was because it would have been bad if Elliot was recognized as the crown prince. No, I'm also technically royalty, so I suppose it would be bad if I was recognized too. Alsa, do we have clothes like that? Of course, my lady, nothing will be overlooked. Alisa, the maid, replied as if it was the most obvious thing. Wait, is this general knowledge? Led by Alisa, I was quickly changed. In the mirror, I saw a plain town girl with inconspicuous clothes. It felt like I had returned to my days in the slums, though these clothes were far better than those from back then. Do I really need glasses too? They'll help create a sense of simplicity while still maintaining a bit of charm. I think they're necessary. Oh, I see. I stared at my unfamiliar self in the mirror, wearing braids and glasses. It didn't look bad, I guess. When I returned to my grandfather, he too had changed into inconspicuous, plain clothes. He looked like a craftsman from somewhere. Not just my grandfather, but Tanya, Alisa, and the other guards had also changed into civilian clothing. If you're seen with guards and a maid, people will know you're a noble. But still, if we go by the Duke's carriage, won't it defeat the purpose? We'll get out before we enter the 3rd district, so it's fine. Don't worry. The main areas of the founding festival are the 3rd and 4th districts. Our estate is located in the 1st district, while Estelle's euphonium baron family resides in the 2nd district. After passing through the 1st district, where the royal family and high-ranking nobles live, and the 2nd district, where lower-ranking nobles and wealthy merchants reside, we got off the carriage in front of the gate to the 3rd district. Wow, it's so lively. The 3rd district was already immersed in the festive atmosphere. Flags fluttered from roof to roof, and the streets were filled with the bustle of people. Stalls and food stands lined the streets, with customers peering curiously at rare products. A band played cheerful music, and people danced to the rhythm. Inspired by the lively crowd, I began to feel excited as well. I didn't dislike festivals. This is your first festival, Sakurail, so let's start with some rabbit skewers. What kind of food has such a direct name? Following my grandfather, we walked to one of the stalls, and what was served was a very ordinary skewer. Oh, so it's a skewer made with rabbit meat? It's like grilled chicken then. I thought it would be a whole roasted rabbit, but the rabbit skewers were seasoned with salt, giving them a rustic, flavorful taste. Quite delicious. To be honest, I'd like to try it with sauce as well, but oh, they're selling takoyaki too. Tanya's eyes lit up as she peered at the stall next to us. Takoyaki is sold here, too. Come to think of it, I remember there was a scene in the game where Elliot and Estelle ate takoyaki during their festival date. I wonder if this world is actually the game world? The things that appeared in the game, like the stills and text, exist here too. That's why I occasionally see elements of Japanese culture. It feels like a strange mismatch. Grandfather, Tanya, Alisa, and I wandered around the festive streets, enjoying the atmosphere. Caught up in the mood of the festival, I ended up buying things I didn't really need. I bought a cheap but cute brooch without thinking. Well, I guess it's fine. As I carefully observed the people around us, I noticed quite a few nobles who were clearly disguised. Just as my grandfather had said, it seems that dressing in commoner-style clothes and wandering around is a noble tradition at this festival. I also spotted a few kids I'd seen briefly at Elliot's party. Of course, I didn't approach them. Even if they noticed me, I didn't think they'd talk to me. I imagine we both understood that we should avoid interfering with each other. After all, the main focus of the festival isn't the nobles, but the common people who live in the capital. According to what my grandfather told me, there are even some foolish nobles who don't understand that. But it's so lively. It seems that people from other countries have also come to the festival. That suntanned child over there, wait, is that Tifa? I found a girl who looked strikingly similar to Tifa and couldn't help but stare at her. Then, as if she noticed, she returned my gaze. Though her clothes were different, she really did look like her. Wait, no, this has to be her. Tifa. Oh, it's really Sakurail. With a broad smile on her face, Tefania, the third princess of the kingdom of Menowit, rushed toward me. Huh, Sakurail. The girl standing next to her also rushed toward us. Wait, is that Luca? Both of them were dressed simply, a stark contrast to how they looked at the party, so I didn't recognize them at first. They must have been in disguise. The guards standing behind them were also dressed plainly, but they were still armed with swords. I never imagined I'd run into the princesses of Menowit and Prelude here. I'd heard they were planning to watch the festival and then head back, but I didn't expect this. Did you two come together? No, Prince Elliot was with us as well, but we got separated. Honestly, it's not a problem. It's easier to enjoy the sights without having to worry about him, Tifa said with a smile. Yeah, no problem, Luca added. I don't know why, but I feel a bit sorry for Elliot. I can understand that he'd want to avoid being too formal with the prince from another country, but still. But look at Elliot, trying to invite the two of them to the festival. That's quite bold. Or maybe it was an order from His Majesty the Emperor, though the fact that they got separated is a bit of a setback for him. He's probably searching for them desperately by now. Chapter 22, The Targeted One. Is Estelle not here? Estelle went back to her domain because her mother collapsed. Is she all right? Yeah. She's fine now. Luca, who had been looking worried, let out a small sigh of relief. It's nice to see her caring about Estelle, even though they've only met once. Is that person a guard for Sakurail? Tifa looked up at my grandfather. He had almost knelt down, but Tifa stopped him. She probably wanted to prevent our identities from being revealed. Nice to meet you, Princess Tefania, Prince Lucari. I am Zarbak on Einsatz, Sakurail's grandfather. Oh, so you're the Lion of the Empire. I've heard much of your bravery. Yes, Tifa, I understand you're excited, but now people are realizing who my grandfather is. Well, they're just sending glances our way, not approaching, so maybe there's some unspoken rule during festivals. Like not making a scene even if you recognize a noble. Maybe people just want to avoid getting involved because it's troublesome to deal with nobility. Sakurail, would you like to walk around with us? Sure, that's a good idea. Lead the way. Oh, with Luca and the others. Is it okay if I go around with the princesses? I looked up at my grandfather, who smiled and nodded gently. Though I'm not really familiar with this festival myself. Is that so? Sakurail has been frail and was staying away from the capital to recuperate. If you need a guide, this old man will assist you. Oh, that would be wonderful. Tifa beamed at my grandfather's help. The kingdom of women values strength, but it also respects power, so even though women rule, they hold a great deal of admiration for my grandfather. Tifa seems to be showing him respect with her soft demeanor. Perhaps if Elliot gets stronger, he might have a chance to win Tifa's heart, though becoming as strong as my grandfather would be no easy feat. The group, including Tifa, Luca, the guards from the Kingdom of Women, and I, enjoyed the festival under my grandfather's guidance. There were various food stalls, street performers, and puppet shows, which were quite entertaining. Tifa and Luca seemed to be enjoying themselves, which made me feel at ease. However, where there are crowds, there's also crime, and twice I saw men being taken away by the knights. They seem to be pickpockets or thieves, so I'll have to be careful. Though I wasn't even given any money to carry, so it's not like I'm at risk. The food at the stalls is pretty good, but the sweets you gave me, Sakurail, are unbeatable. Yeah, those are in a class of their own. Especially the small, chewy sweets, those are divine. They're so good. Small, chewy sweets? Oh right, the colorful square ones, they're sweet, chewy, and delicious. Yeah, they're so delicious that I ended up eating even the ones I was saving for souvenirs. Luca slumped, looking dejected. But didn't I give her quite a lot? Well then, I'll deliver some more sweets tomorrow morning. I'll make sure to bring extra this time. Ah, Sakurail, you're so kind. I love you. Luca hugged me. This feels a little awkward, I mean, being liked over sweets is strange. My grandfather looked at me with a gaze that seemed to say, I'm glad you made a friend. I don't feel bad about it, though. Tifa, what's wrong? Tifa had stopped walking, apparently having spotted something. There were a lot of people, so I couldn't quite make out what she was looking at, but maybe she recognized someone. There's Crown Prince Elliot over there. Eh? Sure enough, I spotted Elliot in the direction Tifa pointed. Of course, he had 2 guards with him, and beside him, there was a familiar face. Follower A. Follower. Ah, never mind. The person hovering next to Elliot is Follower A. Actually, I don't even know her name. Well, anyway, she's the daughter of the Marquis of Ragtime. Even though Elliot is trying to blend in with plain clothes to avoid drawing attention, Follower A, that's too long, let's just stick with Follower A, was dressed in a striking red formal gown, looking like she's headed to some sort of party. Of course, she's drawing all kinds of attention, but she seemed so engrossed in talking to Elliot that she didn't seem to notice anything around her. This festival isn't about nobility. Nobles are supposed to dress modestly to avoid causing discomfort for the common folk, as my grandfather said. So, this must be one of those foolish nobles who don't follow the rule. Elliot, clearly overwhelmed, was walking with an expression that screamed, I'm so done with this. Given that look on his face, I have to admit, I'm impressed by Follower A's mental fortitude in still trying to engage him. Ah, crap, our eyes met. Well, it's not that big of a deal. Once Elliot spotted us, he immediately brightened and walked over with a smile. That smile wasn't one of I'm so happy to see you, but more like, thank goodness help is here. Princess Lucari, Princess Tefania. I've been looking for you, so you've been with Sakurail, huh? Yep, we've been showing her around the capital. Behind Elliot, Follower A stood sulking, her face a little sour. Ah, I get it. She's irritated because her date with Elliot got interrupted, although whether it was really a date is debatable. Your Highness, over there, there's a shop selling beautiful trinkets. Let's go check it out. Follower A grabbed Elliot's arm and began pulling him away. Well, this is unacceptable. Ignoring 2 princesses from another country to rudely interrupt our conversation. She's bound to be criticized for her lack of manners. However, it seemed that the 2 princesses couldn't care less about it. I could practically hear their silent wish for Elliot and her to just leave already. Annemarie, I was tasked by my father to escort these 2, so. I'll ask Sakurail and the Margrave to show us around, so that's fine. You 2 can go wherever you like. Luca firmly rejected him, leaving Elliot with a sour look on his face. Luca, could you soften your approach a bit? Though it turns out her name is Annemarie. Funny that it's an A after all. See? The 2 of them are saying it's fine, so let's head over there. And no, that's not the case. I have to obey my father's orders. Right, Sakurail? Elliot sure is desperate. If he didn't want to, he could have just said so clearly. Well, I guess I'll step in to help. True. As Crown Prince, you can't go against His Majesty's orders. In a way, this is a public duty. Elliot can't just abandon it. Why yes, exactly. As Crown Prince, I must fulfill this duty. Elliot, clearly relieved, gave a big, enthusiastic smile as he passionately explained. Meanwhile, Luca and Tifa were making faces that clearly said, this is such a hassle. Yeah, maybe tone it down a bit. Anyway, that's why Elliot should stay here. Hold on. You've been acting so familiar with His Highness the Crown Prince, but who even are you? Oh, looks like I've been challenged. Wait, didn't I introduce myself? Apologies, I'm Sakurail La Philharmonie. I'm a cousin of His Highness the Crown Prince, so I got a little carried away. Philharmonie, the Philharmonie Dukedom. Then, you're His Imperial Highnesses. The daughter, yes, is there a problem? Annemarie's face twisted into a bitter expression. I still don't quite understand why I, who who was supposed to be Elliot's fiancé in the game, ended up hanging out with this girl, who's all over Elliot, clearly smitten. Speaking of which, when exactly did Elliot and I get engaged in the game? If that kidnapping incident was resolved quickly, maybe His Majesty the Emperor just made the move to accommodate my father. If we were already engaged when we met, it wouldn't be too surprising for someone like Follower A to try and get close to Elliot in an attempt to get into his good graces. What does it matter if you're the daughter of a duke? I'm Elliot-sama's fiancé, okay. Really? I directed a disappointed look at Elliot. Well, I'm not complaining, but honestly, if this girl becomes empress, I'm worried about the country. Won't it fall into ruin? Like in the game, she might just blame Elliot for everything and run off to another country. Congratulations. And no, that's not it. I was just one of the candidates, it's not decided yet. So that's not the case. I see, I don't mind who Elliot ends up with, but as the next king of this country, I'd hope he'd choose carefully. At least, for the first wife. This world recognizes polygamy, so long as the man has the means to support all his wives, that is. Though my father doesn't have any, His Majesty the Emperor, his older brother, has 2 concubines in addition to the Empress. That means he has 3 wives. At the moment, the only child is Elliot, born to the first wife, so there's no issue with succession. That being said, Elliot's fiancé has to be chosen with extra care. Maybe it's because the game left such a strong impression, but I can't say I feel particularly fond of this girl. If I were to choose a bride for him, I'd say Estelle would be a better match. For now, I'm just a candidate, but that's only a matter of time. Destiny will surely bring us together. Is that so? When I glanced at Elliot, he was shaking his head vigorously, as if to say, I don't know. Destiny, huh? If this world really has something like the game's scenario, then it wouldn't be surprising if there were already fated matches for people. Well, in my case, I need to make sure that doesn't happen. There's no way I'm going to let things unfold according to some scripted fate. Your Highness, there's a fortune teller over there. Shall we go have our futures read? I told you, I'm escorting the princesses. Elliot and Follower A were at it again, starting to bicker. To an outsider, it might look like they're flirting. Elliot shot me a desperate look as if pleading for help, but frankly, I couldn't care less. Stay away from the crown prince, you vile woman. What did you say? Follower A's face contorted with rage after suddenly being hit with an insult. Her furious gaze was directed at me. No, it wasn't me. Then who said it? I had no idea. I heard the voice from behind me, but when I turned around, there were so many people in the streets that I couldn't tell who had spoken. In other words, it could have been anyone, really. With all the commotion, it was inevitable that the people around us would notice Elliot's presence. It's only natural that some of the good citizens, seeing Follower A causing trouble for him, would shout a few words. Well, more like an insult. HMPH. Suddenly, my grandfather crouched low and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. What's going on? I looked around, and I realized there was a faint, black mist drifting through the air. What's this? Suddenly, black shadows erupted from various spots around us like geysers, and each one took the shape of a beast. A wolf, a tiger, a lion, a horse, a rhino, a bear. Shadows in the shapes of various beasts appeared all around us. There were easily more than 50 of them. Protect the crown prince, it's an ambush. For a moment, Elliot's guards looked stunned by my grandfather's words, but they quickly recovered and unsheathed their swords, forming a protective circle around Elliot. The black dogs that attacked Elliot at his birthday party. There's no doubt about it. These are the same ones. At the time, I couldn't be certain, but now I can say for sure. This is beast magic summoning, the dangerous gift that the game's Villainess, Sakurail, originally possessed. And with this many beasts, this is clearly an out-of-control summoning. Isn't this a bit bad? Chapter 23, Rampaging State. What's that? Kaya. The sudden appearance of numerous summoned beasts caused panic among the people enjoying the festival. It's no surprise, they were attacked by ferocious beasts right in the middle of the town. I don't know who they are, but they're ruining the festival. HMPH, I question their sanity. Despite the situation, Tifa and Luca were not frightened. As expected of a princess of a kingdom, they have nerves of steel. Our crown prince, Elliot, also seems to be holding his ground, not panicking. Well done. The one currently in a panic is Lady Annemarie, one of Elliot's attendants. She's clinging to Elliot's waist, flustered and running around in a state of distress. Elliot seems to be troubled, unable to move. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr grandfather stepped in front of us, swinging his sword in one swift motion. The wolf was cleaved in half, its body splitting apart and falling onto the street in a gruesome display. The black wolf, bleeding black blood, made eerie hissing sounds as it turned into black mist and disappeared. Even summoned beasts have a physical form. Cut them down. At my grandfather's command, Elliot, Luca, and Tifa's bodyguards began swinging their swords at the summoned beasts charging toward them. As expected from royal guards, their skills are impeccable. While protecting their charges, they slice down the summoned beasts one after another. The summoned beasts aren't only targeting Elliot, they're attacking indiscriminately, including us. It's a full-blown rampage. If this continues, it might harm the innocent civilians around us. I suspect the summoner can't control them. The best course of action would be to capture the summoner and sever their consciousness, but in this chaos, we can't even locate where they are. Fortunately, it's still in the rampaging state. Please don't let it reach the final form. In the game, after Sakurail falls into a rampaging state, she becomes reckless, summoning the strongest dark dragon through beast demon summoning at the cost of her own life. That dark dragon is then destroyed by the light sword summoned by Estelle and Elliot, using Sacred Miracle, marking a happy ending for the Elliot route. However, if the affection level with Elliot is low at that point, the light sword won't be summoned, and the dark dragon will not be destroyed. It will only be sealed in a magical artifact known as the Seal Crystal. Estelle then embarks on a journey of training to completely destroy the dark dragon, while Elliot waits for her, resulting in a good ending. Of course, there's also a bad ending where the two lose to the dark dragon and die together. Currently, Estelle, who is capable of summoning the light sword, isn't in the royal capital. If the dark dragon is summoned here, we'll be completely doomed. It's a critical situation. What should we do? The summoned beasts are attacking everyone indiscriminately. We stood by the building walls, keeping our backs protected and focused on a defensive posture. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr of his bodyguards was blown away. Lady Annemarie, driven by fear, hurriedly detached herself from Elliot and fled like a startled rabbit. Ah, I've seen this scene before. It's almost identical to the still where my attendants ran away when I was accused in the game. Only attendant B isn't here. Leaving us in this situation is incredibly dangerous, but perhaps by luck, the summoned beasts didn't pursue her. If she can escape, that's for the best. She's more of a hindrance anyway. Well, I suppose I am too. Gravity change. Elliot used his gift on the summoned bear. At that moment, one of his bodyguards charged at the bear, and it was sent flying with absurd force. I see, he made the bear lighter and sent it flying. I thought gravity change only worked by increasing weight, but this is an interesting application of it. Prince Elliot certainly knows how to handle himself. Tifa smiled challengingly. It seemed she had gained a bit more respect for our crown prince. Amidst the rampaging summoned beasts, we focused on defense while gradually reducing their numbers. My grandfather, displaying remarkable prowess, protected me while also keeping an eye on Elliot, ensuring not a single beast passed by. My grandfather's gift was Blade Legion, a power granted by the god of blades, Blade-sama, which allows him to handle any weapon with blades at an exceptional level. Though aging, he remains the lion of the empire. Tifa watched him with sparkling eyes, clearly impressed by his impressive combat skills. However, even so, if the dark dragon were to appear, I couldn't help but fear that even my grandfather, as I worried, the sound of clanking armor grew louder as the Knight Brigade arrived at the scene. With such a commotion, it was only natural they'd come. Among the knights, one in particularly conspicuous red armor rushed toward Elliot upon spotting him. How did he recognize Elliot so easily? Could that person be the commander of the knights? If so, that would make him Jean's father, a potential target for romance in the game. Crown Prince, are you unharmed? I'm fine. Protect Princess Lucari and Princess Tefania. Yes, Your Highness. Immediately, half of the knights gathered around us, forming a shield wall, while the remaining knights rushed to engage the still rampaging summoned beasts. We were saved. With this, we could somehow. Ahem. Suddenly, the summoned beasts began to lose their form, vanishing and transforming into black mist. I braced myself in fear, wondering if this was the precursor to the dark dragon's summoning, but nothing happened. Has the rampage subsided? Is it over? Sakurael, are you all right? Ah yes, I'm fine, grandfather. After confirming my safety, my grandfather let out a small sigh of relief. The commotion died down, and a sense of relief spread through the area. However, since the person responsible for causing this chaos had not yet been caught, we couldn't afford to let our guard down. The summoner had called forth so many summoned beasts. It must have consumed a lot of magical energy. Unless the summoner had an extraordinary amount of power, it would be impossible for them to attack again on the same day. Really, this festival has been completely ruined. One by one, knights continued to arrive at the scene. Alongside them, healers with healing-type gifts began treating the injured civilians who had been caught up in the chaos. Fortunately, there were no fatalities or serious injuries, despite the rampage. Truly, we were lucky. The people around us were whispering, some glancing our way. It seems we ended up standing out after all. I could see a few nobles and their children, whom I had seen at Elliot's birthday party, watching us with curiosity. Princess Lucari, Princess Tefania, I deeply apologize for involving you in our country's troubles. I will surely make amends for this. Elliot ran up and bowed his head to both Luca and Tifa. Technically, it wasn't his fault, but it was true that he had distanced himself from the two and exposed them to danger. It was only right for him to apologize to the guests he had invited. No, there's no need to worry about that. This attack wasn't the Crown Prince's fault. The one responsible is undoubtedly the attacker. However, if you must apologize, well then, I would like something from Sakurael. How about some sweets? Hi. As I was left dumbfounded, Luca, who was standing next to me, vigorously nodded her head up and down. That sounds great. Your Highness, I would like the same. Sakurael. Elliot looked at me with a confused expression. More sweets. How deep does this obsession go? It's not like I mind, though. In this situation, we can't enjoy the festival. How about you all come to my house? I can give you as many as you want. We'll go. Both of them nodded with bright smiles. How much do they really want them? Sakurael, is it okay if I come too? Elliot as well. Well, it's fine, I guess. There's no reason to refuse, and it's probably Elliot's duty to escort the two princesses under the Emperor's orders anyway. It's a bit awkward since we won't be enjoying the festival, but it's all the fault of the person who summoned those beasts. I wonder who the culprit is. Who would dare to attack Elliot in the middle of a town and during a festival? If Elliot were to die, the Empire would fall into chaos. There could be infighting among the nobles over who would succeed him. It's also possible that the Empire is behind this, using the situation to incite a war of invasion, though. But that beast magic summoning, the dark dragon wasn't summoned, but it went into a rampaging state. That means, with just a little push, there's a possibility that the dark dragon could be summoned. I wish the goddess of summoning, Semania, would take that gift away from them. Well, that's probably not going to happen. Even though Sakurael never lost her gift after doing all those bad things in the game. I guess Semania isn't interested in good and evil. The gods' thinking is something we humans can never understand. While I was thinking about such things, I took the Crown Prince and the two princesses back home a little earlier than planned. Since there was still time until evening, I summoned a candy store and a food truck. Now I could summon a food truck while calling other stores at the same time and decided to treat the three of them to hot dogs. Of course, my grandfather too. After the two princesses took a bite of the hot dog, their eyes lit up and they started ordering from the menu one after another. They're going to gain weight, you know? Yum, this is delicious, Sakurael. You've been hiding something like this from us. You're not someone to be underestimated. It's delicious. I'm going to marry you, Sakurael. I'll eat this every day. Whoops, Luca just proposed to me. Sorry, Luca, you're cute, but I'm straight. This, I've heard about it, but Sakurael, your gift is truly amazing, as expected of my granddaughter. Oh, a six-sided puzzle this many. There are even ones with patterns. Sakurael, would you sell me these? Well, I guess it's fine. While my grandfather was admiring the food truck and the buildings I summoned, it seemed like Elliot's entire focus had shifted to the candy store's six-sided puzzles. How much does he love them? I wonder if I should summon a level 4 store tomorrow. Given the attack today, it's clear that a gift with no combat power is quite troublesome. Are there any stores with combat capabilities? Maybe a tank food truck, that would be cool, right? Chapter 24, Store Summoning 4. This store, Level 4 Store Summoning. A suspicious-looking store appeared in the garden of the Philharmonie family, and I couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. It was a traditional Japanese house from the Heian period. An old wooden sign was mounted on the roof, with the words Ayashino Pawn Shop written on it. This was the same kind of pawn shop that had been near my childhood home. It had been there since I was born, but it went out of business when the elderly owner passed away during my high school years. He had been a mysterious old man, resembling a yakai like Nurarihian, so I never expected him to actually die. There were all kinds of rumors surrounding that shop, like it was a home for yakai, it sold cursed items, or was involved with the underworld. Given the store's appearance, those rumors didn't seem all that surprising. In fact, I'd only been inside this store once back when I was in middle school. I found some old coins in my grandmother's attic and thought I could sell them here. I sold them for about 500 yen, but to this day, I still suspect I was scammed. Sakurail, is this also a store? Somehow, it feels different from the other stores we've seen. It seems my father and mother are sensing the strange atmosphere too, as they both look slightly tense. This is a pawn shop. It's a place that buys unwanted items, I explained. So it's a buy and sell shop. Does that mean there aren't any products on display? My father asked. No, they also sell the items they buy. It's just that the products here are likely to be a bit random. I'd only been inside once, but I remembered it being filled with all kinds of things, with no clear indication of what was for sale. There were things that looked like trash and others like expensive vases. Still, this store exudes a strange aura. It feels like there's some sort of barrier around it. There's no danger, right? My grandfather, who was with us for the summoning, asked this with a serious expression. I couldn't help but feel that, based on the store's vibe, there might be cursed items around, but I wanted to believe there was no danger. Let's hope there's no lingering resentment from the deceased shop owner. No curses, please. Let's open the gate. Excuse us. Despite my enthusiasm, I quietly slid the door open and stepped inside. The shop was surprisingly spacious, but the dim light from a single exposed light bulb made the room feel gloomier than it should be, especially since the windows were covered with junk. Whoa, now that I really look, there are so many things everywhere. Large vases, hanging scrolls, Japanese umbrellas, swords, armor, plates of various sizes, Buddhist statues, tea utensils, pocket watches, radios, CD players, camera strobes, opera glasses, framed Western paintings, various cooking tools, a mounted falcon, calligraphy sets, notebooks and stationery, colored pencils and highlighters, a badminton set, kendama, picnic blankets, incense holders, hina dolls, jewelry, chests of drawers, lucky cats, and so on. And so on. At first, I thought it was all antiques, but actually, not everything seemed that way. There were brand-name handbags, running shoes, and even some musical instruments mixed in. For some reason, there were also several manga volumes on the shelves. The counter was divided into two sections, one for sales and the other for buying. The glass case in front of the counter displayed rings, necklaces, and high-end watches. Are they real? I have no idea what kind of store this is. Oh, this stuffed bear is so cute. My mother picked up a small yellow teddy bear from the shelf. It was a bear that loved honey, wearing a red vest. What is this? A rope? But it has claws on the end. Could this be some kind of weapon? No, father. That's just an extension cord, I said, pointing to the object in question. And there's a whole box of them in the corner. Why are there so many? Did someone come to sell them all at once? The shop was quite spacious, but filled with so much random stuff that just keeping track of what was in there was going to take some time. I glanced over at my grandfather, who had drawn a sword from its scabbard and was staring intently at the blade. Beautiful, I've never seen a sword like this before. The blade is like a mirror, with wavy patterns, even the hilt is intricately crafted. I wonder if any of the blacksmiths in my domain could make a sword like this. Be careful, okay? That one is probably real. Swords are very sharp, so it'll cut easily. Don't start swinging it around, I warned him. Grandfather sheathed the sword and turned to me. Can I buy this with our currency? Yes, but are you really planning to buy it? Yes, I've decided. I want this sword. How much is it? Well, how much would a Japanese sword cost? The items from the shop I summoned are usually marked up 10 times or more, so I doubt it'll be cheap. There was no price tag, so I had to place a coin on the counter to inquire about the cost. Grandfather placed a platinum coin, worth 1,000,000 yen on the counter and tried to leave with the sword, but it wouldn't let him take it. Wait, a platinum coin worth 1,000,000 yen isn't enough. Well, if they're marking it up 10 times, then maybe that's too little. A sword that costs only 100,000 yen would be pretty cheap. Grandfather, I think you'll need a royal gold coin to buy it, which is worth 10 million yen. Are you sure you want to buy it? But yes, I still want it. I'll buy it, Grandfather declared, his face tense. A royal gold coin is worth 10 million yen. 10 million yen for a weapon, could you even use it? I would be too scared to. Grandfather is a border lord, so he has enough money, but to someone like me, who's not interested in weapons, this seemed like such a waste. Grandfather has received a gift from Blade, the god of swords, so I can understand his fascination with the sword. In the end, he was able to buy it with 1 royal gold coin and 8 platinum coins. In other words, the sword would cost 180,000 yen on Earth. 180,000, is that cheap or expensive? I can't say, but in this world, I'm sure it's expensive. After all, that's 10.8 million yen. If it were a historical sword, maybe, but a sword sold in a shady antique shop for 10.8 million yen, that seems impossible. Though it was technically 180,000 yen. I told my grandfather that it was more of a work of art than a functional weapon, so I wasn't sure if it would be strong enough for combat. He said that the sword was just a reference for him to create his own blade using high-quality iron or mithril in his domain. It seems like he doesn't intend to use the sword for actual combat. Still, the thought of spending nearly 20 million for that seemed undeniably like a ripoff. This shop has a wide range of products, from low-priced items to very expensive ones, I remarked. Father and mother nodded, understanding after seeing the sword grandfather bought. By the way, the teddy bear my mother was holding cost 5 copper coins. That's about 500 yen on Earth, but here it's 5,000 yen. Compared to the sword, it's cheap. But knowing the cost of things in Japan, I can't shake the feeling that we're being overcharged. Still, there's so much stuff here. Wow, this small radio cassette player is the same one my grandfather had. It's so nostalgic. He used to listen to Isekai on it. Oh, right, this is a pawn shop. I wonder how the buying process works here? I bought the old extension cord my father had earlier. It cost 4 copper coins, or 4,000 yen here, but only 400 yen on Earth. I guess that's pretty standard. I then placed it on the counter for selling, but there was no response. I'd like to sell this, I said. When I spoke up, the extension cord on the counter disappeared, and in its place, 2 copper coins appeared with a clink. Good. It's in the local currency, I thought. If it had been paid with Japanese bills or coins, it wouldn't have been of any use here. However, it was only half the price I paid. The buyback amount was about 200 yen on Earth. It went down. Well, that's to be expected. The basics of business: buy low, sell high. This doesn't really make much sense, I muttered to myself. Then it occurred to me, could it be that the extension cord, being an item from Earth, was bought at a lower price? What if I tried selling something from this world? I took off the brooch I had bought at yesterday's festival and placed it on the counter. It had cost me 5 iron coins. Would it be bought back for a lower price, or maybe a higher one? Please buy this, I said. The brooch vanished, and in its place, 5 copper coins appeared with a jingle. It increased. I had sold it for 10 times the price. Does that mean items from this world get bought back for 10 times their cost? When you buy something from Earth and bring it to this world, you get charged 10 times the price. But if you sell something from this world to Earth, will they buy it for 10 times the price? This is something I need to test more. If it works, I could make a lot of money. I told my father to bring back some things from the mansion that we could sell. Heh, I'm getting excited about this. In the end, it didn't work out. Apparently, there seems to be a limit to the amount they can pay for buybacks. Once the total exceeds a certain amount, they stop buying. Well, previous shops had a similar system where, if you bought everything in the store, it wouldn't be restocked until you summoned the shop again. The reverse could also be true. Even a regular pawn shop can't pay you more than the amount they have on hand. The limit is usually around 1 million yen. I thought I'd be able to make a profit, but I am making a profit. If I sell things up to the limit every day, it'll still amount to a decent sum. Once something is bought, the price for subsequent sales of the same item drops. But that's fine, since I can sell anything. For now, I'm okay with this. That said, my family doesn't have money problems, so there's no real need to sell things every day. My father had bought 2 cheap automatic watches. Cheap here still means about 300,000 yen. The world here does have clocks, but they're not as small as the ones from Earth. We only have large grandfather clocks at home, so even at that price, it was still quite a bargain. My father immediately went off to the castle to present one to the king. I'm sure he's just showing off. Since it was an automatic one, there shouldn't be any worries about the battery running out. I was also thinking of giving my grandmother a women's wristwatch. Maybe I should get one for the queen as well. After all, only the king and my grandmother have one. As for Elliot, a wristwatch would be too early for him. I think he'd be much happier with the wooden puzzle I found in the corner of the pawn shop. My grandfather, meanwhile, had bought a suit of armor and a helmet. He must have spent quite a bit, but honestly, wouldn't plate armor be more durable than this? It might be easier to move in, though. Grandfather had said he was going to study armor on his land and create his own designs. Maybe in the future, a Japanese-style armor will become popular in the frontier. Chapter 25. Measures and Concerns. The gift from Sakurail is as remarkable as ever. I've never seen such a small watch before. The emperor sighed in admiration, while looking at the wristwatch presented by his younger brother. In this world, the day is still 24 hours long, and the concepts of AM and PM exist. Similarly, there are 12 months in a year, and leap years as well. This could be used as a reward for the nobles. Yes, the value of such a small and precise watch is immeasurable. It will certainly become a symbol of honor among the nobles. Tenor, the prime minister, adjusted his glasses while staring at the watch Cloud had given him. To be honest, he also wanted this watch. Even the smallest watch in this world was still the size of a grandfather clock by Earth standards. It was far too large to carry around. People in this world tell time by the ringing of clocks in clock towers and set rough schedules. However, since it's impossible to know how many minutes exactly, schedules often get delayed. A meticulous person like Prime Minister Tenor couldn't tolerate this. With this watch, it would be much easier to plan schedules. Your Majesty, if you would, might I have this watch? Ah, I understand. I'll let you have it. I can buy another one tomorrow. Hearing Cloud's words, Tenor bowed deeply with a smile. If it is to be used as a reward for the nobles, I would prefer if the royal family could purchase it. Is that possible? Well, that's fine, as long as you pay the handling fee. How sly, well, considering that the gift from Sakurail works that way, I suppose money is necessary. Sakurail may one day be able to summon stores that sell extraordinary goods. However, if there is no money when that time comes, it would be meaningless. The Duke was hoping to earn enough money in advance for his daughter's sake. He believed that the money earned through his daughter's gift should be used for her benefit. He had been saving all the money he had earned thus far, intending to use it for purchasing goods from the stores his daughter summoned. So, have you learned anything about the assailants? Not at all. However, I'm curious how the attackers knew Elliot was going to the festival that day. Originally, he wasn't scheduled to go. It was I who ordered him to escort the 2 princes. How did they find out? This is an insider. The Emperor nodded solemnly. Someone must have informed the attackers about Elliot's trip to the city. While it's possible for anyone in the castle to have learned the information, the fact that it spread so quickly suggests that someone specifically passed it on. Could it have been Marquis Ragtime? There's a high possibility, but what was his goal? Could he be planning to replace Elliot with his own son on the throne? That's unlikely. Even though the Ragtime family has royal blood, it's very diluted. The right of succession to the throne is limited to up to the 3rd degree of kinship. Unless he eliminates all those in the line of succession, I think it's more likely he's using this as leverage to get approval for his mercenary group. About that mercenary group, it seems the Marquis has already hired some mercenaries. He claims they're to eliminate a band of thieves that's been appearing in his territory. In the Symphonia Empire, knights refer to those who hold the title of knight. Knights are hereditary lower nobility who receive a salary by serving a noble or the state. Typically, when serving a noble, the number of knights they can employ is determined by the noble's rank, and they cannot hire more knights than the specified limit. However, with a legitimate reason, and by reporting it to the state, it was possible to temporarily gather militia or mercenaries. This applied mainly in cases such as a stampede of magical beasts or sudden invasion by neighboring countries. What Marquis Ragtime was proposing was to allow nobles to freely hire mercenaries without needing state approval, even outside of exceptional circumstances. To put it simply, it's like allowing store managers to hire part-time workers without needing the approval of the CEO, even though the CEO's employees are full-time staff. It's true that, in cases of sudden emergencies, it could be necessary to quickly gather soldiers without needing permission. However, the Marquis's proposal comes with the condition that this right would only apply to old nobility. The Marquis argued that if rogue nobles could freely hire soldiers, it could lead to rebellion. Therefore, only nobles who have long served the empire should have this right. Who is he to say that? What does he intend to do, gathering soldiers so close to the capital? It looks to me like he's trying to seize the country. The territory of Marquis Ragtime is located near the imperial capital, Symphonic. Normally, in case of rebellion, territories near the capital are controlled by nobles with ties to the royal family. The territory of Cloud, the emperor's younger brother, is also close to the capital. However, after several hundred years since the founding of the empire, the nobles governing the areas around the capital have largely become the older, traditional nobility, rather than those with closer ties to the current royal family. This meant that the traditional faction, led by Marquis Ragtime, held significant influence. Of course, among the old nobility, there are those loyal to the emperor. But within the traditional faction, about 60% are supporters of the older line of nobility. The old nobility make up about 30% of the entire noble class. But if the traditional faction, with its wealth, were to gather mercenaries in their territory, they could amass an army capable of taking the capital. While the imperial knights are stationed in the capital, and it seems unlikely the capital would fall so easily, there is still a possibility that they have some hidden cards. We must not let our guard down. Regardless, such a bill cannot be approved. If they're lacking manpower, they can request the imperial knights to be dispatched. It's not that we are unwilling to help. But is it really the traditional faction that targeted Crown Prince Elliot? Could this have been the work of the empire, aiming to cause turmoil within the nation? There is a possibility, but it seems somewhat lacking. If the empire were behind this, they would likely have used a more reliable method. They could have used a summoned beast to carry out the attack. It wouldn't be a bad strategy, but both incidents occurred in crowded areas. Assassins typically target isolated locations where there is less chance of interference. Alternatively, they would have carried out the attack in a situation where the assassin was sure to succeed, even if seen. Reports indicated that the summoned beast at the founding festival was poorly coordinated. It didn't seem like the work of an assassin, as the whole affair seemed disjointed. Do you think they'll target him again? As the saying goes, what happens twice will happen thrice. I think it would be wise for Crown Prince Elliot to refrain from going out for a while. The emperor's question was met with a response from the prime minister. Now that it's clear the assailants are targeting the crown prince, it's necessary to tighten security. I had hoped Elliot would build a rapport with Princess Prelude and Princess Menowit during this festival. Don't worry, our Sakurail is handling that quite well. Is that really the best option? The emperor looked at his younger brother with a complicated expression. While it made sense for the two girls to become friendly, he felt that Elliot was being left out, which left him with mixed feelings. There's a goodwill party at the end of the founding festival. Perhaps they can deepen their friendship then. Yes, well, if that doesn't work out, we can always find a new fiancé for him. After a few years, Sakurail might change her mind. Do you think that will happen? After living with his daughter for a few months, Cloud had come to understand her personality more clearly. She lacked the usual romantic fantasies and the dreamer-like feelings typical of many young girls. She was a realist, perhaps overly pragmatic. Perhaps it was due to her upbringing in the slums, but there was a certain coldness about her. That said, she wasn't lacking in compassion or cruel. She treated the servants kindly and showed consideration for their circumstances. As a father, Cloud sometimes wished she'd be a little more selfish. For that reason, once she had rejected her engagement with Elliot, it was unlikely she would change her mind unless something significant happened. From a younger brother's perspective, it would be ideal for Sakurail and Elliot to be engaged, but as a father, Cloud felt it was still too soon for her to decide on a marriage. Although he felt bad for his brother, Cloud had no intention of pushing for this matter unless Sakurail herself brought it up. We'll need to reinforce the security for the Goodwill party, just to be safe. It's not only Elliot. If anything happens to the two princesses, the reputation of Symphonia will be ruined. We're currently revising the security system, focusing on those with defensive gifts. The barrier alone won't be enough to ensure safety. The Emperor nodded deeply in response to the Prime Minister's words. There are limitations to the barriers that nullify gifts, and if Sakuraili's level is sufficiently high, she could break through them. Additionally, there may be gifts capable of nullifying barriers as well. Better safe than sorry, as they say. In the days leading up to the Goodwill party, the three of them began reviewing the security arrangements once more to ensure everything would go smoothly. Chapter 26. The Mustachioed Schemer. Milady, is this to your satisfaction? Yeah, it looks fine. Now go ahead and soak it in that solution over there. While the world outside buzzed with the excitement of the founding festival, I was holed up indoors, tinkering with a mortar and pestle I'd picked up from a pawn shop, trying my hand at potion making. I'd learned the basics of potion crafting from the old woman who raised me. She taught me how to infuse magic into them, how to efficiently extract every last drop of a herb's essence, practical stuff like that. I'm not sure if these techniques qualify as some secret apothecary art or not, but it seems there are all sorts of methods out there. You could almost call them different schools of potion making. So I have no idea if my approach is standard or not. But as long as I end up with a functional beginner's potion, does it really matter? It's not like I'm tossing anything dangerous into the mix. Why am I even doing this, you ask? Well, it's because of that recent beast summoning incident when Elliot got attacked. I couldn't stop thinking how useful it would have been to have the paralysis potion from the game on hand. Seriously, I wished for it with all my heart. In the game, the villainous Sakurail wielded beast summoning, an incredibly powerful gift. To counter it, the heroine Estelle prepared a paralysis potion. As the name suggests, it's a potion that paralyzes its target when splashed on them. Summoned beasts have physical forms, swords can cut them, spears can pierce them, and potions like this can affect them too. What's more, this particular potion is specially crafted to have an overwhelming effect on summoned beasts. In the game, Estelle had it made by gathering materials and asking a certain character for help. Lucky for me, I remembered those materials, so I asked my maid Arisa to track them down. And here I am, diligently working away at it. Some of the ingredients were pretty rare, but being a duke's household has its perks. Arisa managed to get them in no time thanks to our connections. That said, even this paralysis potion is useless against the final form of beast summoning, the dark dragon. Oh well. As a paralysis potion, it naturally works on humans too, not as instantly or effectively as it does on beasts, mind you, but it still does the trick. I'd be a total fool if I ended up paralyzing myself, so I took extra care as I poured the finished yellow liquid into several small vials and sealed them tightly. They're all done. Relieved of the tension, I wiped the sweat from my brow. With these, I'd have a way to fight back if we were attacked again. Elliot seems to be the main target, so I'll definitely give him some, but I'm keeping a few for myself too. If things go haywire, there's no guarantee the enemy won't come after me, right? Oh, I'd better make these too. I turned to another pot, this one filled with a blue potion, and began filling more vials. This was the paralysis recovery potion. It uses the same base ingredients as the paralysis potion, but adding a slight variation creates the exact opposite effect. Potions are wild, aren't they? Now, even if I accidentally use the paralysis potion, I've got a safety net. When you're dealing with something like poison, you've got to have a cure ready too. I packed the finished potions into my cherry blossom pink pochette on the table. No matter how much I stuffed in, it kept swallowing everything up, reminding me just how incredible this little bag is. This pochette is enchanted with storage magic, a gift from His Imperial Majesty, passed to me through Father. Apparently, it's a thank you for letting him borrow my food truck in an emergency and for gifting him a watch. Father has one too, a satchel version with even more capacity, but I much prefer my pochette. It's got cherry blossom embroidery, and I adore it. His Majesty sure is generous, though. I almost feel like we're getting too much, but hey, I'm not about to turn down something this useful. Sakurail-chan, we're heading to the castle soon. Are you ready? Oh yes, I'm good to go. I'd been marveling at the pochette's abilities when Mother called out to me. I slung the freshly packed pochette over my shoulder and hurried to her side. We'd be taking a carriage to the castle. The food truck would be faster, but it's way too conspicuous, and since it doesn't bear the ducal crest, we'd just get hassled at the castle gates. Oh, right, I need to bring those wristwatches for Grandmother and Her Majesty, and maybe a few accessories too. Section. Remarkable, it's smaller than His Majesty's watch, yet it works perfectly. In the gazebo in the castle gardens, Her Majesty murmured in awe as she examined the wristwatch I'd given her. This one's designed for women, so it's smaller and more stylish than the one I gave His Majesty. The color's gorgeous too. Thank you, Sakurail, I'll treasure it. Grandmother seemed pleased as well. I'd come to deliver the paralysis potion to Elliot, but apparently he was busy getting fitted for his outfit for tomorrow's goodwill party, the final event of the founding festival. I left the potion with Her Majesty instead. She'd make sure it reached him. I'm not sure how effective it'll be, but it's better than nothing. After that, I showed Grandmother and Her Majesty some rings, necklaces, and brooches I'd picked up from the pawn shop. They liked them so much they insisted on buying everything. They're not even that fancy, but oh well. Father had covered the cost at the pawn shop, and Mother told me I could do whatever I wanted with them, so I happily sold them off. With this money, I could buy something from this world, sell it at the pawn shop, and make 10 times the profit. I was just looking for accessories to wear to the goodwill party. These are perfect, Her Majesty said, beaming as she admired her newly purchased necklace. To avoid any overlap, shall we decide who's wearing what? Grandmother suggested. Good idea, Her Majesty agreed. Grandmother, Her Majesty, and Mother giggled like schoolgirls as they compared the accessories. Me? I sat quietly, sipping tea and nibbling on the snacks I'd brought. I'm a considerate kid who knows how to read the room. But seriously, this pochette is amazing. Mine has about the capacity of a 6 tatami mat room, though I hear some can hold an entire house's worth of stuff. Of course, it's not limitless. Living things can't go in, and anything bigger than the opening won't fit either. It's not like a certain time-traveling cat robot's pocket that stretches endlessly. For now, it's mostly full of snacks. I thought about storing hot dogs or burgers, but since time doesn't stop inside the pochette, they just go cold. I'd rather summon the food truck directly than eat cold food, and I don't want ketchup staining the inside either. Besides snacks, I've got some useful junk from the pawn shop in there too, like a flashlight and binoculars. I've even tossed in a few things for self-defense. Always be prepared, right? Thanks to my level up, my max magic capacity has increased. I can summon about 5 food trucks now. If my current max magic is 5, a food truck costs 1, and a regular shop costs 2. I can't summon the same shop twice. But since the food trucks are from a chain, I can call multiple at once. If my magic capacity keeps growing, I might end up with a whole food truck army. Shops can only be summoned once a day, though. I tried summoning a candy store, buying everything, sending it back, and calling it again, but it didn't work. The food trucks are different, maybe because each one has a unique license plate. I've got 5 now, but there's probably a limit somewhere. That hot dog place was pretty famous, so they've likely got a decent fleet. Oh. Too much tea, I guess. I need to use the restroom. Standing up in a setting like this might be rude, but it's just family here, so it should be fine. Mother, I'm going to step away to the restroom. Oh, do you know where it is? Arisa, Tanya, could you go with her? I almost blurted out that I'm not a kid, but then I remembered. I kind of am. Anyway, father and mother always try to keep me from being alone. I guess with my kidnapping history, it's not surprising. Leaving the gazebo, I headed back into the castle with Arisa and Tanya toward the nearest restroom. Apparently, it's on the second floor from here. Like at our ducal estate, the castle has flush toilets powered by water magic stones. No auto-flush feature, though. After finishing up, I was walking back through the corridor toward the gardens when I spotted a familiar figure below in the open atrium. Is that Marquis Ragtime? Down in what looked like a lobby, Marquis Ragtime was seated on a sofa, deep in conversation with two other nobles. They hadn't noticed me, continuing their hushed discussion as I peered down from above. In the center of the low table in front of them was a small gem, a soundproofing magical device. It blocks sound within a 2-meter radius, ensuring their conversation stays private unless you're right there with them. The castle has plenty of these spots for secret talks. The gazebo I was just in had one too. Nobles use them all the time, our estate has a few as well. Those other two nobles look familiar too. I think I saw them at that last party. I didn't talk to them, so I don't know who they are, but... As I tilted my head in thought, Arisa spoke up behind me. Is something wrong? Hi. Oh no, it's just... I feel like I've seen those people talking with Marquis Ragtime somewhere before. With Marquis Ragtime? That would be Count Pizzicato and Viscount Tempo. They govern territories in the Legato region, in the eastern part of the empire, near the border. The Legato region? Oh, right, that's near Grandfather's territory, close to the empire's frontier. What's he doing talking to local lords from there? This is suspicious. Father said Marquis Ragtime is trying to undermine his majesty, didn't he? And now he's whispering with lords from near the enemy border. It reeks of some shady scheme. But I can't hear them from here, and if I got closer, they'd clam up. Wait, I've got it. That might work. I pulled it out of my pochette, something I'd nabbed from the pawn shop, and gave Arisa and Tanya some quick instructions. Then I descended to the lobby where Marquis Ragtime and the others were. Pretending to look lost, I wandered closer to their seats. Marquis Ragtime noticed me. Acting like I'd just spotted him, I flashed a smile and trotted over. Their setup had a low table in the center, surrounded by cushioned sofas. The Marquis sat flanked by the other two nobles, with the sofa across from them empty. I stopped in front of that empty sofa's backrest. Being short, only my head and shoulders peeked over it, perfect to hide my hands. You're Marquis Ragtime, right? Oh good, someone I know. Well, if it isn't the young lady of the Philharmonie Duchy. What brings you to a place like this? He sounded wary, his voice tinged with suspicion at my sudden approach. Oh, I got lost on my way back to the tea party. Do you know where the East Courtyard is? The East Courtyard, just head straight down that hallway, it's right there. Still, getting lost, quite the careless little lady. I imagine His Grace, the Duke, must have his hands full. Thank you, that helps a lot. Irritated by the mustachioed old man's unnecessary jab, I kept my smile plastered on and gave a polite bow. As I did, I slipped it, hidden behind my pochette, into the gap beneath the sofa. "Milady." Right on cue, Tanya called out, descending the stairs from the second floor as I'd instructed. "Sorry for bothering you. I'll be going now." I gave another quick bow and left with Tanya. All right, let's see how this plays out. Section, Marquis, who was that just now? She was the daughter of the Duke Philharmonie. You know, the so-called ghost maiden. Oh, the one rumored to never show herself. So she actually exists. Until the Crown Prince's birthday party the other day, the Philharmonie Duke's daughter hadn't appeared at a single official event. Word was she was frail and recuperating, but rumors swirled. Some said she'd already died, others that her face was too hideous to show, or that she was cursed by a monster. Who knows? Perhaps the real daughter's already gone, and they've taken in some child with hair like the duchesses from who knows where. No way. If so, it'd be a betrayal of us nobles. Bloodline is everything to our kind. We don't need the filth of common blood. We old nobles, born chosen, are the true aristocracy. His Majesty doesn't seem to grasp that. Marquis Ragtime spat the words bitterly, criticizing His Majesty like that would normally be unthinkable, but with no one around and the soundproofing device active, they had no fear of being overheard. Perhaps that's why they spoke at a normal volume instead of whispering. By the way, is everything on track with that matter? Oh, absolutely. We've made contact with the Dark Guild. They'll lure the Empire's lackeys right into our trap. At the Goodwill party, without a doubt. This'll leave His Majesty humiliated. Your influence will only grow, Marquis. Indeed, but we must be thorough. Listen on the day of the party. The three leaned in closer, hashing out their plan in hushed tones. Just as Sakurail suspected, it was a rotten scheme. Once they'd confirmed their roles, the trio stood and left the lobby together. Watching from a shadowed spot on the second floor, a lone maid slipped down to their now empty seats, retrieved something from under the sofa, and returned to the courtyard. Chapter 27, The Goodwill Party. Today, the final day of the Founding Festival, marks the Goodwill Party honoring the two princesses from the visiting Prelude Kingdom and Menoet Queendom. It's not just the princesses, their escorts, goodwill ambassadors from both nations, and even the resident officials stationed in the Symphonia Empire have been invited. Naturally, the Symphonia side has opened the event to nearly all the nobles and their children residing in the capital. That said, since this is a party hosting foreign dignitaries, any misstep could snowball into an international incident. Because of that, there's an unspoken rule that only high-ranking nobles handle interactions with the guests. For lower nobles, a single blunder could risk their house being stripped of its title. No one wants to step on a tiger's tail, after all. The event is a garden party, held in the castle's largest courtyard. The venue is already abuzz with Symphonia's nobles and their offspring chatting away as they await the guests of honor. I've already arrived and, as usual, grabbed a hard cookie from one of the standing tables. They're not that bad and they keep you full, you know. Nibbling on the cookie, I surveyed the garden-turned-party venue. Symphonia Castle has several gardens, but this one's the biggest. Flowers bloom everywhere, fountains and large ponds dot the landscape. It's a picturesque spot. The pond is filled with lotus leaves and blooming water lilies, with fish swimming beneath. Carp, maybe? Hard to tell through all the leaves. Though it's a goodwill party for Prelude and Menoet, Luca and Tifa haven't shown up yet. Makes sense, guests of honor always arrive last. Mother and grandfather have been busy greeting a steady stream of nobles since we got here. They've got it rough. Once I make my social debut, I'll probably have to do that too. What a hassle. Father isn't here. He's likely tied up with that information I uncovered yesterday. I hope everything goes smoothly. Still, there aren't many kids my age around. Since this is an international event, bringing noisy little ones could cause trouble. Even a small slip-up might turn into a diplomatic mess. Lady Sakurail. Hi. Lost in my sea of thoughts, I was jolted by a familiar voice. Looking up, I saw Estelle rushing toward me, clad in a pale mint green dress. Estelle. She barreled into me with a hug, full speed ahead. Wait, what? Why is Estelle supposed to be back in the euphonium domain here? Why are you here? Weren't you at your estate? I just had to thank you in person, Lady Sakurail, so I hurried back. Look, Mother's here too. Estelle turned, and there stood a woman in her late 20s, dressed in a similar pale green gown. Beside her was Estelle's father, Baron Euphonium. Oh, so that's Estelle's mom. She looks kind but strong-willed, like there's a steel core beneath the gentleness. They're definitely mother and daughter. She faintly resembles the 16-year-old Estelle from the game. Pleased to meet you, Lady Sakurail. I'm Yuria Klein Euphonium, Estelle's mother. I'm so sorry for all the trouble I've caused you. Oh no, it was nothing. I'm just glad you're well again. She bowed deeply, and I couldn't help but feel flustered. Having a friend's mom act so formal is awkward. According to Estelle, Yuria made a full recovery right after Tanya left. She went from frail to brimming with energy overnight, so much so that everyone around her called it a miracle. Estelle's holy miracle is a top-tier healing gift, after all. No wonder it seemed miraculous. When Yuria heard the full story from Estelle, she insisted on thanking me in person. Despite her father's reluctance, she convinced him, and the whole family rushed to the capital. I worried she might be pushing herself too soon after recovering, but the Yuria standing before me radiated health. Even the muscle she'd lost to illness had returned to its prime, an incredible gift. As expected of the game's heroine, her title isn't just for show. It also speaks to how strong Estelle's feelings must have been. It probably wouldn't have worked this well for a complete stranger. Following Yuria, Baron Euphonium bowed to me too. Thank you so much for everything. We'll repay this debt someday, I swear. And no, really, I didn't do much. It was all Estelle's hard work. Honestly, I just happened to remember something at the right time, nothing worth this much gratitude. If I hadn't recalled it, Yuria might have died. With Yuria alive, how much will the game's storyline shift? At the very least, Estelle and Elliot's founding festival date is off the table, but that's about it, right? Yuria wasn't a main character in the game, nor did she deeply influence the love interest's roots. It should be fine, yeah, it'll be fine. Wait, wouldn't it be better for me if the scenario falls apart? But if that triggers some new doom flag instead, and if it does collapse, I won't be able to predict what happens next, a big downside. Anyway, I'm just glad she's okay. As I wrapped up that internal monologue, a commotion stirred near the garden fountain. It seemed the guests of honor and the royal family had arrived. I spotted His Majesty, Elliot, Luca, and Tifa in the distance. Mother and grandfather were chatting with Estelle's parents, Baron and Lady Euphonium. Estelle and I stepped away, settling onto a bench at the garden's edge. There are so many people, but not many kids like us. There were lots at the Crown Prince's birthday party, though, Estelle remarked. That's because Elliot was the star then, so they invited kids around his age. This is a formal party with foreign dignitaries, so unless you're the heir, most families don't bring their children. Still, there are a few scattered around, see. Neither Estelle nor I have siblings. If no younger brother comes along as we grow up, we'll inherit our titles as a duchess and baroness. A female baron, how does that even work? If Estelle married Elliot and became empress, would the euphonium barony just end? I suppose they'd adopt a cousin or relative as heir in that case. But Estelle doesn't seem all that interested in Elliot. Is the Elliot root dead? Well, I might have crushed it myself. In that route, I'm the full-on villainous after all. No, wait, if I think about it, it's like I sabotaged Estelle's shot at a fairy tale ending. I feel awful, like I stole her happiness for my own sake. I'll cheer you on so you can find happiness, Estelle. It's wrong all of a sudden. I'm already happy, so it's fine. She flashed a bright smile. What a good kid, such a good kid. Maybe once puberty hits, she'll start seeing Elliot differently. Probably. Hey, Sakurariel. Jay. Just as I was feeling all warm and fuzzy, a familiar voice cut through. This voice. Turning, I saw one of the game's love interests, Jean Ludra Staccato, standing there. I didn't want to run into him, but since we've met before, I guess it's inevitable at events like this. Greetings, Lord Jean. I told you to drop the Lord stuff. I hate formalities. Fine, Jean, then. Are you alone? Nah, I came with Bianca and my sister, but we got separated. I was looking for them when I spotted you. So Bianca, the villainess of Jean's root, is here too? Wait, isn't Bianca the fourth daughter of the Serenade Viscounty? And Jean's sister, that be Cecil, right? Cecil Ludra Staccato. 2 years older than us, a swordsmanship prodigy. She later joins the knights and becomes a renowned female knight. She's only mentioned in the game, never appearing. Why are Bianca and Cecil, neither of them heirs, at this party? It's not strictly forbidden, I guess. Speaking of, that candy from last time was great. Got any today? I do, but it's not the same kind as before. I pulled a small tin of drops from my pochette and plopped an orange one into Jean's hand. I gave Estelle a red one. It's less cloying than the candy sold in town. I like this better. The candy here's mostly just hardened sugar lumps. These aren't as intense, so they're easier to eat. By the way, shouldn't you be with Elliot? Jean's technically Elliot's apprentice guard. It's not official yet, so he doesn't have to stick by him constantly, but honestly, I'd rather he buzz off. At formal events like this, he's got proper knights guarding him. It sucks, but I'm still just a squire in training, so they don't trust me with much. Still, something's off today. Dad and everyone's been on edge since morning. Jean's father, Count Alberto Ludra Staccato, is the commander of the Imperial Knights. Alongside my grandfather, the Margrave Einsetz, known as the Lion of the Empire. He's called the Tiger of the Empire, a top-tier knight. Trusted deeply by His Majesty, he sometimes serves as his personal guard. He's probably moving on that matter. Frankly, Jean's just in the way this time. Now that I look, there are a few people who don't quite fit in with the nobles. They're not mingling, just scanning the area intently. Could they be knights in disguise, keeping watch? Though for knights, they've got awfully shady vibes. Jean hung around, chatting with us for a bit before spotting someone he knew and heading off. Relieved it didn't spiral into anything messy, I let out a sigh, only for Estelle to giggle beside me. You don't seem to like Jean, Lady Sackurail. It's not Jean specifically, I just don't vibe with loud people. Honestly, I'm not a fan of these parties either. I figured it was safe to be honest with Estelle. All I want is a peaceful, uneventful life. What about you, Estelle? Is someone like Jean your type? I probed a little. If Estelle fell for Jean, his childhood friend Bianca might butt in, leading to an Estelle versus Bianca showdown. If that happened, she'd be locked into Jean's route. I'd have to keep my distance to avoid getting dragged in. I want to support my friend's romance, but not if it means dying. Forgive me, please. Oblivious to my fretting, Estelle gave a shy, troubled smile. I'm like you, Lady Sackurail. I'm not great with people like that. It's nice that he's energetic, though. Yes, I mentally fist-pumped. For now, Estelle's not into Jean, no Jean route yet. Love can spark from anything, so I'll stay cautious, but I'm not plotting to sabotage it or anything, okay? I grabbed Estelle's hands firmly and leaned in close. Hwa. If you ever get a crush, you've got to tell me first, okay? Promise, no keeping it secret. Why yes. I don't think that'll happen, though, with a guy. She mumbled something tiny at the end, but I couldn't catch it. Her face turned bright red, maybe from talking about crushes. We're kids, so liking someone might still be a ways off. In the game, her love interests seemed like her first crushes. 16 feels late for a first love, though. I glanced at Estelle's dad. That worrywart probably scares off any boy who gets near her. My father's the same, guess all dads are like that. Chapter 28, The net of heaven is wide, but it lets nothing through. The goodwill party proceeded without incident. The Prelude Kingdom and the Menoet Queendom had each split off into their own groups, engaging in pleasant conversation with the nobles of the Symphonia Empire. For the upper nobility, this was likely an opportunity to forge valuable connections. Some were busy promoting their territory's specialties, eager to establish ties with the other side. Luca and Tifa, in particular, seemed to have it rough. Gaining favor with royalty would be a tremendous boon, after all. But something about Luca and Tifa felt off today. Their movements seemed unusually brisk, sharp, almost. It was hard to tell from a distance, though. They didn't seem to be talking much either. Their attendants were handling everything. They almost felt like decorative figures. Maybe it's just my imagination. In each of the four corners of the garden stood a statue of a goddess atop a pedestal. Those were likely the magical devices creating the barrier that sealed gifts and magic. Each was guarded by 2 knights, probably to ensure they weren't tampered with or destroyed again. That said, those devices only blocked gifts and magic. They had no effect on other magical tools. Naturally, the party attendees must have had their belongings inspected, but magical tools can be tricky to identify. Some look like nothing more than accessories, after all. To be honest, I wasn't sure if that barrier could stop a rampaging beast summoning. Frankly, the power levels were on a whole different scale. I'd given Elliot the paralysis potion I'd made, hoping it'd help if he got attacked again. But just because it worked in the game doesn't mean it'll work in this world. There's no guarantee. I'd told him it was just for peace of mind, though. Lady Sackurail. What? Sorry I spaced out. Estelle, sitting beside me, peered at me with a worried expression. Oops, focus. I've done what I can. Let's leave the rest to the adults. Those hot dogs we ate earlier were amazing. The red and yellow sauces went so well together, and the way the meat burst with flavor when I bit into it, it was incredible. You liked them, then how about I treat you to some more after the party? Really? Thank you so much. Estelle beamed with a radiant smile. It seems she'd taken a liking to the hot dog she ate while on her way to help her mother. Now that I think about it, I heard from Father that the Chancellor had arranged to import tomato seedlings from Luca's Prelude Kingdom to start producing ketchup. By next year's founding festival, we might even see hot dog stalls lining the streets. My gaze suddenly landed on a familiar face. It was Marquis Ragtime, the man with the Kaiser mustache and dark circles under his eyes. As usual, he had that sinister look about him, and he'd actually been plotting something sinister. Marquis Ragtime was staring intently at Luca and Tifa, a faint smirk on his face. I already know about your scheme, you know. Don't think it'll go as planned. Luca and Tifa passed by the pond together, heading toward us, toward me and Marquis Ragtime. As Estelle and I stood to greet them, several men in black clothing suddenly burst out of the pond with startling force, blocking Luca and Tifa's path. In their hands were knives. They spat out long, cylindrical objects they'd been holding in their mouths onto the ground before lunging at Luca and Tifa in unison. "Assassins! Protect the princesses!" Marquis Ragtime seized the moment to shout, and a handful of nobles around him, apparently having smuggled them in, drew longswords and charged at the black-clad assailants. Their swordplay wasn't refined like that of nobles or knights. It was rough, crude, hardly the style of aristocracy. The black-clad attackers fought back, but they were quickly overwhelmed by sheer numbers and cut down in moments. Screams and shouts erupted from the partygoers as the sudden carnage unfolded. Well, that was a close call. "Thankfully, both their highnesses are unharmed," Marquis Ragtime said, stepping forward toward Luca and Tifa. The men who'd felled the assailants stood there, swords still in hand, grinning smugly. Amid the lingering commotion, Father, the Chancellor, and His Imperial Majesty, accompanied by Elliot, emerged from behind Luca and Tifa. "What in the world is happening here?" "Oh, Your Imperial Majesty. It seems bandits infiltrated the party from somewhere and targeted the lives of both princesses. Fortunately, I had arranged for mercenaries to be on standby just in case, and they dispatched the intruders, though it appears the lax security was exploited," Marquis Ragtime said with a hint of sarcasm. Ignoring him, the Chancellor picked up one of the long, stick-like objects the assailants had been holding in their mouths. "Your Majesty, this is a magical device from the Empire, designed to allow breathing underwater. It seems these men were hiding in the pond for quite some time. Assassins from the Empire then. Most likely. This was probably an attempt to sow discord between our nation and the Prelude and Menoet kingdoms. A device for breathing underwater, like an oxygen tank. But quite some time. How long, exactly? They couldn't have been lurking in that pond for days, could they? Should I admire their professionalism or be dumbfounded by it? I've heard master hunters can wait hours to ensure they take down their prey, but still. Even so, this was within the castle walls. Well, not inside the castle itself, but still not a place one could infiltrate so easily. Which means, "Marquis Ragtime," His Majesty interjected, "what is the meaning of sneaking private soldiers into an official event like this?" "I am prepared for any reprimand, Your Majesty. I had received word of a planned attack on the princesses of Prelude and Menoet. Waiting for knights from my territory wasn't an option, so I made the decision to deploy them as an emergency measure. If that's the case, wouldn't it have been prudent to inform us beforehand? The information wasn't certain enough to act on. I had hoped it was mere paranoia." Oh, the Chancellor and Marquis Ragtime were going at it. His Majesty and Elliot watched silently, as did the surrounding nobles, who merely observed the exchange. "Indeed, I apologize for not consulting you in advance," the Marquis continued. "But thanks to this, both their highnesses are safe. Shouldn't we instead be questioning the lax security and negligence that allowed this to happen? One misstep, and we could have been at war with Prelude and Menoet. What does the Chancellor make of this?" "The fact that these intruders got this far means someone inside aided them," the Chancellor replied coolly. "What did you say?" Marquis Ragtime's eyebrow twitched at the Chancellor's words. "This individual struck a deal with the Dark Guild and lured in the Empire's assassins. Had both princesses been harmed, the trust between Symphonia, Prelude, and Menoet would have crumbled. That's likely why the Empire agreed to this plot. Unaware, they were being used as disposable pawns from the start." As the Chancellor spoke, Marquis Ragtime's expression visibly shifted. The surrounding nobles began murmuring in shock at the revelation. If that's true, it's outrageous. Do you have any proof?" "Oh yes, irrefutable proof right here." The Chancellor reached into a waist pouch, likely enchanted with storage magic like my own satchel, and pulled out a rectangular device slightly larger than the pouch itself. Marquis Ragtime eyed the unfamiliar object with suspicion. To be fair, I'd been puzzled by it the first time I saw it too, but since it was something from Grandma's house, I vaguely knew how to use it. Painted in red and black, with several buttons on top and a hinged lid that revealed a cassette tape, inside, it was a portable radio cassette player. I'd bought it from a pawn shop I'd summoned with shop summoning. Oh, and I'd charged it using the shop's outlet. They even had blank cassette tapes for sale. Lucky me. I guess tapes are considered antiques now. I'd never seen one before either. The Chancellor pressed the play button and cranked the volume to max. Though the sound quality was rough, a clear voice came through. And so, my mercenaries will defeat the Empire's attackers, earning favor with Prelude and Menuet. We'll hold His Majesty and the Chancellor accountable for their lax security and force them to take responsibility. If all goes well, the Chancellor's seat might just fall into my lap. I see, but this is still within the castle grounds, even if it's just the garden. Can they really infiltrate that easily? Leave that to me. The castle interior would be tricky, but the garden's no problem. You just need to lure the Empire's men through the Dark Guild. Don't mess this up. With this, House Ragtime and the Traditionalists will seize control of this nation. It'll be the dawn of a new empire. Wah. What? Marquis Ragtime was rendered speechless by the sudden development. Understandably so, his scheming from the other day was now being broadcast for all to hear. You seem to recognize it, the Chancellor said. This is a rare magical device that records sound. It was provided as evidence by a certain individual. Thanks to it, we were able to take precautions safely. The Chancellor glanced at Luca and Tifa, who nodded slightly and removed the bracelets they'd been wearing. Wait, what? Their forms shimmered, and in place of Luca and Tifa stood two entirely different girls. Upon closer inspection, one was Bianca, the Villainess and Jean's childhood friend, and the other, with long hair, could that be Jean's older sister, Cecil. They'd been disguised with magical tools. You brought in the Empire's assassins yourself, only to defeat them and claim glory. What a pathetic charade. A noble of tradition. What a disgrace to the Empire's aristocracy. Father's furious voice thundered toward Marquis Ragtime. It might be the first time I've seen him genuinely angry. He's kind of scary. Marquis, His Majesty said icily, do you have anything to say for yourself? His cold gaze bore into the Marquis. So I've been set up, have I? When did you get your hands on a device like that? Wait. Marquis Ragtime's eyes snapped to me. Oh no, he's figured it out. I was the only one who got close during that conversation. Even a dimwit like him could connect the dots. I'm the one who planted it. You little brat, you've done it now. Haha. I flinched under his venomous glare and took a step back. But then a black, whip-like shadow shot out from a short tube in the Marquis's hand, wrapping around me and pulling me toward him. Lady Sackurail. Estelle reached out, but I was yanked straight into the Marquis's grasp. A binding magical tool? Nobody move. Do you care what happens to this girl? The black shadow that had been a whip morphed into a dagger-like shape, pressing against my throat. Oh no, I'm a hostage. Sackurail. Marquis, stop this foolishness. Do you intend to compound your crimes? Shut up. If it's come to this, I'll take this girl as a gift to the Empire. A gift? I'm not worth that much. Wait, as His Majesty's niece, maybe I am? A cornered rat will bite a cat, as they say. Who knows what a desperate man might do? But I'd prepared for a moment like this, just in case. I gripped the item in my pocket tightly. With a swift motion, I pulled out a water gun from my pocket and fired it full force at the frantic Marquis's face. Take this. Gah, you what argh. The Marquis dropped both the magical tool and me, clutching his face as he rolled on the ground in agony. The water gun was loaded with Tabasco sauce from the hot dog stall. It was so brutal I'd hesitated to use it, but mercy's wasted on a villain. It mostly hit his nose and mouth instead of his eyes, though. That said, this was all I could do. I bolted away from the Marquis like a startled rabbit and threw myself into Father's arms. Sackurail. Seize the Marquis, and those mercenaries too. At His Majesty's command, the guard knights sprang into action, apprehending the Marquis and his mercenaries. Outnumbered, the mercenaries dropped their swords and surrendered quietly. The Marquis, still writhing from the sting on his face, couldn't even resist as his hands were bound behind him. He rubbed his face against the ground in desperation. Sorry about that, I guess. Chapter 29, Summoning of the Dark Dragon, Lady Sackurail. Are you hurt? As Marquis Ragtime was restrained, Estelle rushed over in a flustered panic. It seems I'd worried her quite a bit. Oh, I'm fine. No injuries anywhere, I reassured her. Even so, Estelle grabbed both my hands and activated Holy Miracle, just to be sure. Whoa, overkill much? I really wasn't hurt at all, so nothing dramatic happened, but this is a healing spell that could bring someone back from a serious injury. She's going overboard. Honestly, Estelle's gift is absurdly overpowered. In the game, she's dubbed the Saint after clearing it, a testament to the immense power she holds. She wasn't supposed to gain this ability until 10 years from now, but she already has it. It's partly my fault, I admit. Still, if I hadn't done it, we couldn't have saved Estelle's mother. If the royal family found out about this, she'd undoubtedly be pegged as a prime candidate for Elliot's bride. If that's what Estelle wanted, I'd be fine with it, but I won't stand for a political marriage forced on her. I want her to be happy. That's why I'd prefer to keep Estelle's gift a secret as much as possible. I'd told her that too. Estelle, try not to use your gift, okay? Oh, why yes, I'm sorry. I just thought, what if Lady Sackurail was hurt and I... Estelle's face flushed as she let go of my hands. I appreciate the sentiment, really, but look, His Imperial Majesty is right nearby. Marquis Ragtime, His Majesty began, his voice stern. To think you target not only Elliot but the royalty of other nations as well. As you yourself said, had anything happened to these two, our nation might have been plunged into war with both kingdoms. And no, that's not. Still bound, Marquis Ragtime protested, his voice raspy, probably from the Tabasco scorching his throat, as he defied His Majesty. What's not? Do you still intend to make excuses at this point? No, I didn't order an attack on Crown Prince Elliot. That black summoned beast wasn't part of my plan. What did you say? His Majesty regarded the Marquis with suspicion, but I believed he was telling the truth. Think about it, if Marquis Ragtime or one of his lackeys had access to beast summoning, it wouldn't add up with Elliot being attacked at the founding festival. Back then, Elliot was with follower A, Marquis Ragtime's daughter, Anna Marie. Would he really sick a summoned beast on his own daughter? If he'd planned an attack, wouldn't he have warned her to stay away from the festival? Unless he's some heartless scumbag who doesn't care about his kid, that is. Then who summoned the beast? As His Majesty pondered, the real Luca and Tifa approached from the distance, accompanied by their escort knights. Elliot, too, came toward us with his guards in tow. It seems the mess has been sorted out, Tifa said with a bold smirk, casting a glance at the bound Marquis Ragtime. Every nation has its dragon's toothache, doesn't it? Dragons that, if ignored, leads to self-destruction, right? Like a worm in the lion's body, maybe. Sackurail, are you all right? Elliot peered at me with concern. Whoa, too close, too close. Don't just stare into a maiden's face like that without warning. I tried to pull back in a fluster, but my feet got tangled and I lost my balance. Whoops! Just as I was about to fall backward, Elliot caught me in his arms and steadied me. What is this, some princely cliché? Oh, right, he is a prince. As Elliot held me, I caught sight of a familiar figure in the corner of my vision. It was follower B, the chubby girl. She was at this party too, huh? Follower B was staring daggers at us, her gaze locked onto me. Why? And why is she biting her handkerchief like she's about to tear it apart? Maybe you're not feeling well after all. You should rest in a room. And no, I'm fine, totally fine. As Elliot leaned in even closer, clearly worried, Estelle suddenly wedged herself between us with a forceful zshhht and peeled us apart. Your Highness, she said sharply, I think it's unwise to approach a lady so carelessly. Have you considered your position? Huh? No, I just wanted to make sure she wasn't hurt. She's fine. Leave Lady Sackurail to me, her best friend. Estelle smiled sweetly, but there was an intense pressure behind it. Her piercing gaze made even Elliot take a step back. She stood like a shield between me and him. What's going on here? No, wait, more importantly, follower B, I glanced back at her, and a black mist had started swirling around her. Wait, this is... Why? Why is it always you people? Stay away from my crown prince. With a whoosh, the black mist rising from follower B grew thicker. The inky fog soon coalesced into a dark mass, taking the shape of a beast. There's no mistaking it, it's beast summoning. She's the one with the beast summoning gift, Kyra. A magical beast, there's a magical beast. Impossible, the barrier isn't working. Of course the barrier wouldn't work. This is beast summoning in a rampaging state, far beyond what any barrier could contain. The black beasts summoned by follower B began appearing all over the garden. The partygoers descended into panic, while the guard knights drew their swords and positioned themselves in front of the creatures. That's Lady Barbara of the Sonatine family. She was the culprit behind Elliot's assassination attempt. His Majesty's voice rang with shock as he watched follower B, Barbara, go berserk. No, Barbara wasn't targeting Elliot. It's the opposite. She's after the noble girls who get close to him. At the birthday party and the founding festival, it was follower A, Anna Marie. And this time, it's me. It's likely that Barbara feels. Anyone who gets in my way will disappear. You should all just get eat. Barbara cackled maniacally, spewing even more black mist from her entire body. It's the same. Just like the villainous Sakurale in Starlight Symphony when she went berserk. Barbara's lost all semblance of reason. She's driven purely by emotion, dark, festering jealousy and rage. This is bad. Bad, bad, bad. If she keeps rampaging like this, everyone who's in my way disappear. With a deafening scream, Barbara's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed on the spot. From her body, a massive black mass erupted into the air with a sickening glorp. The black mass absorbed the countless beasts that had appeared, reverting them to mist and drawing them into itself. Oh no, it's too late. It's coming. The ultimate, most fearsome magical beast, the final boss of Elliot's route. The sky darkened, and the black mass gradually took form. A colossal body covered in jet-black scales, bat-like wings, sharp claws and fangs, 2 horns sprouting from its head, and malevolent crimson eyes. The dark dragon. The symbol of despair materialized before us. Gugogahhh. The dark dragon roared skyward, as if reveling in its manifestation into this world. The sheer force of its bellow caused most of the party attendees to faint, collapsing where they stood. What do? I never imagined the dark dragon would be summoned. And way too soon. You're supposed to show up 10 years from now, darn it. Mage Corps to the front. At the Chancellor's command, several mages stepped forward, staves at the ready. These were individuals trained at the academy, specialists in magic. Unlike those with gifts, they wielded magic by manipulating their own mana and the ambient magical essence in the air, true wizards, in a sense. Most nobles could use magic if they studied at the academy, though mastering it was another matter entirely. Fireball, ice lance, thunderbolt, flames, ice, and lightning rained down on the dark dragon in unison. Yet, even after taking the full brunt of the spells, the dark dragon stood there, utterly unfazed. Not a single scratch marred its form. Impossible, magic doesn't work on it. The Chancellor's voice trembled with disbelief, but I already knew this would happen. It's useless. Magic doesn't affect that thing. Only physical attacks can touch it, and even then they can weaken it at best, not kill it. To defeat the final boss, you need the Holy Sword, a blade of sacred light that can cleave through darkness. And the only one who can summon it is Estelle, bearer of the gift of the holy goddess Holly, but there's no way that's happening now. The event hasn't even triggered yet. In the game, set 10 years from now, Elliot and Jean lead a knight brigade against the dark dragon and get utterly crushed. Just as Elliot is about to be killed by the beast, Estelle's true power awakens. She summons the Holy Sword of Light, and Elliot, having formed a pact with the sword's spirit as its chosen wielder, uses it to slay the dark dragon. The beast falls, and the two of them get their happy ending. But in this situation, that's not looking likely. With a deafening whoosh, a sound like the wind itself being sliced, the dark dragon swung its tail sideways with terrifying force. That single motion sent knights, tables, and chairs flying as if they were mere toys, scattered in all directions. Gah! Gah! A knight slammed into the castle wall, coughing up blood before collapsing on the spot. What power? Is this the might of a dragon? Gorghhh. The dark dragon lowered its head, unleashing a torrent of fiery breath like a flamethrower across the surroundings. Wait, that's cheating. Magic light shield. The Chancellor stepped forward, raising both hands to conjure a massive glowing shield. Is that his gift? The radiant shield morphed into a dome, protecting everyone from the onslaught of flames. Whoa, incredible. Precision throw. Luca picked up a dagger dropped by one of the assassins and hurled it at the dark dragon. Thanks to his gift, the dagger traced a perfect arc through the air and struck the beast's right eye dead on. A cheer of "oh" rose up, only to die out as the dagger melted away with a sickening drip. The dark dragon's right eye remained completely unscathed. It's no use. Normal weapons can't hurt that thing. Run, Sakurale. Father shouted at me. Perhaps irritated by his voice, the dark dragon swung its thick tail downward toward him with ferocious speed. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 30, The Holy Sword Farnese. The dark dragon's vicious tail swung down toward Father. If it hit, he'd be crushed for sure. Without thinking, I shouted that command. Shop summoning. A flash of light erupted, and Fuji's bathhouse materialized in front of Father. The building, complete with its tall chimney, withstood the dark dragon's strike without so much as a shudder. Father hurried inside. At my shout, Father rolled into Fuji's bathhouse, turning his back to the dragon. The dark dragon slammed its tail into the structure again, but far from crushing it, it couldn't even crack a single tile. Godihh. Perhaps enraged, the beast began clawing at the bathhouse with its front talons, striking over and over. Yet, just as before, it couldn't leave a single scratch on the building. I knew it. I'd suspected as much after the kitchen truck incident with the goblin, but the shops I summon are ridiculously sturdy. No, maybe they're outright indestructible. Well, strictly speaking, it might just be the outer walls. The calendar inside got torn, after all. Sakurail, what is this? Oh well, my shops are super tough. His Imperial Majesty demanded an explanation, but that's all I could say. They're just durable. They can't defeat anything on their own. While the dark dragon was distracted by Fuji's bathhouse, Estelle ran to the knight who'd been flung earlier and cast her healing magic on him. It might expose the true power of her gift, but we didn't have time to worry about that now. What do I do? Even if there's no way to defeat the dark dragon, maybe I could at least seal it. Seal, that's it, the orb of sealing. In Elliot's route, if his affection level is too low to summon the holy sword of light, the dark dragon gets sealed in the orb of sealing for a good ending. The true ending where Elliot and Estelle end up together might be out of reach, but a good ending could still be possible. Your Majesty, let's use the orb of sealing. The orb of sealing, what's that? His Majesty blinked at me in confusion. Wait, what? How do you not know about it? It's one of our nation's treasures. Oh, right. That orb is something Elliot and Estelle find in a hidden room while exploring the castle during his event. Of course the king wouldn't know about it. It hasn't been discovered yet. What now? There's no time to go searching for it. Godihh. The dark dragon unleashed a fiery breath toward the back of Fuji's bathhouse. Oh no, the building might not burn, but it might not block the heat. I've got to get Father out. Shop summoning. I summoned a kitchen truck in front of Fuji's bathhouse. Father caught on immediately, climbing into the truck and speeding away from the flame-engulfed bathhouse. Phew, thank goodness. Lady Sakurail, it's too dangerous here. We need to fall back. Why, yes, you're right. Estelle grabbed my arm, pulling me back after healing the knights. But I was still racking my brain for a way to stop that dark dragon. There were a few methods in my game knowledge, but they all took time. Maybe we really do need to retreat for now and find the orb of sealing in the hidden room. As I mulled it over, one of the dark dragon's wildly fired flame blasts came hurtling toward us. Wait, oh no, this'll hit Estelle too. Instinctively, I shoved Estelle into the nearby pond. Lady Sakurail. Her startled cry, and the splash of her hitting, the water were drowned out by a deafening roar. My body was flung into the air, then slammed into the ground with brutal force, rolling like a tattered rag. My whole body creaked, and I vaguely registered my limbs bending in unnatural directions. Ow, but this feeling, it's familiar. Oh, right. It's the same as when I got hit by a car and died in my past life. The sensation of my body growing cold, my consciousness fading, I can't believe I'm experiencing this again. Am I going to die here? No way, Father and Mother would be devastated. I haven't even repaid them for anything yet. Being born their daughter was the best thing that ever happened to me. Estelle, Luca, Tifa, I finally made friends in this world too. Is this just proof I can't defy the game's destined scenario? I don't want to die, I don't want to. Oh, it's getting warm. Huh, warm? Lady Sakurail, Lady Sakurail. NGH. When I opened my eyes, there was Estelle, soaking wet, tears streaming from both eyes. I sat up. Nothing hurt. I'd been blown away and mangled, hadn't I? My clothes were indeed in tatters, but my body didn't have a single scratch. Blood was splattered everywhere around me, though. Thank goodness. If you died, Lady Sakurail, I. Estelle threw herself at me, sobbing. Oh, her gift, holy miracle. Incredible, it brought me back from the brink of death. The name Miracle isn't just for show. Thank you, Estelle. You saved me. Yes, I'm so glad. I gripped her trembling, tearful hands and thanked her. Then I noticed her right hand glowing. Looking closer, the emblem of the holy goddess Holly was shining. Wait, could this be a level up? Estelle's gift just rose to level 3, but why? There hasn't been an event with Elliot. In the game, she awakens this power when Elliot's in mortal danger and about to die. Wait a sec. Did my near-death just trigger the event instead? Estelle, do you feel like you can use a new power? A new power? Oh yes, I think so. I can sense it somehow. Like this, maybe. Estelle raised her hand. Tiny particles of light appeared around us, gathering together to form a shape. A silver blade and pommel, a blue hilt, and a pentagon-shaped engraving resembling a split cherry blossom at the base of the blade. Bathed in holy light, the sword floated in the air. The Holy Sword of Light. The only weapon capable of destroying the Dark Dragon, the Holy Sword Farnese. The ultimate weapon from the otome game Starlight Symphony stood before us. I am Farnese, the sacred blade born of the saint's prayer. I shall be the power to banish evil and vanquish darkness. O contractor, take me in your hand. Whoa, it's the exact same line from the game. This is the sword's spirit speaking, so only the chosen contractor, Elliot, should hear its call. Wait, hold on, am I the contractor candidate? Estelle, when you summoned this, were there any conditions or? O contractor, take me in your hand. Conditions, it said, pray for the one you wish to protect, so I thought of you, Lady Sakurail. Oh no. I was right, I'm the contractor candidate now. O contractor, take me in your hand. What do I do? Should I have her dismiss it and pray for Elliot instead? No, there's no time for that. O contractor, take me in your hand. Wait, once the contract's made, can it be undone? No cooling off period. Estelle only summons the spirit, and the contract is between the spirit and the contractor, so. O contractor, take M. Shut up already. Be quiet for a sec. As I scrambled to think, I grabbed the annoying, chattering sword by what felt like its collar and yelled at it. Ah, the contract is forged. I shall become the blade to strike down your foe. I messed up. Wait, cancel that. The holy sword in my hand burst with a blinding flash and fully manifested on the ground. No way, Elliot, I'm sorry. I hijacked your route. Lady Sakurail, your appearance. Hi. Estelle's words made me realize. My body was enveloped in platinum light, and my hair had turned pure white. Whoa, isn't this Elliot's holy sword mode? Transforming when you wield the sword makes sense in game logic, but this is so flashy. Goghh. Perhaps provoked by the light emanating from the holy sword, the dark dragon unleashed a barrage of fireballs from beyond Fuji's bathhouse. I swung Farnese lightly, slicing through each blazing projectile with ease. In an instant, the fireballs dissipated into mist, vanishing without a trace. Farnese is a holy sword that vanquishes evil and destroys darkness. Before this blade, the attacks of the dark dragon, a creature of malevolence, hold no meaning. Amazing, that's incredible, Lady Sakurail. Well, it's the sword that's amazing, not me. Which means Estelle, who summoned it, is the real MVP here. But she just gazed at me with sparkling eyes, oblivious to her own feat. As I gave her a wry smile, Father's kitchen truck screeched to a halt in front of me with a dramatic drift. Sakurail, are you safe? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Father. Anyway, this is getting ridiculous. Let's just take that thing down. Help me out. Take it down, you mean wait. With a light leap, I landed on the roof of the kitchen truck with a bam. Holy sword mode is no joke. My physical abilities have shot through the roof. This should work. Father stared at me, wide-eyed, clearly stunned by my enhanced agility. Drive straight toward that dragon. What? That's too dangerous. If it attacks. It's fine, didn't you see just now? I can nullify all its attacks. With this sword bestowed by the gods, I'll be okay. Trust me, Father. Father, who'd been leaning out the window with a worried look, steeled himself and retreated back to the driver's seat. All right, I'm flooring it. Hold on tight. I gripped the roof rack on the truck and crouched low. The kitchen truck roared forward with a jolt. Fuji's bathhouse was in the way, so I dismissed it using my gift. Goghh. The dark dragon kept spewing fireballs at the charging truck, but every single one turned to dust before the swings of my holy sword. This thing's a total cheat weapon? Well, it is the ultimate weapon, so I guess that's expected. If this were an RPG or a strategy RPG instead of an otome game, It probably wouldn't need to be this strong. Too bad there's no combat system in an otome game. The kitchen truck barreled toward the dark dragon at breakneck speed. Using my enhanced strength, I leaped forward from the roof, swinging the radiant, holy sword down at the beast. The blade's extended light cleaved through the dark dragon like a shimmering star. See ya. Goh. Split cleanly in two, the dark dragon erupted into dust, vanishing into the light with a final, agonized scream. A shower of sparkling radiance rained down around us, like fireworks bursting in the sky. One hit? This sword is insane. As I stood dumbfounded by Farnese's power, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd around me. She did it. She did it, the dragon's defeated. The princess of the Holy Sword vanquished the evil dragon. A miracle, the miracle of the Holy Sword Princess. Wait, what's with that nickname? Stop it, it's embarrassing. Under a now clear sky, surrounded by the swelling cheers, all I could do was force an awkward, twitching smile in the face of my overwhelming embarrassment. Chapter 31, All's Well That Ends Well. 3 days had passed since then. Apparently, the castle was in complete chaos afterward, a mess so wild it was impossible to get under control. Still, as time went on, things started to become clearer. First off, follower B, Lady Barbara of the Sonatine family, who summoned the dark dragon, was severely weakened but alive. It seems she hadn't had all her life force drained. This probably has to do with the intensity of the negative emotions she poured into the dark dragon. In the game, Sakurail lost her status and honor, harboring resentment toward everything in a reckless spiral of despair. Barbara's father, Count Sonatine, was in charge of security for Elliot's birthday party, and it's believed she got information about the venue's barrier from there. She was, in essence, Elliot's stalker. They found a mountain of Elliot's personal belongings in her room at the Sonatine estate, likely stolen by summoned creatures like rats using her beast summoning. She was really obsessed, it seems. If used cleverly, beast summoning could easily gather intel. She probably stole Elliot's schedule for the founding festival that way too. If the game's Sakurail had used it like that, maybe she could have avoided her downfall. Too bad, she only relied on brute force. Unlike follower A, Barbara, follower B, lacked self-confidence and couldn't even bring herself to speak to Elliot, just watching from afar. But she secretly harassed any noble girl who got close to him. That kind of tenacity and action at 6 years old, couldn't she have channeled it into something else? Attempted assassination of the crown prince is a grave crime, but strictly speaking, she wasn't targeting Elliot, though she did steal his stuff. Given her age and status as a minor, her life was spared, barely. Count Sonatine's loyalty likely factored into that decision too. It was ruled as a gift rampage caused by childish emotions. Fortunately, no one died, which helped. Gift rampages in childhood aren't uncommon in this world, and the punishment tends to be relatively lenient. That said, the gift itself is usually stripped away, but a crime is a crime. Barbara had her beast summoning gift stripped by a sacred church artifact and was sentenced to spend her life in a secluded island convent. Additionally, the Sonatine family was demoted for failing to supervise her, dropping from count to the lowest rank of baronet. That means the next generation won't even be nobles. They could still climb back to baron if they work hard, though. I suspect His Majesty plans to quietly raise them to baron once things cool down. Gotta keep up appearances for other nations, after all. Then there's follower A, Anna Marie of the Ragtime family. That house was completely dismantled. Evidence of guiding foreign assassins and plotting a clear rebellion kept piling up from the Ragtime estate. No excuses could save them now. Likewise, Count Pizzicato and Viscount Tempo, allies of the Marquis, were arrested, and their houses were abolished too. For His Majesty, it was a perfect chance to dismantle the traditionalist faction. No mercy was shown. Marquis Ragtime had his gift stripped and was sent to the mines. Anna Marie and her brother were taken in by their maternal family, but as fallen commoners, they'll never return to noble society. Marriage or adoption into nobility is forbidden for them too. That's how heavy the crime of treason is. Their maternal noble family was also implicated, dropping to baronet rank, and they'll be under scrutiny for decades. They won't dare step out of line again. If they do, their house will be next to fall. Naturally, the empire faced protests from our nation, but they pinned it all on a single noble, cutting him off like a lizard's tail. That noble was swiftly executed, and the empire sent a curt apology letter. "We've dealt with it, sorry for the trouble," and that was that. It doesn't sit right, honestly. According to the chancellor, the empire isn't a monolith, and this might have been the work of a rogue extremist faction. That's not entirely implausible. Every country has its share of idiots, I guess. Oh, right, I was worried Estelle's gift had been exposed to everyone during the incident, but thankfully, amidst all the chaos, no one was paying attention to her. Plus, the injured knights she healed were unconscious and didn't know who saved them. Dodged a bullet there. The real problem is me. In front of a massive crowd, including foreign ambassadors and even royalty, I wielded the holy sword and defeated the dark dragon. Hiding that was flat out impossible. In no time, I became known as the Princess of the Holy Sword. The story going around is that my latent power awakened after I nearly died like a tattered rag. In truth, Estelle healed me, but people assumed that was part of my power too. What a ridiculous misunderstanding. But I can't exactly say, no, that was all Estelle. Now can I? If her power got out, she'd become a target for every noble out there. If my power's already in the spotlight, it's more convenient to let it ride. Not many would dare mess with a ducal house, after all. Though in the game, it's supposed to be Elliot hailed as the hero of the Holy Sword, 10 years from now anyway. How did I end up stealing Elliot's role? Ow, ow, ow. A sharp pain shot through my body as I twisted on the bed. "Are you all right, milady?" "Oh, I'm fine, just caught me off guard." I reassured Arisa, the maid peering at me with concern, and flopped back onto the bed. "Injured? No, it's just muscle soreness." The physical boost from Holy Sword mode seems to put a huge strain on my young body. After that fight, I slept like a log, and when I woke up, well, here I am. Even Estelle's holy miracle couldn't heal this muscle pain. Maybe because the cause ties back to the Holy Sword, bestowed by the holy goddess Holly herself, it might not work against something from the same divine source. I've heard gifts from the same god can cancel each other out. But seriously, what do? Estelle summoned the sword, but I'm the one who contracted it. Now it's bound to me, and I can call it whenever I want. Is this considered summoning too? If so, it might be thanks to the summoning goddess, Samonia. Why? Because I leveled up again. Is this really tied to clearing events from Starlight Symphony? But gift level 5. Isn't that overkill? Even in the game's hidden route, Estelle only reached level 7. Sure, her holy miracle is a rare gift, hard to level but insanely powerful. That said, in terms of raw level, Grandpa's Bladestorm General is supposedly level 10, and plenty of people in this world have even higher levels. A high gift level doesn't necessarily mean stronger. It just means more versatility, I guess. This world doesn't even use the term level anyway. Maybe I shouldn't lean too hard on game logic. I only know things from protagonist Estelle's perspective, after all. As I mulled it over, the door opened, and Tanya, my guard knight, poked her head in. "Milady, Lady Estelle is here to visit." "Oh, let her in." With my permission, Estelle entered, beaming with a bright smile. She came before, and now she's back again. It's really just muscle soreness, you know. "Hello, Lady Sacurail, how are you feeling?" "Still sore, but not as bad as the first day. I should be moving normally by tomorrow, or the day after." I downplayed it to ease her worries and gestured for her to sit in the chair beside my bed. After all, Estelle saw me at my worst, limbs twisted and battered like a rag doll. I'd hate for that to become some kind of trauma for her. "The town's buzzing about you, Lady Sacurail. They're calling you the saint who stopped Marquis Ragtime's rebellion and defeated the Dark Dragon, Symphonia's divine maiden." I figured it'd turn into something like that. I only submitted evidence for the Ragtime Marquis incident, and the Dark Dragon thing just kinda happened by chance. If I'm being honest, anyone with the Holy Sword could have beaten it. It's a one-hit wonder, after all. As I wallowed in that gloomy mood, Estelle continued in a slightly dejected tone. "So, there's talk going around about an engagement between you, Lady Sacurail, and Crown Prince Elliot." Nope. I already turned that down once. I shot down Estelle's words flat out. "It's just baseless gossip, plain and simple." "Well, I get it. When someone like me shows up and there's a crown prince around the same age, people jump to conclusions. I'd think the same. It's a classic trope in a way. Even in the game, Elliot ends up with someone Estelle in that case. Really? Oh, I thought it was already set in stone. Noah, I haven't heard anything about it. There's no way father and mother would let something like that move forward without telling me. Maybe the situation's changed and some vassals started pushing for it, but since I've already said no once, it's a firm pass. Tilting my head at Estelle, who suddenly perked up, I had a thought. Wait a sec. If I've completely derailed Elliot's route, does that mean there's no future where Sakurail gets devoured by the dark dragon anymore? If so, maybe it's not such a bad deal. No, hold on, you never know what might happen. Being his fiancée could still mess with another route somehow. Yeah, I'm sticking with no thanks. Lady Sakurail, I brought some treats. They might not be as good as yours, but I made them with my mother. Shall we eat together? Oh nice, of course I'll have some. Thanks, Estelle. When I thanked her, Estelle gave me a shy smile. What is this, an angel? As I melted at the sight of the angel before me, Tanya opened the door again and peeked in. Milady, His Highness the Crown Prince is here to visit. Huh? Did I just hear a tongue click? It sounded like Angel Estelle clicked her tongue. Estelle. Did you just? What's that? She smiled brightly at me and I swallowed my words. Maybe I imagined it. Hey, Lady Estelle's here too. Sakurail, how are you feeling? I'm fine. A few more days and I'll be back to normal. Thanks, Elliot. Welcome, Your Highness. I stayed as is in my current state, but Estelle stood and curtsied gracefully. What's this? Her eyes are smiling at Elliot, but they kinda aren't. We were just about to enjoy some treats, Lady Sakurail and I. What impeccable timing, almost like you planned it. Would you care to join us, Your Highness? The way she phrased that almost sounds like a jab at Elliot, like he showed up just for the snacks. Why thank you, I'll gladly partake then. Elliot responded casually. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Soon, Erisa brought in the treats Estelle had handed over, sliced up neatly. Apple pie, huh? Smells good. It's a bit unrefined, but I decided to eat right there on the bed. The crisp crust, the tender apples inside. Chomp. Delicious, this is great, thanks Estelle. It really is, tasty stuff. I'm glad it suits Your Highness's palate. You must be used to far more lavish delicacies, after all. Huh? Is Estelle throwing subtle shade at Elliot? There's a prickliness in her words I can't ignore. Did he do something to upset her? Come on, Elliot, step up. Your affection points are dropping. Wait, this might be my fault. I kinda stole his spotlight, didn't I? Still, what am I supposed to do to make up for it? Becoming his fiancée is not an option, though. Oh, right. An idea hit me, and I pulled a few metal ring puzzles out of the pouch beside my bed. I'd bought them from a candy store I summoned with shop summoning. Sakurail, what are those? They're not as complex as a six-sided puzzle, but they're still puzzles. Watch this. These two rings look impossible to separate, right? But, with a few clinks and twists, I maneuvered the rings, and they smoothly came apart into two pieces. They came apart. How? Just like the six-sided puzzle, there's a trick to it. Wanna try? Absolutely. Elliot eagerly snatched the rings and started fiddling with them, clink clank. Oops, I forgot. Once he starts, he won't stop. I should have given them to him as a parting gift instead. Oh well, it's not that hard. He'll figure it out soon, right? I glanced at Estelle and caught her staring at Elliot with a look of utter disappointment. She even sighed, muttering under her breath, so childish. Wait, what? That's our crown prince you're talking about. Oh, by the way, Luca and Tifa already went back to their countries, right? Yes, they were sad they couldn't say goodbye to you, Lady Sakurail. I'm bummed too. We just started getting along. Oh well, I'll see them again when we enroll at the academy. Since I've made a connection with them, maybe I'll run into them even sooner. I munched on Estelle's apple pie, lost in vague thoughts. Section. A girl like that. Yeah, Sakurail's amazing. She gave me these mochi snacks too. Aren't they delicious? Luca, or rather, Lucari, was enthusiastically shoving her favorite mochi treats at her father, King Cassini Z Prelude III of the Prelude Kingdom. Seeing his usually aloof daughter speak so passionately about this ducal girl named Sakurail piqued his interest, if only slightly. A young girl who thwarted a rebellion and slew a dragon, the same age as his daughter, no less. Undoubtedly a genius, a prodigy. She'd surely grow into a key figure supporting the Symphonia Empire one day. It wouldn't be a bad idea to build some goodwill with her now, would it? The king of Prelude smirked to himself, popping one of the mochi snacks, skewered on a toothpick by his daughter, into his mouth. A tasty. Right. Luca puffed up with a smug grin, clearly pleased. The king mused to himself, if they could forge a connection with the Philharmonic Ducal House, maybe they could secure a steady supply of these treats too? Section. What? A 6-year-old girl took down a dragon. Indeed, in a single strike, no less. There's no doubt Sakurail possesses the makings of a hero. Queen Raisa Lamenoit of the Minuet Queendom, Tifa's mother, cast a skeptical glance at the knights who'd accompanied her daughter to that foreign land, as if to say, "Is this true?" The knights nodded subtly in affirmation, and the queen let out a sigh of awe. To think such a young lass could exist in the neighboring empire, unbelievable. Sakurail's grandfather is Margrave Einsetz. It might be in her blood. What? The granddaughter of the Lion of the Empire? Understanding dawned on the queen's face. The valor of the Lion of the Empire was renowned even in her kingdom. If this girl was his kin, perhaps it wasn't so far-fetched after all. If it's her, she might just conquer the demon god's ruins. The queen murmured to herself. The demon god's ruins referred to a legendary site in the Minuet Queendom, said to house a fabled treasure. Countless heroes had challenged it over the years, only to fall. A flicker of hope sparked in her chest. Perhaps, even if it's impossible now once the girl matures, to make that happen, maintaining a friendly relationship with her would be wise. The queen's lips curled into a faint, sly smile. Section. And so, the fate of a girl who was once merely a villainess veered sharply off course, spinning into the realm of the uncertain. What lies ahead for her? Only the gods know. The story turns, whether the villainess wishes it or not. Author's note. Regarding my work. As this story takes place in a world somewhat connected to my other series. In a different world with a smartphone, I hope you'll stick with it for the long haul, just as you have with that series. End of Volume 1.